That's a good one, Flatloyd. Uh-oh, Lautrec is typing. Flatloyd, Lautrec there is saying we should probably is probably suggesting we should look at this through a solar filter. Don't we have examples of that too? Yeah. Got the atmospheric lensing going on there. Hey, Indio always coming through. It doesn't matter. You can argue about the size of the sun all damn day. The fact that what we observe doesn't match up to a sun-centered universe is that's all there is to it. Debunks heliocentrism. You experience the sun as the body in motion over your head. Right? We are sitting in this chat watching videos of the sun moving. The little clip that Flatloyd posted at 41 minutes after the hour. Yeah, that's the sun. Speaking of trains, I got a good one for that. Here we go. There we go. Moving versus not moving.
You might have to draw it in crayon from them really to get it.
Indio, we're all out of crayons. The Globetards have eaten all of the crayons. We can't even draw it out for them in crayon anymore.
Did they eat the wrapper too? Like,
They snort the
Wrapper and
yellow
all.
ones.
Whole damn box. The whole thing.
these purple taste like purple.
I like the red flavored one.
If you ever do want to throw that into one of your conversations, it is quite funny. What? Purple crayons are grape flavoured.
Well, this one tastes like purple.
I so wish I could do Ralph Wiggum's voice.
I'm in danger. Yeah, but Lautrec, it never goes below your feet, buddy. The sun never goes below your feet. It just goes out of your optical range of perspective. It's not a super huge, super big, super bright,
That's the
light source
problem
that we've been
level.
led to believe. What is it,
They've all
Matrix?
still got. They've all still got the mindset that light is infinite. That's why you should be able to still see it as it goes further away.
Fucking A, yeah, that's good point. Good point. Yeah.
That's why they can't comprehend sunsets at short distance, like what Truth by Proxy shown up there. That it shouldn't work like that according to them. The way they think, that's wrong, because light travels for 93 million miles, and you're telling me at 3,000 miles it's going to stop?
Yep.
No. That's why they probably think that the sunsets are a fail.
Yeah, I've got that same video, Truth by Proxy. I've got that one saved. It's a good one.
Imagine your worldview is like, hey, dude, throw this football where you think the sun is, and at midnight they spike the football.
Just looks like the sun goes below my feet, just like the earth looks flat. What? Yeah, not only does the earth look flat, it's measured that way too. Deal with it. Cope about it. Maybe they can tell us why the tops of the clouds are lit up at sunset. I mean, to my perspective, the sun was on the horizon when I took this picture. And the tops of the clouds are lit up. Oh, but I thought the sun was going under my feet. So we got sunsets, but we don't have cloud sets.
You know, have you ever seen the clouds that are like I can't remember the name of them. They're like Nocta something cloud, Nocta Cirrus or Nocta Cumulus or something like that. They're clouds that you can see like they're supposed to be like at like 40 or 50,000 feet, and they're lit up at night.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture.
Whoa, that's neat. That's pretty cool, Indio.
Yeah, I found out about him. Oddly enough, just a freaking real weird way to find out about him is that I was watching like it was like a story about Ukraine and Russian war, and like they this is very strange. They've been seeing like because now like because they're in war, right? Now there's people really paying attention to what's going on around them because they're trying not to die, right? So they're looking in the sky for drones to see if they're going to come in and crush them. And people have filmed all these weird phenomena in freaking Ukraine. It's like these clouds. That's how I found out that they even existed. Someone filmed these. Like it was like at freaking 11 o'clock at night or something.
That's a trip.
Now this isn't the image from Ukraine. I can probably find that.
I got a video. It was like 30 minutes before dark, and the tops of the clouds were lit up.
So I went out yesterday to Revere Beach with a P1 full spectrum P1000. I don't have an infrared filter for it yet. It's coming today. I'm probably not gonna be able to get back there. I caught some, let's just say some odd shit. I got lucky. I actually got like 2 ships on that were like when I took the photo. I didn't see them that they were like in a line, like pretty big ships, one behind the other, but one is like 3 miles further away. And according to the globe map, it's supposed to be dropped down an extra 60 feet, but their decks are at the same level. So
So you've got a 1000.
yeah,
I was looking at the 1100s. But over here
it's
they're
not
like
mine. I'm borrowing it.
$1,700.
Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's all right. You still got to use it though.
But it's multi-spectrum. It's full spectrum, right? So it gets UV and infrared. But I didn't have the filter yet. They lost the filter. Yep. It got destroyed, or someone stole it. And who knows? Whatever. They don't have them. So I bought one, but I only had the opportunity to go. So it's supposed to come today. So it'll cut out all the extra stuff. But one of the things I saw was, so there was a windmill, and I could barely make out the blades. Like, barely. I could see them moving, but I could barely make them out. And then about an hour later, I see the freaking windmill completely, like clear as day. And like these TV towers that it's very strange. They're super tall, like they're TV or radio towers or whatever they are. I can't find them. Like I looked in like TV tower maps, radio tower maps, like cell phone tower maps. And I can't find where they are. Right? I can't find even that they exist. But there's certainly 100% there. There's two of them. They're freaking gigantic. But they're pretty far away. They're probably at least 15 miles minimum. But they're behind like land, so I only see the top. Tops of them, even though I see a significant amount of them. But the point is, I couldn't see them before. So there was like this wall where I could not see beyond. And then after like an hour, it kind of like dissipated, and I could see farther, like maybe a mile farther. So I was probably looking like it was probably 12 miles away. There was like this wall of opacity, which I couldn't see beyond. Then when that went away, I could probably see like 15 miles or something like that.
They have the zoom's that good on them. I've never played with one, so I've got enough. All I've got is my old camera.
I mean, I probably could have took, like, I didn't read the fucking manual, which I probably should have. I've never even used the camera at all. So I'm like on the fly trying to figure out how to use the damn thing. And I didn't have a tripod, but I did have things to rest it on. So
yeah,
it's pretty good. Like, they're pretty good cameras. I mean, as far as the zoom level, it is fantastic.
Oh, the zoom level's off tap.
But I was using like autofocus. If I probably knew more and like did manual adjustments, I probably could have got better. But like I said, it was full spectrum, so you get a lot of like light that you don't probably want.
Yeah.
You know?
So with the infrared, that camera, it just has a filter that goes on the outside of it, or does it actually modify the sensor?
There's supposed to be like a film on the sensor
that they plug in front. Some of them got like little cards,
an infrared cut filter, right? And on the sensors themselves, there's supposed to be an infrared cut filter that they put like in all cameras, so they don't pick it up. They just go in the camera and they peel the film off the sensor, and it makes it full spectrum. And then when you want to shoot in infrared, you get an infrared filter that cuts everything but infrared.
Yep, they just slot little cards in. Yeah, because that's what I've seen on some of them. That they actually have one that's permanently fixed. So when you go and say, I want to shoot at only 580 nanometers, then that's it. They lock it to that. So they basically put a film that is that particular frequency on.
Yeah, you could do that. Certainly.
There's a couple of places in the US that actually specialise in converting cameras over. They charge an absolute fortune to do it. But I was seriously looking at getting my old Canon done, because I don't use it much anymore. But the hard bit is getting them adjusted to the lenses, because the sensor is still expecting to pick up in full spectrum, so that's how it focuses. So if you've got its light wave cut down...
I didn't consider that. It has
a bit of a moment trying to pick shit up, and it has trouble focusing. And you look at all the websites that deal with infrared, and they will tell you to switch the camera over to manual. because it will not focus properly on auto.
Yeah, I did have some focusing issues. If I was zoomed like nearly all the way out, all of a sudden it would defocus and it wouldn't focus back in. So I had to zoom back out and then zoom back in
to try to get it to relock. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind getting an IR, getting one with an IR conversion. I think that'd be pretty cool.
So one of the things that I found out that the best wavelength for long distance photography it's called short wave infrared. It's like 1550 nanometers. But
wow,
you
that's
can't.
Up there.
Yeah. So but a silicone a sensor made from silicone can't detect over 1100 nanometers. It doesn't excite the substrate enough to actually create an image. So I guess like with the silicone ones, right? The higher you get in the wavelength, the more it can't pick up the energy, right? So if you go above a certain amount,
it's just not there. It doesn't
right? Yeah. So if you say you do 720 nanometers or 830, those are like the two standards.
Yep.
And then there's 950, right? Each one of those. So as you go up, you have greater penetration through the haze, but the image has less contrast because the sensor can't really. It's like not enough energy to excite the freaking electrons in the sensor. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you'll get a more like what would you call it?
The image is super clear, but it can't differentiate between certain things because of
it's actually not clear. You'll see farther, but the image will be more kind of like not blurry. I don't want to say blurry. Yeah, it'll be like softer. It'll be softer. It'll be softer image.
Yep.
So these SWIR cameras, I tried to look at some of the prices, and it says, call for a quote. So they got to be expensive.
See, that's my issue at the moment. Do I get one of the like P900, like a second-hand one, or a 1000 or an 1100? Even though the 1100 and 1000, the only real difference is they changed the USB plug onto it from a Type B to a Type C, and I think it's 5 grams lighter. And there's something else. There was 3 things. They are identical. The lens is identical. Everything else is identical between the 1100 and the 1000. So that was what I was weighing up. Do I get one of those, or do I stick with like a mirrorless SLR, like a Canon R, and hook it up to a telescope, and then just like have an IR conversion on my old camera, so I can grab a telescope, plug the camera onto it, take photos. You know, that's what I'm sort of. Which way do I go?
So
sort of.
I mean, they're like, I had my shit on like a freaking concrete wall, and like, when you're zoomed all the way out, that shit's touchy, man. You just.
Oh yeah, it's crazy sensitive. You breathe on it, and the thing shakes.
Yeah, and it was windy and shit. And though I did it did work pretty good, but I think. Actually, freaking, if I would have had a tripod, it was probably too windy. It probably would have blew the tripod over, and I'd be apologizing to somebody for busting their camera.
I tried doing nighttime shots years ago, and I've got a little electronic trigger button that plugs into the camera where you can hit the button and activate it. When you're doing long exposure stuff, the camera's got a setting in it to stop the actual lens from the reflex mirror from popping up. So what it'll do, instead of the mirror flicking out of the way and then back in, making the camera off. So you'll click to open the lens, so it flicks the mirror out of the way. You'll hear it do that. And then you'll set it for, say, 30 seconds or whatever the time frame you've set it to. and instead of it going click when it closes, it doesn't. It actually shuts it off to stop the vibration, which is pretty cool. But it scares the shit out. The first time you do it, you're sort of like, what's wrong with you? Why have you shut down? Have you had some kind of mental breakdown? What's going on with it? And because naturally blokes don't read the flight manual before you use them. You just grab it and have some fun. And I freaked out because I didn't know what it was doing and read the flight manual afterwards. And it actually shuts itself down so it doesn't wreck your photos, which are pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that was
good.
on an old Canon. What is it? A Canon 20D, but I had the 5D upgrade on it, software update on it. So but that's old. That's like a 2009 camera. It's only 8 megapixel, so megapixel wise, comparing it to these other new ones is just it's like having one of the old Nokia little blue phones that are indestructible.
I definitely got.
No, that's the issue at the moment. Which way do I go? Like I know the Nikon cameras are brilliant. I'm not going to say they're not. Everyone raves about them. All the reviews rave about them. They're great. They're basically a telescope and a camera attached. So it's sort of, Either way.
Yeah, the reason I went because I expected so the water temperature here is like 61 degrees, and when I decided to go, it was like I decided like 10 in the morning to go, but I didn't go then. I was like, I'm gonna try and go like when it's like 3 o'clock when it's peak temperature. By then, it'll be fucking the same temperature as the air. Certainly, no, it's freaking 51 degrees when I got there. I'm like, fuck, dude. Because I wanted the water and air temperature the same, right? So you don't get any
minimize crap.
Yeah, minimize the turbulence or whatever. But then I looked up, I'm like, if the air's, I looked up, like, okay, if the water's warm and the air's cold, what happens, right? It's like, okay, you get a superior mirage. All I got was like inferior mirages. I didn't get anything even remotely looking like a superior mirage.
But yes, you've got to have the temperature differences, but those temperature differences have to be over a very short period. And that's what we tried to tell someone. I think it was DJ was trying to tell one of the clowns yesterday that it has to be something like over a 15-foot distance. It has to be some stupid temperature variation of like 20 degrees.
Yeah.
In order for these effects to occur. And it's like, come on. How much harder are we going to make it for this poor kid?
Yeah, you basically have like a cushion of air, basically. There has to be like, an actual well-defined boundary between one and the other. Did get some freaking crazy shit going on with inferior mirages. Just vanishing in the center, right? It just like, you see in the bottom, you see in the top, just the center just like vanishes for a second, right? It's like, it was like a wall, like a distance wall. Where because there was buoys bobbing, right? And as they kind of like, they're not bobbing straight up and down. They're also kind of rocking back and forth. And it was like rocking in and out of like this fucking wall, dude. Like when it would, like part of it would go on like the other side of it. The buoy would disappear and then boom, it would be visible again. But it wasn't going up and down really. That was making it not visible. It was it freaking going like back and forth. I got that all on video.
But so like the dolphins video where you see the dolphins jumping along.
Oh yeah.
Like that sort of thing. So you're right on the edge of the. Oh, cool.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was so like a legit wall, dude. Like, I
It
mean,
is.
because like the buoy's fixed to the ocean bottom. I mean, I don't know how much play it has, like back and forth, but it's like, I mean,
A
I can't
couple of
imagine
feet.
it could move back and forth more than what 20 feet. So like, it would disappear.
But as
like,
a percentage, though, that how far can that camera zoom? So as a percentage, it's only moving 20 feet, so we'll grant it 20 feet. But when that camera can zoom, a 15 mile, 20 feet as a percentage is not that much.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, so it was like a buoy that was like right on, like kind of like right on the horizon, and would just like freaking vanish and come back in and vanish and like go. But it wasn't like going up and down into the inferior mirage like that. It was going like
It's
back
going
and
forwards
forth.
and backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was like bobbing. It was like bobbing, like it was freaking all over the place.
Well, it would have been bouncing with the
Crazy.
swell, so rocking forwards and backwards. Yeah.
So there could literally be a 747 parked right, 1 foot past it, and you wouldn't even see it.
Yep.
And dudes would be like, 747s go over the horizon. Like,
What we need to do is we need a nice patch of water somewhere and a few lads with boats, and all with GPS mark things in them. So we get some poor sucker to stand on the water's edge with a camera or 6. One filming, one taking photos, one in infrared taking photos, the whole kit, so it's all covered. And we park these boats 1 mile, 3 miles, 7 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, and get them all just to line up. And then see what we can film them and photo them.
yeah. No one's really done anything like any systematic,
Super simple,
Yeah.
but you have to have a few of them so you can line them all up at the same time, because that 5-minute trip from 3 to 7 miles, the temperature might go up and someone will come in and go, but reflection, you didn't account for it. Well, no, we just took photos. We don't really care. There's always that. You know what it's like. You've seen it enough times.
I mean, could account for it. It's punched in a business calculator to go take the photo and freaking be like, oh, that's wrong. I mean, we could do that. You really wanted to account for it beforehand? Because that's what you're supposed to do, right? You should be making a prediction. You're not supposed to do it after. You're supposed to do it before. What's the probability of I punch in the weather in that calculator and then I take a photograph and it matches, like, what I photographed? The fucking 0, dude. Literally 0. All right, I gotta switch. I gotta go somewhere in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's 11:15 for me, so I'm going to bail out myself. All right, catch you, mate.
All right, yeah, have a good one, man. All right, peace out.
Yeah, see ya. Peace, everyone. Catch us tomorrow.
Who is display name? Who's this person? Never seen display name in here before.
Why are you calling me out, dog?
Because I've never seen you in here before. Hello,
Just
welcome.
chilling. Thank you.
Don't gotta be hostile. Good morning.
Good morning. I've been in here before.
Right on, right on. So you flat earther or globe earther?
I don't really know, honestly.
Everybody's a flat earther. It's just that there's a lot of people that haven't realized it yet.
Oh,
We're all
okay. Then
living
I
on
guess I'm
this
a
flat
flat
earth,
earther.
man.
Do you like fat people or no? Exactly right. Like who the fuck cares?
Nah, a lot of times I find that fat people are really fucking greedy and inconsiderate.
They're just annoying. They have like opinions, and it's like, why the fuck are you talking? You're fucking fat. Shit.
They have opinions and stuff. I mean, everybody's got opinions. It's just like I said, a lot of like really fat people are just greedy and inconsiderate.
Yeah, but they have like expectations though. Like they, I don't know. It's like fat people want the most out of people, and it's like, oh, aren't you fat? Somebody built like Lizzo, and she wants a man that's 6'1" and works out and has like 6-figure job.
Those types are nuts, dude.
Are you talking about OnlyFans models, or who are you
No, I'm talking about bitches built like Lizzo. Yeah, see that dude left. It's probably because his wife's fat. What does AM stand for?
after midnight?
After midnight? All right.
Which means before noon.
Is that what you're talking about, like an AM on the clock,
Yes.
or are you talking about AM radio
Where's PM then?
prior to midnight?
Meridian.
So after midnight and prior to
Yeah, it's
midnight.
ante-meridian and post-meridian.
Yeah, you were wrong. It's after meridium and post meridium.
Ante-meridian, A-N-T-E.
Yeah, ante meridium, post meridium, or after midday, post midday. Or no, uh, before midday and after midday.
Ante means before, and post obviously means after.
Yeah, so I just peed all over my balls again. My bad.
There are too many people in here for it to be this darn quiet. I guess that's what happens when there's no globe evidence, though.
You just made all of us jump.
Who was it?
When you broke the silence, we all jumped.
Hello? Why is everybody
Good
muted?
morning.
Is anybody watching anything?
It was weird. Usually they post like a question of the day or something, so I was wondering if
Waiting for that.
I was wondering if they did that already, and I missed it.
I got yelled at a few days ago. I came in here and I asked about the megalithic yard, and everybody dogpiled me and started freaking out. It's like, yo, chill, guys. Chill. I'm just asking questions.
Well, yeah, if you're just asking questions, are you able to understand answers or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
With-
But there was no answer given. Like I was hoping.
Well, then don't ask. I mean, if you think no answer is given and you got multiple people asking you, I remember when you were here.
Yeah.
This is the best part.
Yeah,
you said no one gave you an answer, and you adjudicated the answers. And you told you multiple people gave you answers.
No, they
and
didn't. You're literally lying right now. You're making shit up because you're
back to back.
You're making shit up.
Breaks.
You're already making shit up. And anybody listening, I just want you
Was
to
this
take
about was this specifically about the megalithic yard?
Yeah, all I did was I came in here and I asked about the megalithic yard, and Crit and multiple other people were like, make your own channel. What are you doing in
why
here?
not do that? Why can't you use that answer? If you
didn't give me an answer, brother, you're still not giving me an answer.
That has nothing to do with this channel.
Charm, what's the relevance?
Your own channel.
What's the relevance
of the answer you'll get from
the relevance of the megalithic yard is that it uses
Yeah, just go to your own channel. This is the same answer you'll get from everybody. It doesn't matter. You go to Ask the Catholics, start talking about your own worldview that has nothing to do with what they're talking about. They'll tell you, hey, this is not the topic of the channel.
How does he tie it into flat Earth? That's what I'm curious about. Oh,
yeah, he never does.
Then it's not relevant. Okay.
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant, and multiple people have told him, make your own channel to discuss it's like some sort of hollow earth or simulation theory or something. It's completely bizarre. It's so off topic and so irrelevant that he feels like we have to platform him for some reason that he won't explain or take questions on. Like he said, well, this is flat earth. Okay, yeah, flat earth, right? He's like, yeah, therefore I need to be able to talk about something that isn't flat earth, because flat earth is something else that isn't something, or whatever. It's a complete logical hot mess. And he's been told multiple times, make your own channel, build it, and they will come. If people want to hear from you, they'll click on your channel to listen to you talk. You don't get to just dive into someone else's channel and completely hijack the topic to talk about something completely irrelevant. And that's the same answer he'll get from all the other channels. Like any channel he joins, he'll get exactly the same answer, but yet he acts like I haven't got any answers at all. And the answers I got are insane, they're stupid, they're irrelevant. Like the dude is just gone. Like his brain is just mush. So look at even his own epistemology. So he wants an answer, but he'll ask me, which he also thinks I'm retarded and can't answer. So, okay, if I know this guy's retarded as shit, I know he doesn't understand the topic of the channel. Because I've told him what the topic was, he didn't get it. I wouldn't ask him what the topic is. I wouldn't ask him really anything at all. But yet here, this guy is in deep-seated logical breaks with his own answers, his own worldview.
Good morning, Crit and everybody. Just doing a mic check. Anybody here think they live on a globe? Go ahead.
Dave! Good to hear you, Dave.
Cheers, Level Linus. How you doing? Anybody on this panel currently think they are a spinning ball dweller? They're standing on top of a spinning ball. Go ahead. Well, we got no takers. This has been Dead Air Dave. Y'all continue.
Jesus Christ, 22 people in here and it's a cricket fest.
Yeah, you just go back to the live stream. This is why we live stream. The hard counter, just straight bullshit like that. You can go back and listen. People talk all the time. We just got done with the full conversation. It just ended like a mere second ago. And now all of a sudden you're like 1 second of silence. And you're like, oh, there's no one talking. Dude, you're just a dumbass, dude.
Well, at least I'm not
Straight dipshit. Just straight up retarded.
At least I'm not a flat earther, eh?
Yeah, thank God I'm not you. Someone who would walk into a channel, live streamed and recorded, and just make a completely ass of themselves and say there isn't any conversation going on.
Why are all you Americans this insufferable? It's so tragic.
Yeah, same answer as before. You walked into a channel, said something completely idiotic, and you got pushback on it, and now you want to cry about it.
Yep, that's what I'll do.
And now you know why you do this.
Nice to hear. Crit is the same spurging asshole and not just to me. Yeah, no. It's not just to you, buddy.
Yeah, and that's after this dude said he muted and blocked me, and he couldn't even follow through with that. He's just as retarded as you are. Dude, that is straight up retarded. He's like, hey, I muted and blocked this guy, and then doesn't do it. Dude is in a logical break with his own reality. Inside his own worldview, he pushed a block and a mute button and still couldn't do it. He still couldn't use his own answer. That's like you, dude. God. You're just retarded. You're straight retarded.
Bro. I'm a retarded American that thinks the flat earth
You
is
think
flat.
there's no conversation going on when it's live streamed. It's recorded.
Oh no, I'm being recorded.
That's why we got the evidence, the facts, the back that you are in a mental break with reality. Just straight up. A break with reality.
Something bad about me. What am I gonna do?
Not bad, dude. It's just a fact. It's just a straight fact. You don't know what's happening at any time. Anywhere you walk into, any room you go to, you are just utterly confused with what's happening.
Do you even know that there are countries outside of your own?
Same answer again. Do you even know there's conversation happening in the Discord channel when you can go and listen to the live stream that's been recorded for years? No, you don't. You really don't know that. And since you don't know that, there's probably a high probability that there isn't much of anything you know at all.
It's a shame it hasn't been shut down.
Well, here, I can help you with that. I'll shut it down for you. Now this channel doesn't exist for you. It can be shut down. You don't have to partake in it. And you can just play dress up, pretend, freak show. Just invent your own facts. And there you go. Now you have it. Your own worldview held together by your own ideas. Easy. Easy day, easy money. I want this channel shut down. Then the retard joins it. Then when it's quiet for some reason, he needs to start a conversation to prove that he wants it shut down.
Imagine being so triggered that you come. Look at this guy coming in and out of the call, in and out of the call, in and out, in and out.
Yeah, just think of the mind, the fractured mind that would cause someone to behave this way. I want this channel shut down, and your proof of that is you're going to join it, start a conversation, and then keep joining and exiting, joining and exiting. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, the mind of somebody who would do something like that, they're just gone. And it really highlights... Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Psychosis. Yeah, it's complete psychosis. Psychosis, Abe. You have psychosis, Abe. You have psychosis. Dropping in and out, like a triggered little retard.
In the channel, he doesn't want to exist to begin with. It's like, wow, you don't want this channel here, and your proof of that... Like, holy shit, dude. It's like, are you not embarrassed by this performance? And he's like, no, this is normal. For him, this is the new normal.
Spazzing out. Spaz, you're spaz, Abe. Spastic Abe. Oh, man. Does he want to get banned? Let's see how long he does this. This is amazing. I'm amazed right now. Let's see how long he does this. This is like... What's the definition of insanity, you guys? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result?
Jenna,
you don't have someone that can ban him?
You can turn off the
I can ban him.
Just turn off the sound notifications and he won't bother you.
Yeah, I can ban them, but I think it's glorious. I think this is a highlight of the broken mind. Just a fractured, broken mind. Like, look at it. Look at all its glory.
For me, if you let him do that, it's better than banning him. This is more struggle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bot that monitors the whole server, and at some point it'll auto ban him, and then the server mods can deal with them, because then he'll be like, "I was banned from the flat earthers," and they're like, "Well, no, you were server banned because you triggered the bot because you kept leaving and joining the channel over and over again." And then you'll be like, but the flat earthers did that to me. And they go, no, dude, you did that to you. You did that.
Did you break another human? Crit?
Oh, yeah, like old boy came in here.
He might have already been broken.
Oh, yeah. I just like invoked it. Just like, hey, check this out. Look at this guy go.
He wanted to force a conversation on his grounds when it's not his channel.
Yep. Unmuted. You know, he keeps doing this, and he can't even be unmuted. Oh, see, now he's deafened in doing this. Now he's deafened in doing
That's not Crit Hole. That's someone else. Or that's not
no, it's ABBE.
Oh, all his chats are gone and deleted from the channel. Did someone do that? Not ABBE, the other guy.
Oh, Char? Yeah, Char Hole? Yeah, I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Char Hole just basically said, I'm going to block and mute Crit, and then start spiraling in the text chat over what I'm saying.
Yeah, the fun thing is you can
want
actually
to talk about the megalithic yard. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I told, like, how many times have I told that dude? Like, AV, you've heard it. I said, make your own channel. Compete in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh, that's
listen. I'm a Globey, but I get it's like a pet.
Yeah, Char Hole or whatever, Charmander or something like that.
I'm a Globey, but I get annoyed probably as much as you guys have bad behavior and arguments from Globers.
There's a Glober doing this right now, right? You're witnessing this. This is pretty much the gist of a lot of the behavior we get from people coming in and out of here.
I think he's just a troll altogether. I don't know if he's
AV Necros. Y'all familiar with me? I try to engage honestly and.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. This guy.
I apologize for their behavior.
Yeah, no, you don't have. Yeah, he's not a. I think he's just a troll. He doesn't care what the argument is. He just.
Oh no, Flat Earth makes him mad. Mad.
Well,
No,
now, Abba, are these big feelings or little feelings that you're having?
He's got big feelings.
Yeah. Well, whoever has that on audio, you could actually turn that sound off. You know that, right?
Yeah. But it turns it off for the whole thing, right? Not just for this channel.
Well, yeah. Well, you can't hear him doing that sound. That sound is because somebody has it on. Like whoever has it on right now, that sound, you can turn that sound off for people join and leave and join.
How do I do that?
So whoever speaker it's coming out of, it's in your settings.
It's general.
Oh, it might be mine. I have my computer audio coming through my monitor. Let me set it to my speakers.
Yeah, who's lighting up every time he's joining and leaving? You could tell right away.
Oh, it's not me. I mean, I can't tell because I don't have the sound off. But
goes into notifications. Wherever your notifications are, and just turn off like join, leave, whatever. You just have like like audio notifications for what you want. You like if someone calls you or whatever. Like so like app settings, you have appearance, visibility or accessibility, video and voice, chat, and then notification.
Yeah, in notification you have the menu that is for sounds, and you just have to turn off. It's the first one. I think there's two menus there.
Yeah, you can go through and like what do you want to have notified. You'll user join, user leave, user moved. You'll stream started, stream stopped. You can it's all the you can like however you want to have it set up.
Personally, it don't bother me, but it bothers a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, the beep doesn't. It's just like a little. I mean, I'm used to like noisy environments, so just like hearing just errant noise. If anything, it's kind of hilarious. Hearing the same dude do the same. Like just. I think it's funny as shit. Like look at him go.
That's why I asked you not to ban him. He's suffering more than if you ban him. You'll just relieve him.
Oh, there you go. The politics bot got him.
Is that what it said?
Banned. Yeah, he's banned for 2 days.
Yep, got out of ball.
We did it, guys. Good job.
Nah, he did it. Give him credit where it's due.
He did it, guys. Good job to him.
Yeah, it'll be automatic. At some point, it's going to trigger, like, there's an auto mod that...
Yeah, I did. Look in the side chat.
Yeah.
I'm already triggered.
It activated?
I'm triggered by Globus.
A 2-day ban. What? How did I trigger you? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're a Globus? Hey, well,
yeah, I'm a Glover.
Oh. Okay, well, you seem like a reasonable one so far. Oh.
Yeah, I try to engage honestly, and I avoid the I try to avoid the impasses that usually happen. So, like when somebody's like, "Oh, show me Earth curve," I don't send a picture of Earth from space because it's not going to move the conversation anywhere.
I shouldn't misrepresent myself. I'm also a Globist, but I mostly come here to listen and shoot the shit. I already know that these guys can destroy me on any argument, so.
Nice.
Well, I mean, shit, I haven't done any fucking experiments, so who the fuck am I to say shit, right?
That's fair and honest.
What got me into the engage, like at least or like aware of the debate, but also engaging in it is like a lot of the claims of seeing too far. I used to have a pretty deep hobby of long distance photography and stuff like that. So there is a lot of math involved with it. So whenever I see a picture like flat earthers, they'll show a picture and say, "Look, this is proof that we're seeing too far. Like we shouldn't be able to see these things." If there's enough information provided about like the observer location, height, or elevation, I should say, and then distance to the target and stuff, and then I can verify those distances, then I like to do the math to figure out is this actually seeing too far or not. That's what got me into it.
Gotcha. So I don't want to get too far into it, but what do you think, Carrison, about because a lot of people will say that, oh well, the atmosphere bends the light, or you aren't actually looking at what you think you're looking at, type of stuff.
Yeah, what a lot of the we see too far. I've been able. I shouldn't say a lot, but some of the ones that I have looked at, there's usually a mistake or two that's done, and the two most common mistakes are when we're talking about not like super extreme distances. Super extreme distances, the most common mistake is not accounting for a reasonable amount of refraction, at the least. But the for the non-extreme see too far claims, usually it's not accounting for the observer's height properly. Like there's been quite a few that have been, I'm like, oh, this picture was on the beach. And then you find out where the photographer was, and they were actually up on a sand dune, which is like when you go from a tripod at sea, standing at sea level, so it's like 5 feet above sea level, and you move that tripod up 20 feet on a massive sand dune behind right next to the beach. That makes a big difference. Depending on how far.
I feel like refraction. Yeah, sure, but you also get people selling weather balloons, and then they put on a macro lens to the camera.
Hey, dude, can you hear me? I feel like refraction is being used as something that's already a given. I don't think you guys are like you say. Well, they didn't account for this thing called refraction. I don't really believe you guys know what you're talking about. That's in my heart of hearts. Every time I hear you guys say, "Well, they didn't." I found the discrepancy and they didn't account for refraction. And in my mind, I'm like, I don't think you know what that is.
Well,
I mean, truthfully,
just to clarify,
if you were to tell us what refraction
AV, can you help explain to us what refraction is?
Well, just to clarify real quick, when refraction usually comes into play when we're talking about like extreme distances of long distance photography, when it's at like more reasonable distance, like something that's like 70 kilometers away, not like 200 kilometers away. Usually, what I've found is that when I just look at it geometrically, which is just doing the math as if there's no atmosphere, as if there's no refraction, light going in straight lines. Regardless, when you do it geometrically, I find that a lot of the claims aren't substantiated by the math of, hey, we shouldn't be able to see this. Like there was one I was looking at just the other day, and I just looked for pictures in the side chat, and it was one that was the observer was 15 meters high, the island was 72 kilometers away, and
that's still not
accounting for refraction. Geometrically, it was possible to see the island. You just shouldn't see
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in real world observations, I think this kind of ideal perspective doesn't really move the needle when it comes to this argument. And then when you're saying I've examined this claim and I found out that there's some flaws in it, I think that right there is you're making a statement that can be backed up by how you've articulated any reasoning behind how it's possible that there's a mistake.
Here's the thing, though.
So like here's the thing though. One second, I haven't landed the plane yet. So if you're gonna come over here, anybody, I don't care who it is, and if you're taking the side of there being any kind of refraction, because that's what you'd have to do, account for, if you're gonna say that the Earth is a globe and you have all this magical refraction happening, you're gonna have to tell me at least what it is when it concerns a observation outside. So if you're doing a field test, I need to know what do you mean by refraction. So I need that stated by anybody that's on the globe side right now. So go ahead and tell me what refraction is, please.
I can't give you.
In the globe Earth, like the way that refraction refraction is understood is for long distance viewing, like we're talking about like on the horizon or farther, the light will always bend down. Except in cases of like specular refraction and stuff.
I know that.
So it always raises the object because the light is bent down.
Kiro-san.
Right? No. Let me land the plane, AB. Let me land the plane.
No, I need you to tell me what it is. I'm going to mute you. You're cruising for a mute, bro. So here's a simple thing. Tell me what refraction is. That's all I care about. What is it? Just give it to me. What is it? I don't care about who, when, where.
It's light being bent through a medium. Or multiple mediums.
Okay, how do we account for that in an observation?
We have standards and averages that we apply based on certain weather conditions, but to do it perfectly,
No, stop. No. You're giving an extra addendum I don't care about. I don't care about perfectly. I just want to know how it's done practically. So practically, when you go outside and you do a long distance observation, what do you apply? Give it to me, please.
Well, in most cases, you would just, like on a clear day, you would just apply the standard 1.3 refractive index or whatever it is. I don't remember if that's what it is off the top of my head.
That's fine. What is it based on?
It applies a curved radius to the path of light.
Thank you. Do you think that's a problem that's baking in an assumption? Yes or no?
No, because when you have a flat Earth, it would apply the same way, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
So you're saying that adding that curve to the environment is already supposed to be what it is, and it's not assuming that the Earth is curvy?
No, because you're applying it to the path of light, not to the shape of the ground when you add the refractive index.
Okay,
so it's not, and that would happen on a flat Earth as well.
Okay, how did they determine that that's the path of light?
Through like testing and observation.
Yeah, that's ambiguous. How did they determine the path of light?
I mean, I would have to go back and look how they originally.
So you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know the whole history of it, but I know that
the whole history. Stop. I'm not asking for the whole history. I'm asking for a practical example of how they've done it. And either you can produce this information verbally, you can tell me, or say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know specifically.
Thank you. That'll
But
be all.
if I can land the plane that I was, have
You don't need to. The plane exploded in the air, bro.
Hold on.
There's no
It
plane to
didn't.
land.
Hold on. It didn't, because if I just do the math geometrically with no accounting for refraction and geometrically
we're not talking about ideals. We're not talking about ideals. Sorry, we're not talking about ideals. We're talking about real world observations.
I'm interested in why you're not letting me complete this point.
Because we're not talking about ideal conditions, like when removing the air. No, we're talking about going outside and doing long distance observations in that environment. That's what I'm talking about.
Here's
this
the
imaginary,
thing,
not
though.
this imaginary
If it's
hypothetical.
visible geometrically, it's visible with refraction, regardless.
He's saying that we're making mistakes with the observer height and the distance to the target.
Yeah,
which is just not the case.
Yeah, it's not the case. DJ,
I have come across that.
Well, yeah, I absolutely, bro. I've seen flat earthers submit certain observations, and then I've done the math, and I'm like, this doesn't debunk the globe.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
There's a bunch like that, but there's very good ones out there that we have.
Right, and those are the ones that you would necessarily need to apply some type of refractive index. But in those cases, it's obvious that there's a lot of refraction involved because of how distorted the images are.
Hold on a second. You just admitted you don't know what it is. We've gotten to that point, and now you're saying that there's a lot of the thing. There's a lot of the thing that you don't know what it is. So you're making these grand claims currently, and you're not supporting it with the evidence of how you know based on our conversation. What I just talked to you about, you've just admitted right now to everyone in this room. You can't come back around and saying there's a lot of something happening that you can't explain what's happening. This is the issue with you guys.
It's just a simple observation of the photograph think of the black swan photo, right? When you see those two oil rigs,
that's the
color is so distorted.
It doesn't matter.
The cranes are wiggling. The cranes are all squiggly.
It doesn't
You don't
matter.
agree that there's obvious a lot of refraction?
It doesn't matter. You can't tell me what
if it doesn't matter,
is.
why do you keep asking me about it?
You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is.
How accurately we can measure it.
I'm sorry. That's incorrect too. That's incorrect too. You don't know what it is, number one.
Granular you're going to get.
Hold on a minute. Kiro-san, you don't know what it is, and on top of that, you don't know how to measure it. So there's two things you're trying to say.
You don't know what refraction is?
You don't. You don't.
It's not the thing that's happening.
Quite unfair, and I think other.
Well, you've admitted it. How is it unfair? You've admitted it.
What did I admit specifically?
That you don't know what refraction is.
No, I know what it is. I don't know specifically
you don't know
how
what
they
it
came
is.
up with the 1.3 average index.
Let's do it again because you forgot. Obviously, you got amnesia. Okay, so what is refraction?
Well, according to you, I don't know what it is, right?
No, according to you, what is it?
It's the bending of light through a medium.
Okay, how do you know that?
So now stop. Do I know what refraction is?
Answer my question. It's a line. It's a line of logic.
Was that a sufficient answer for what refraction is?
It's a line of logic. Keep going. It's a line of logic. How do you know that?
Because we've observed it.
Yeah,
we've observed light bending through mediums.
How did you observe
light bending through mediums?
How did you observe light bending through mediums?
By taking a medium and then, such as water, shining a laser through it, and we add something into it, and it can bend the light because we've changed the refractive index of the medium.
Great. Are we doing that in our real world observations, long distance, when we're looking across the surface?
What do you mean? Like if we have a video and we have a time lapse for 24 hours of a mountain, and that mountain is going up and down, the top of the mountain is going up and down, that's refraction.
Yes. Yeah. How do you know that?
What else is causing the mountain to go up and down?
You can't tell me. You can't give me a question and say what else. You have to give me the answer as to how you know.
Because there's no other explanation that would explain why the mountain would go up and down.
That's not an answer. Well, that's not an answer. I'm proving to the audience that you don't know what you're talking about by you not giving me the straightforward answer.
I think most of the audience would disagree with that.
Really? You haven't given the straightforward answer of how you know what that is. So I'm proving to you and everybody here that you don't know what you're talking about.
Because refraction is the only thing it could be.
Yeah, it's a made up term in your mind. In your mind, it's a made up term unless you can describe to me what it is.
Yeah, it's the light bending through the medium of the atmosphere.
Yeah, really.
Going through
How do
different
you know?
temperature gradients.
Yeah, different temperature gradients. Go ahead and define that to me. How do you know that's what's occurring?
Because we observe that the temperature gradients can affect the path of light.
You
We
see
observe
something
that, we
happen.
observe that in a lab setting.
Yeah,
and
in
we
a
can
lab
and we can adjust the variables to and see that it affects how much or how little the light bends when the
Really?
variables are adjusted.
Really? How did you figure that out? You?
I haven't done the experiment myself, but I've seen results of lab experiments where they change properties of the medium.
What example? What example?
I shared one the other day that showed a green laser going through water, and then as the medium was adjusted, the water would refract more and more.
Okay. So if that's happening in a lab,
not the laser would refract and the water.
That's fine. If that's happening in a lab, what do you see outside when you look horizontally across the surface? Do you see those same conditions?
Like, why would you need the same conditions?
Because that's what you're testing for.
You're testing
because it's not the same. It's not the same variable.
Duh.
In the water tank with sugar, that's a particulate variable, not a temperature variable. They're not analogous.
Right.
So is the flat Earth claim that water that the air doesn't reflect light?
Wait.
No, I'm curious. It's an honest question.
No. I know you want us to bite on that. It's not going to happen. Well,
it's not a bite. I'm genuinely curious. Do you think the atmosphere
you can be
doesn't
curious.
refract light?
We'll answer that later. Right now, I want to dig into how you're making these grand claims of you saying that something is or is not happening based on what you identify as refraction, and I'm digging into what you're claiming refraction is, and it seems like as we're parsing it out, you don't really know what it is based on what you think your example was showing, because you're using an example in the lab and then going into the real world, and you can't describe what's happening in the real world because in the lab, it wasn't the same thing as you're seeing outside, isn't it?
Right. Necros, it invokes two mediums, but if you have air and then you have a temperature gradient in the air, then as it passes through the temperature gradients, then density gradients of the air will be two different mediums, even though it's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. How do you know that?
Because we've observed it. When light passes through two different mediums, we observe light bending.
That's great. You've given me an example in a lab which doesn't match the example outside. Is that correct?
No, the lab example is a proof of concept. It's isolating out variables and compounding factors, so you can look at a specific. Yeah, it's a proof of concept. So as light passes through a medium, then the light is bent in different ways, more or less, depending on the density gradient or the density difference between like two different mediums. So like air to water, that's refraction.
It's not even like that. It's not even like that.
If we have a less,
when you use sugar water, brother, when you use sugar in a tank, sugar has a property, special property. Okay, it's why they call it dextrose, etc. It's because it's receiving a dextro rotation when light passes through it. That's how they categorize sugar. They pass light through it, and if it goes left or right, that's how they know what kind of sugar it is. So sugar has a property in itself that redirects light. So using sugar in your tank is not analogous in any way to the atmosphere at all.
Yeah, we're not breathing sugar water, dude.
Yeah, I agree, but it's just a proof of concept that shows that medium can affect the properties of the medium can affect.
It's different properties. We don't have sugar water outside, and we're not.
I agree with you. I'd agree with you. Like Homeboy said, please show us the particulates in the atmosphere that are causing this effect, analogous to your sugar water tank. Go ahead.
I love
the sugar water tank is I admit an extreme example, but we don't need an extreme example, right?
No, you do need an extreme example.
We have a pressure gradient in the air, which means that the air at the surface is denser.
No, friend.
So that's two different
you do need an extreme
and the light bends as it goes through the medium.
Let's say that's all true. You do need an extreme example because of the supersedery observations that are made on the Earth that supersede globe geometry by orders of magnitude. The experts in the field, like, the guys that make the Earth curve calculators, etc., they themselves call the quote-unquote alleged refraction needed as extreme refraction. So you do need extreme examples.
I agree. That's why, like with very very long distance photography, that's an example of it. That would be an example of extreme refraction.
How do you know that?
Because geometric, like if you do the calculations geometrically, it should be completely hidden, but it's not
Correct.
completely.
So you have to assume that what you're seeing should be hidden.
An assumption, because
no, it is an assumption. It is an assumption.
Without the observe, like the obvious effects.
No, dude. You didn't prove it exists. No, I know, friend, but pay attention to what you said. You said it yourself. I should be able to see this. I'm not seeing it, or I'm not seeing it. Either way you go, one or the other. Approach it from the left, approach it from the right. You say I should and I shouldn't, or I shouldn't and I should. Therefore, I know that extreme refraction is present. So you didn't actually qualify or quantify that extreme refraction is present. You reversed engineered it from a preordinate assumption.
Like as an example of like the Black Swan video, not just the picture, but the whole video that picture comes from. I forget who was one of the originators of that. He's a known flat earther, been around for a while. Something Observer, I think. I can't remember.
It doesn't matter. BLMS P69 took the video. Okay, that's who took the video.
But if you look at the whole video, when you can see the platforms clearly, they look closer to what the globe prediction is. But then on that particular day where he was able to get both of them in front, or what looks to be in front of the horizon, both of them, and you look at the artifacts of the video, of the picture, of that screenshot, and you can see like the cranes that are going off are squiggly lines, not a straight line. So that in itself tells me that refraction is happening in that picture. And
so what you've just said is so a guy took a video that showed absolutely no Earth curvature whatsoever, but somehow the Earth is curved.
I didn't say anything.
That's exactly what you said. No, I did. Yeah, that's my point. I didn't hear you demonstrate any curvature to then assume that you should or shouldn't see something based on curvature.
Regardless of the shape of the Earth, just looking at the two photos, like old dude just put a screenshot there that shows the same platforms from the same observation location, same distance, same height, just different atmospheric effects are occurring at the time. You look at the photo on the right.
Atmospheric effects, not Earth curve. Good point.
Compare the one on the left, and there's obviously a lot of refraction happening in the picture.
Right. So what we can conclude is that some days you could see more, and some days you could see less, based on the ambient conditions, not on Earth curvature. Good job. I agree with you.
Right, which would be consistent with which would not oppose a globe, the Earth being curved.
Okay, so your claim is something doesn't oppose something, therefore it's true. How does that logic work?
The point is that what I was getting to with like extreme long distance photography is that if you have a target object that should be beyond the curve, right? And we go and look 364 days out of the year, we can't see it. It's completely obscured. We have no, even on the clearest days, we have no line of sight to it. But then on this one particular day, we are able to get a picture of it. But
dude. He's done multiple days. BLMSB has done multiple days, and other people have as well. It's not the case that this is an isolated event on one day out of the year. It's not true.
I wasn't referring specifically to that. I was talking about like the extreme long distance photography, like the world record's like 240 kilometers or something like that off the top of my head. But you have to have a very high vantage point, which is consistent with if the curvature was involved, and you have to have a lot of refraction, which is now exactly how much refraction. There's a lot of math involved, and it would be impossible to get a perfect answer. So because you would have to know the interaction of light at each point of its path between.
Right. That's why. I agree with you. So what a Glober does, correct. Right. So what a Glober does is he goes up and he sees something he shouldn't see based on the geometry of the Earth, and then he says, "I can see this because of refraction," and then he goes to sleep at night, and he hasn't proven anything.
Yeah, I agree that it's not proof, but the prediction, like if the Earth is curved, then and refraction is involved.
That's where you're
then
going wrong.
You would
That's where you're
expect.
going
I could
wrong
do the
right
same
there.
thing. I could do the same thing. I could do the same thing. Watch. If the Earth was flat and you can't see things at a certain distance because of atmospheric conditions on different days with different atmospheric conditions, you'd be able to see it if the Earth was flat. You do see it, therefore the Earth's flat. That's the exact same logic you're using,
Yep.
brother.
That's exactly the same. Yep.
So Overfences posted, what about infrared? Well, infrared is still light, so it would still be impacted.
You just hold on.
It would still be impacted by refraction.
Kirill-san, you just negated what he told you. You just bypassed everything he said. He did the same thing you're doing, and you didn't agree and say, yeah, that's the same exact thing I'm doing. You didn't agree with that, did you? You just listened to. You're distracted, bro. You didn't focus because he's telling you that you're doing the exact same thing. You don't know what it is, and you're here acting like you do. So he's making a point. He just made a point right now that he could do the same thing with flat Earth, and you'd have to accept it. It's based on your standards.
No, the response would be is that we can tell when refraction is involved because of how distorted the images are. Exactly how much is involved is a whole nother question that involves a much longer answer.
You are saying that because you think there's an answer.
No, so
look, any long distance, anything at long distance, anything.
If we assume the Earth is flat with that Black Swan photo that old dude posted, there's obviously refraction happening because those two pictures are so different from the same observer.
Irrelevant.
So we can conclude that refraction is involved in our observations, and that would include long distance or even short distance. Which
proves the Earth is flat. Right, which proves the Earth is flat based on the logic I presented to you earlier.
In what way, though? How does it prove? It could be consistent with either model. So how does it prove one model over the other?
Yeah, it's very simple. The Earth is obviously flat, right? And you can see a certain range, and on different days, based on the atmospheric conditions, you can see different things. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
So, right, but in your premises, you said the Earth is flat, and then in your conclusion, you said so the Earth is flat. You can't use the.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
No,
hello.
I was just referring to. That it's consistent with the idea of the globe.
Bro. That's what you're doing.
It's consistent with the idea of the globe that
that's what you're doing.
Very long distance photography would be wouldn't be possible.
You're gonna see the same. You're gonna see the same thing he just did. Same thing, dude. It's your logic. That's what you're saying. You don't hear yourself?
Well, his only option is to take that any of this proves the Earth is a globe off the table. And now if that's his goal is to say, well, you guys can't prove the Earth is flat and I can't prove the Earth is a globe, you end up with the net effect that you can't prove the Earth is a globe. Yep. So if that's where you want to die on, I mean, go ahead, die on that.
Yeah, either way, you can't do it with this argument, man. You really can't. One way or the other.
Well, let's address the infrared thing. So infrared refracts much less. And so you would expect a differentiation in what you can or can't see based on the idea that the Earth is a globe and that things are refracting to give you these observations. The problem is that when you do it in infrared, it goes in the opposite direction of the globe prediction. So the infrared actually disproves the claims that globers make about refraction extending your vision. And not only that, but this idea that this stuff is for long distance is false because you can do it at short distance. In fact, I do it all the time on a 1,000-foot lake, demonstrating effects where I can't see something on certain days and I can see something on other days and things disappearing from the bottom up on a lake that's only 1,000 feet long, which would be impossible if the Earth was the globe of the size you claim. So when it comes to infrared and it comes to short distance observations, they both debunk the claims that are claiming it's a globe. So I mean, I don't know where to go from there.
No, like with a lot of like the most common infrared pictures and stuff that I deal with is that I have analyzed, I should say, is Jay Tolan's stuff, and I found in a lot of his claims of landmarks that they're misidentified in in a lot of his claims. Like there was one where he was over Texas and he was looking out in a south southwest, west southwest direction. And in his picture or his screen grabs that he was getting from his video, he was identifying the Gulf of Baja, and he was identifying the Baja Peninsula. But when I was comparing, the mountains topography, the shape, that I found that it seemed to me more consistent with the landmarks being a lot like those landmarks being misidentified, and the landmarks that I was able to identify were much, much closer. Comparing them to what the mountains that look like what he was labeling as like the Gulf of Baja wasn't the Gulf of Baja, but it was I forget the name of the plains that were beyond, that were plains as in like meadow plains, not airplanes.
This is a long-winded way of having confirmation bias, dude. That's all it is.
Oh, it's not confirmation bias when I'm analyzing the photo, just looking for landmarks to identify the landmarks more accurately.
Yeah. So what?
So, like, that would be an example of a claim of we see too far, but if those landmarks are misidentified and my analysis correctly identifies them...
Your analysis based on what? The idea that the Earth is a globe? And
No,
you're
just looking for landmarks and comparing them to them to identify them properly. And then
identify them. Hold on. Wait. Identify them properly based on what? Based on the Earth being a globe or a flat Earth?
No, I'm not analyzing the shape of the Earth when I'm comparing landmarks to what they look like.
So then, what does it have to do with the price of rice then? What?
Because it's a claim of, hey, this is proof we're seeing too far. So I'm like, okay, let me analyze it and see if it is.
Yeah, wait a minute.
If it satisfies that claim.
How is this? It's a claim that we see too far, and you're saying that there's observations that changed. Obviously, it's a globe, right? Is that what you said? The opposite?
It's just addressing the claim itself. It's not trying to prove the counterfactual. It's not trying to prove the counterfactual.
If it's not proving the counterfactual, then what relevance does it have to the discussion?
Because if it's not proof that we see too far, then it's not a valid claim that we see too far.
Based on what? What was your testing?
What are you talking about? Hold on, friends. Hold on. We don't even need to critique this event at all. Let me explain. It's very simple. The evidence is in the response. I'll explain. It's obvious that we see too far. That is obvious. Why? Because Glober's response to we see too far is the light is curving around the Earth to let you see too far. The Globers already concede we see too far, period. It's already a conceded point. It's not to be argued at all.
That's only in like extreme cases. Most cases I come across...
No, it's all the time, dude. It's all the time. So for example, Indio has a boat wreck recorded that went out and 30 miles away. He tracked the boat 30 miles and he witnessed the boat the entire time in his iPhone camera from Boston Harbor. That boat should be hundreds and hundreds of feet below the expected hidden height. So yeah, we see too far, dude, all the frickin' time. All day long, all day strong, somewhere on the Earth, somebody's seeing too far all the time.
Yeah, and I would like to see those.
In fact, brother, there's never an instance, there's never an example of seeing exactly what you should see if the Earth was a globe. Never, not one in the history of mankind. You cannot provide me an example of a horizon where it quote unquote should be and the objects being occluded at the exact geometric rate that the globe predicts. Can't be done. It's never been done one time in the history of humankind. Not one time. Do you know why that is? Because all optics are different. Everybody's diameters of their eyes are different. Everybody's altitude heights when they're taking the pictures of the camera are different. The ambient atmospheric conditions are different. Et cetera, ad infinitum. But what I do see is I see the effects that they claim only happens if the Earth is a globe and the horizon is at a specific distance, happening before the horizon and happening after the horizon is allegedly claimed to be at a specific geometric location. Nobody has a picture of the geometric horizon of the Earth. Nobody. In fact, very famous arguers in this sphere that are, anti-flat earthers, they themselves say you can't get a picture of the geometric horizon. We've never claimed the horizon was geometric. So they've abandoned the claim of geometry in the first instance. Then how do we know what we're looking at is actually the geometric horizon of the Earth versus just optical effects? Because it's never happening where they claim it should be.
Yep. So there goes his evaluation of how he understands what refraction is and how he can interpret things being refraction.
No, most of the ones that I look at, I'm not accounting for refraction. I'm just doing the geometric.
Dude,
I'm just analyzing it from just geometrically, right? So, and the point I was trying to make earlier that you wouldn't let me finish is that if geometrically we should have line of sight to it with the given curvature of the Earth, then that particular photo would not be proof of seeing too far. That's the whole point I was getting at. It doesn't prove the Earth is
but you don't
curved,
have
it
a
doesn't prove
standard.
the Earth is flat.
You don't have a standard. You can't say that it's not that. No, hold on a second. You can't say that it's not that. You cannot say it's not that because you don't have a standard.
If I can't say it's not, how can you say it is?
Because we have a standard. And the standard is the size of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, and that's what I'm referring to when I'm not accounting for refraction. And when I'm not accounting for refraction, I'm just doing it geometrically. Then that is a standard. There's no
So you're
ambiguous variable there.
Do you know how you account? Check this out. Do you know how you account for refraction in long distance observations? Do you know how it's actually done?
If we're talking about surveyors, they do reciprocal angles, zenith angles.
No, dude. Surveyors never ever do anything at those extended ranges. Never.
It's in their handbooks, isn't it? On how to for long distance surveys, they have it in their handbooks on how to account for the and they
show me a structural endeavor that requires greater than 25 miles.
Well, surveyors aren't building structures; they're just measuring. They're just like mapping and surveying the land. So you're narrowing.
Yeah, show me where they're daisy chaining 25-mile observations. Show me that.
Good luck.
They're not, dude. Okay, so that's out of the point. But that's not the point I'm making. What I'm making the point is, how do you account for refraction in long distance observations that debunk the globe geometry? How do they account for it?
Well, they use estimates and averages.
Well, that's not true. I'll tell you exactly how they do it.
It's a 1.3 refraction index is like the average.
I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. Remember that part where I said I'll explain it? That means I'm about to talk. So what they do is they see an object. They then go to an orthographic projection of a circle with a radius 3959. They then create a tangent line from the observer's height to the object. If the object should be seen, no harm, no foul, according to that. But if the object shouldn't be seen, in other words, it's well below the eye line, all as they do is they apply an increase to the radius of the circle. Here's why. Because when you increase the radius, you lower the sagittah, which is the midline arc height distance between point A and point B. So the application of the math is to increase the radius of the Earth and assume a straight ray distance to the object. That is what they do, and they do it post hoc. And then they say, with this amount of refraction, I could see this object. It's completely a post hoc excuse salvation device. That's how it's done. You ever heard of 7/6R? You ever heard of that before?
Yeah, that's the standard.
What is the R?
Radius of the Earth.
Correct. So when you do 7/6, you've done what to the Earth? You've increased it by 1/6.
Yeah, because the light would be bending less.
No, friend. No. You're not
So
getting
you
it. There's
increase
no
the radius
light.
of the Earth.
No, right. So you increase the radius of the Earth. Haha! Congratulations.
Yeah, just as like a rough estimate, not meant to be precise, like perfectly.
It doesn't matter, dude. That's what they do, dude. That's what everybody does. They go into those formulas and they just keep increasing the radius of the Earth until it fits. That's nothing but a salvation device, dude.
Yep, that's not explaining what refraction is. You understand that?
No, it wouldn't be meant to explain.
Then why
what
are you?
refraction is.
Yeah, well then how can you then come around and say, well, it's more or less, based on what you're seeing in your observations? How would you then put an ability to evaluate what you're seeing? Because you're basing it off of this.
In the handbooks that mention that, and then when I was taking physics and we were using the 7/6, it was specifically declared it as an estimate, not to be exact.
An estimate based on what?
An estimate of the radius of the Earth, not to be exact. I agree with you.
It would be an estimate on an average day, how much refraction we would expect to exist.
Based on what? The radius of the Earth, 7/6R. So
That's just refraction.
You can do it.
Hold on, Fred. Hold on. I'm gonna make a funny joke for you. Yeah. It's a shorthand retardation, dude.
But you don't have to use 7/6R to get that.
I don't care.
You can
That's what they do.
Yeah, as a
the point of the matter is, it doesn't matter, dude. You're increasing the radius of the Earth. Why? Why do you have a model in orthography that increases the radius of the Earth? Why would it increase the radius of the Earth at all? Why is the math not applied to the path of the light? Why is it applied to the radius of the Earth? By the way, refraction means broken. And I would agree with you. The radius of the Earth is broken because you're constantly changing it to fit your observations because you have no radius.
No, it would work like if that's just the normal path of light. Regardless of the shape of the Earth, the 7/6R would work for the flat model too. If that is an average.
Holy crap! So let me get this straight. Increasing the radius of a circle would work for the flat Earth. Oh, that makes sense.
Yes, because you're not. It's just a shorthand to get to the path of light that's being curved through a medium, right? It's just a shorthand. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. You can apply refraction would occur regardless of the shape of the Earth.
You're wrong. It's a straight ray. In the orthographic model, it's a straight ray, dude. And the only thing that's changed is they increase the radius of the Earth while maintaining the arc distance to the point A and point B. Right, so they're increasing the radius of the Earth while maintaining the distance from the thing you're looking at to you. That is a broken plan, sir.
It's applying a radius to the curvature of the light itself, and they're using the Earth as a basis to get to a quick shorthand 7/6R. But like I said, if refraction exists, hold on. If the Earth,
and why do they not increase? Why do they not? Hold on, friend. Why do they not increase the distance commensurate when they do the 7/6R? It only applies to the radius of the Earth.
Because you're making a longer path than a straight line. If the light's coming at you at a straight line, but then you curve it at a particular radius, then it's going to take a longer path to get from the target to the observer.
I'm talking about the distance between the target object and the observer. That distance isn't increased. That distance remains the same while they increase the radius of the Earth. Why?
No, they increased. They apply a radius to the path of light. They're not increasing the radius of the Earth when they do the 7/6R.
Yes, they are, dude.
They're applying a curved path to the light.
This kid is lost, brother.
I told you he doesn't know what it is. AI,
He already told me. He already told me the R is the Earth's radius. So how can now it be the path of light
shorthand to get to a quick?
He said it is shorthand. He said it's shorthand.
Yeah.
I want him. How do you know that? I want you to hold on. Yeah, you keep saying that shit. How do you know that?
So if the Earth was flat, you would still need
dude.
light would still bend, and you would still need to apply a radius to the path of light.
How is it a shorthand? Explain that.
Because it's just a quick reference.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. If there's a radius of the path of light, the most accurate way to figure that out is to increase the radius of the Earth. Yeah, good point.
No, they're not
Laugh out
increasing the
loud.
radius of the Earth. They're doing a short.
Okay, one more time. One more time, friend. One more time, friend. One more time. One more time, friend.
Of the light.
One more time, friend. How the math works, okay, is they assume a straight ray from the observer location to the target in the form of a tangent on the circle. And then they increase the radius of the circle while maintaining the straight ray distance of the light and maintaining the distance from the target to the observer. So the ray is straight, the target and the observer stay at the same distance, and the radius of the Earth increases. Yeah, cool story, dude.
It's just a shorthand measurement that is not meant to be perfectly accurate.
Yeah, well, we know it's not perfectly accurate because the Earth isn't a giant circle. We understand that. We know it's nonsense.
And
so, in other words, you're agreeing that they don't prove anything. They don't prove anything with any of this. They see something way too far, and they just reverse engineer a claim that light is curving in the exact amount needed to counteract the curve of the Earth, so you can see it. In other words, the Earth is curved because it looks flat. Good point.
It's not an exact amount. It's just a quick shorthand to.
No, and we know it's not an exact amount. They just keep increasing the radius of the Earth until the straight ray distance passes over the Sagittah. We know that's what they do, dude.
You can use that same 7/6R with the flat Earth.
Why? Why would we need to?
You might not have the same reference point to do the 7/6R, but light bending creates a curved path that has a radius if it's consistent, if the bend is consistent, and then apply a shorthand, and that shorthand could be 7/6R.
Okay, you got a problem there. How in the world do you know that the arc of the path of the light is a consistent arc and not an ever increasing or decreasing or hyperbolic or whatever? How do you know that?
Yeah, you couldn't know that, which is why it's an estimate.
Right, you couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't know that. Exactly. You couldn't know that.
Yeah, to get perfectly precise when it comes to something like refraction through
you can't even say that.
Through a complicated atmosphere
you can't even say that
on the Earth.
You can't even say that.
You would have to know.
You can't even say that, dude. No.
Right.
No, absolutely.
I agree with this kid. I agree. No, actually, I agree with this kid. Let me explain. It's very simple.
I mean,
there's no way to know.
First,
there's no way to know. Therefore, how you know is you see something that you shouldn't see if you assume the Earth is a globe, and then you just make a perfectly radiused arc in a parallel to the radius of the Earth by increasing the radius of the Earth, and then you claim that's how much refraction is present because that's how much
7/6R wouldn't be parallel to 6/6R.
Holy crap, dude. If you increase the radius of a circle, every circle that's increased beyond the radius becomes concentric circles around the center point. So they're all parallel to the original curve. Holy freaking crap.
All right, yeah, you're right. If you said concentric, I would have agreed with you.
My point is that they're assuming the arc. My point is they're assuming the arc is the same arc as a radius arc of the Earth, but just increased by an amount. That's all they're doing.
My point is that you would have to apply, like, to get an accurate measurement, even on a flat Earth, you would have to apply some type of radius to the path of light. So you would, if you knew the interaction of light with every single point between the target and the observer,
you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to do any of that shit.
For perfect accuracy, you would.
No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, dude.
Because everything.
Listen, that's fine, but everything you just said is in a model, in a theory, in math on a piece of paper. But the problem is that in the real world, they've actually taken lasers and LiDAR, and they've got the deflections through the atmosphere, and they're never greater than a certain amount, and that certain amount still only deflects the light of a laser over the range by in the feet, like a few feet. So we can actually take those data models that are actually gotten by real world tests and apply them to laser measurements that have been done in the 25-mile range and demonstrate that there's no giant hump of Earth curve with any light refracting around it. Okay? It's been done.
Do you have an aggregate of that I can look at that you can share, or is it in the Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah. Now the actual laser tests for the deflections, I'd have to give you at a different time because I don't have that handy. But on the Discord, I could get you those other two really quick. Give me a second because they're right in the Discord. The point is, there's actually technology that's used for light acquisition at long ranges, and when it's actually field tested and the data from the field test is compiled, this idea that the light is doing what the Globers need it to do, it just isn't substantiated. The only place that the Globers' claim of what light's doing exists is on a piece of paper. It's the only place it exists.
Right. I mean, I would agree because the real world is more would be a lot more complicated than
therefore you can't go outside and say there's more or less of the thing you don't know what exists. That was my original point. That's why I say you don't know what you're talking about.
No, my original point was I've seen claims in memes or in pictures or in videos of seeing too far. When I analyze the numbers the data that's presented, and compare it to the Globe claim, it turns out to not be that particular thing I'm analyzing. Sometimes turns out to not be proof of seeing too far. And when I do the analysis, I first do it geometrically. So refraction
hold on a second.
Not a factor.
Hold on a second. The claim of the Globe being what it is, based on how far someone can see, is a geometry claim. So if they're seeing the thing at a distance, and it's not supposed to be seen based on where the curvature should interrupt the observer, then yeah, it's verification of the thing that they're claiming. They can see too far. So
but
obviously,
what I'm saying is I've checked the numbers provided, and in a lot of these claims,
okay.
And
So
it doesn't show.
How?
By
how did you do it?
By taking the claim.
You're saying that. Hold on a minute. You're saying that. Just show us a method, and then we'll see what your evaluation method is.
We're using the Earth curve calculator that doesn't factor in refraction, and then apply the figures that are given in the data that's provided, like the target distance, the observer's location, and elevation. If those three figures are given, even more so if they give GPS coordinates, I can find their exact location, and then get an exact height. Height above sea level, and then you apply those into an Earth curve calculator that doesn't factor in refraction, so there's not any funny bending of light that's happening. We're just looking at direct line of sight. And in a lot of these claims, when I just do that level of analysis, it shows that there should be a direct line of sight to the object.
Incorrect.
Let's go over one.
You can't just say incorrect if you don't know the specific claim I'm referring to.
For a long time, AA Overlord's been spot on with every single thing he said. But what you're claiming is that the actual observations are off. Like the flat earther will be saying that it should be hidden by X amount, and you're saying once you put it into the Earth curve calculator, that's not the case, and on a globe you would still be able to see it. So let's go over some good observations.
Yeah, I agree. I like doing that.
Distortion. Yeah, ones that don't have any distortion. Like the original Black Swan, that does have some distortion, right? Let's not go over that one.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Like I don't look at the extreme cases because there's a lot of refraction happening, regardless of whether the shape of the Earth. There's obvious refraction happening, so we can't get an exact figure with those because of the amount of refraction that's happening. But in the cases where there's not a whole lot of refraction, it's a clear day, it's just somebody standing on a beach or near a beach, and they're looking at a landmark. Usually it's an island or another piece of land, and they if they provide enough data, then that's something that can be analyzed. And my issue is that I feel like a lot of flat earthers, they don't analyze it in the same way, and I wish they did, because then you guys can weed out these bad examples.
Let's analyze one right now. Right, so have a look in the side chat.
Okay.
So this is the observation. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, so the
Okay.
cameraman is okay. So here we've got the Google Earth top view, and we've got the yellow distance location line. Okay, so he's standing with his camera set up at 5 foot, which we'll go over all of the additional details in a second. He's at the top of the image there. Okay, and he's going to be looking over to the other side of the lake. Okay, that's 21 miles away.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you so far.
So he's got his camera set up. It's a Nikon P1000. Okay, here's the.
No, flat point. It is low. It's low for me as well. DJ, your mic is kind of low. I don't know if you have it turned down or not.
Actually, is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
All right, cool. All right, so he's got his camera set up at 5 foot height. Okay, here's the camera set up. He's got the tripod in the water. Okay, and he's going to be looking across to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So here's an image of the shoreline on the other side of the lake that he's going to be observing, right? So the target is the shoreline 21 miles away.
Okay.
It's just uploading. All right, so take note of a couple of things, right? We've got the shoreline. It's a pretty big shoreline. And then we've got a big giant white smokestack in the background. Okay, so it targets the shoreline. So let's just go over the basic math really quickly.
Is that pin the Robert Fekor? Is that or FE core? Is that where the smokestack would be? Is in that patch of land right behind where Robert Fekor is?
The smokestack. Oh, let me show you some close up exactly where the smokestack. Like the smokestack's just for you to just keep an eye on that, right? Because the target's the shoreline. But let's just quickly with the smokestack. So here's a view from close up of kind of where the smokestack is. And then I've got like a few side views here as well. All right, so that's to give you a general idea of where the smokestack actually is in relation to the shoreline. Is that good?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, cool. All right, so he's going to be zooming across, right? So he does this observation during the day and during the night. Okay, so let's have a look at just a clip of the observation. And I'll share the full video afterward as well. That's got it all in high definition. All right, so I'm just uploading a clip of the observation now. Okay, so just while that's uploading, here is a screenshot from the Earth Curvature Calculator. Okay, so we got target is 21 miles away, camera height's 5 foot. Okay, and we've got horizon distance of 2.73 miles. Okay, so that's the geometric horizon distance. Okay, so have a look at the observation now. Right, take note of the close-up image that you saw before of the shoreline. And I'll just post some snapshots from the observation. All right, so this is what the shoreline looks like, and the White Tower looks like from 21 miles away. And he does it during the night as well, which is cool. Okay, so this is what it looks like at nighttime. And I'm just going to put the close-up one just for reference as well, just underneath those two. Right, so first thing we can notice in the observation is there's actually no horizon to worry about, right? We don't see any horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. Okay, the geometric horizon would have to be physically at 2.73 miles away. Okay, so that's not there. And then we have zero obstruction of anything. Okay, we are looking at 223 foot of obstruction, basically, of the shoreline at the other end if the Earth were a globe. Okay, we don't see any miraging effects, right? There's no bendy anything or anything like that. It looks the same during the day, and then it looks the same during the night as well. Right. So this is a great example, and then we can, there's tons and tons of other photos at this location as well where you can consistently see all the way across that distance. I haven't been able to find a single photo that matches up anything to what the globe would predict. Not even close. Because there's a ton of people that have taken photos from this shoreline looking back out into the lake. You can just drop the little yellow man on Google Maps onto the beach. There's about 20 different yellow dots, and you can see other people's photos from 2017 to 2024. And you can see the island that's 50 kilometers away. But this observation alone, right? So he's done it during the day, during the night. Zero obstruction. Right, the distance and the observer height's not in contention. There's no miraging effects. There's no bendy cranes.
So if it was earlier that we know there's refractive effects because of all the anomalous distortions in the image and they're not here, then that basically, according to your own logic, now we know there's no refractive effects.
No, I know that when we're talking about light going directly across water, depending on the what do they call it? Atmospheric layering that can happen directly above water can cause more refraction than even a few meters above the water. So I know that the refraction can be more intense as light goes directly through just above the water, right? So, now I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I'm just saying that I know that that's a factor that we would have to consider.
Okay, so yeah, so all of the bendy cranes, all the wibbly wobbly light, all of the obvious effects of light distortion or atmospheric turbulence or scintillation or any of those things aren't here in this image. So now this image clearly supersedes the globe geometry. So now go ahead and justify why this image is seen. There's only one answer you can give, and I already know what the answer is, and it's going to be wrong. But go ahead and try.
Well, I'm trying to find his exact location.
I have it.
Right, that's
Is
the
my,
given.
my mic working now? Sorry about that. My Discord
Yeah, that's the given location. I'm trying to.
I can give you the coordinates.
Yeah, give me the coordinates, please.
All right, that's the coordinates of where he's standing, and I can show you that it matches up with Google Earth because I've checked it myself. So here's a screenshot from Google Earth showing the same coordinates.
So we got no effects, right? Do we have any chromatic aberrations in the image either?
I mean, there's a lot of wavering of the lights that are low against the horizon, so I would imagine that there is refraction occurring, but exactly how much?
Well, just quickly, have a look. Right, this is the close up. This is a close up of the smokestack, right? And then this is from 33 kilometers away, 21 miles away. So when we punch this observation and many other similar quality observations into the begging the question Walter Bislin refraction slider, right? You have to set it so high that it would essentially make the Earth look flat, right? There's that much refraction that it would just make the Earth appear flat, right? You would have a K factor of 1, essentially. Okay, but we don't have the meteorological conditions present that would be required to have such a crazy effect. And we also don't have the extra factors that would be present, right? Like crazy miraging effects and things like that, right? If you had a crazy refraction, right, you're going to have crazy optical effects that you can see. Obviously, like we don't have any of that. And it's also consistent during the day and at night.
Interestingly enough, Walter Bislin tried to make a model to explain the black swan observation of the oil rigs in the BMSB 69 video relative to the rising. He attempted to do that. In order to do it, he had to do a ray model of curved rays in which the rays crisscrossed before they reached the observer location. Now, the problem with that is that if you know anything how the optic works, once it reaches the optic plane, it's going to be flipped again, which means the image would be upside down. But since they're not upside down in the final image, that means that Walter Bislin's attempt to explain it is false. Okay, so there is no refraction model that exists that can save the globe. No actual model. Because the model of refraction saving the globe is not about light, it's about language. The model of refraction that can save the globe is a sentence fragment, which is, I already know the Earth is a globe. Therefore, whatever I see, the light is curving around the Earth to reach me. I don't need to quantify it. Because the quality is, the Earth is a globe, and light must be reaching my eye. Since I already know Earth is the globe, therefore it's whatever the heck is going on. That's always the way it's presented.
Yep.
In Taboo Conspiracy's video, do we know what the sea level was at the time with the...
It's a lake.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm trying to find the exact like rocky area that he was on.
Yeah, I put a screenshot of it.
Yeah, but
I just punch the coordinates in to Google Earth, and it'll take you right there.
Right, but that exact pin, I can't find the rock. Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on.
You ain't trying to hear what you're saying, AI.
No, I was trying to verify the location, right? Because that's the analysis that we have to provide, right? If we're going
negating the fact that it's just an assumption that they're making a claim to that they're using refraction in a model. Yeah, the whole thing is it's bunk, bro.
And not only that, but different wavelengths of light refract at different rates. So if you have an ideal form of curve in a refractive medium, right, the light is going to be dispersed and you're going to have chromatic aberration at the end. But in all of these images, you don't see chromatic aberration. So not only are you claiming an extreme instance of refraction, but you're claiming perfect refraction that not only corrects for the curve of the Earth, but corrects for the alternate frequencies of light's path through the curved medium. Holy crap, that's a miracle. Lord have mercy.
Good thing we got Kiro-san to explain it all.
I'm going to be doing some healings in here, brother. By the power of refraction, I compel thee. Be healed. Be perfect. Listen, that's what I hear when I hear Globers claim this perfect refraction that always saves the globe. I hear a preacher saying, donate to my church because I just healed this woman that I slapped on the head and she fell on the ground. Lord, be healed. That's what I hear. Heal thy globe. Sir, in case you didn't notice, your claims are absurd, brother.
But he's probably going to negate by saying, so anyways, what was that observation again?
Well, I mean, he might say that homeboy that took the image was standing on a 300-foot tall tower right on top of the rock, I suppose.
No, it's obvious he's not. That's why I was trying to verify the exact location, because he's on the water's edge, but the pin wasn't. So I was just trying to get a little bit more exact location.
Yeah. Even though if you find out that information, like, I'm still wondering, how are you going to evaluate it? By what standard method? Like, I don't get it.
On my initial analysis, for them to see what they're seeing, and for the Earth to be curved in the way that they claim it's curved, then refraction would have to be involved, from what I can tell.
Oh, really? Just exactly as I predicted.
My brothers, we are gathered here today.
Not just refraction, perfect refraction. Don't forget to add the word perfect. No, hold on, bro. In this instance, it might even be holy refraction.
Well,
it's Titanic refraction, because if the Titanic was at the distant shoreline, you wouldn't be able to see it. There's that much refraction.
Holy smokes, bro.
That's the analogy. I like to give that to people, right? If the Titanic was where the cameraman was and the Titanic slowly sailed away, on a globe, after 2.7 miles, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear, right? The Titanic's 175 foot tall. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles across the lake, the bottom 66 feet would be missing, right? Once it got to 20 miles, right, on the other shoreline, the entire Titanic would be unable to be seen. It would be behind the curvature of the Earth. So it's Titanic refraction.
Kirill-san is right now doing some leg stretches, because the mental gymnastics that it's going to take to undo this is going to be epic. Now here he comes to save the day.
Remind me. I gotta get Indio to put the laser and lidar deviation tests, like the actual field tests, into the bot on the home server, so we can plug that. So whenever we support anything with a laser test, we need to have that as well, because that's actually field data that's validated, not conjecture and hypotheticals that the Globers always provide.
Oh, that's cool. Actually.
Yeah, so what the point of that, AV, is that there actually is field tests of deviations of what light can actually deviate for real, like actual direct measurements of the deflection angles and the spread and all of the things that received at range. None of this, if the Earth was a globe, there should be this much refraction, therefore it exists. Two entirely different worlds and standards of evidence.
Yeah, superseding any calculations and ideas of what it should do. And you're just going to present them the field data, which is actually what it does.
Supersede a job application, eagle ass.
What, you think we don't have jobs? Wow, you're retarded, dude.
I'm at my job right now, fool.
Hey, Destruction, how much do you make per hour?
Enough to get your great granny to be in bed. That's crazy, right?
I just $100 sitting on my ass.
Nigga, bro, you're old and you're fat and you're ugly and you make no money and your ass don't got a job.
Yeah, I just paid $100 sitting on my ass, and I'm
ugly ass, bro. You go back for band right now, old ass bastard. Fuck on this old ass nigga, bro. You are old, okay? You spend all your time debating on.
What's wrong with being old? Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me pause you for a minute. Hey, did you know that a man's top earnings is between 45 and 55? So being old, let's say I'm greater than 45 and less than 55, that would mean I'm at my peak earning potential. So how is that an insult? Like, how is being old an insult? Like, if you're young, that means you're poor. So you basically just insulted yourself. Wow, you're dumb. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Tell us how much you're poor and you're mad at the people that have money. Go ahead, brother.
Say that was the only problem. I said you're old and you got no job and you make no money. Shut your old ass up, fuck boy. You didn't even get my fucking argument, you stupid fuck. But you're supposed to be a debater.
Wow. Hey, bro. Your manager's about to come, dude. Around the corner and can catch you on Discord when you're supposed to be sweeping the aisles, brother. Okay? You might want to get back to your tasks. All right, anybody else want to roast this guy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the ice cream machine there at your McDonald's needs fixed. You might want to get onto that.
Well, is that why it's not fixed?
Oh, yeah. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, Destruction's fault.
Fucking things never fixed, bro. What the fuck?
So there's two words going on here: refraction and distraction. That kid was a distraction from the roast of refraction.
So are you going to take action?
Yes, until I get my satisfaction.
Don't take my baby light.
All we needed was some smooth bars by Eli, but I think he's not feeling it right now.
Dude, I need to get an AI to preach me a refraction sermon that's like 30 seconds long and then have it as a clip.
You'd be getting a lot of amens from Kiro-san.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes you just can't see the globe for what it's supposed to be, and you got to have faith, and you got to take that refraction, and you got to put it on it so you can visualize what the Lord of the globe has for you. Now, those flat earthers may be sweating you, or they may be stressing you, but don't worry, the Lord refraction, he will come when in due time he will come. Yeah, but I think when you apply the deviations from that field test that they actually tested the lasers and the LiDAR to, like, for example, the FE Core Lake Idsil test, it only moves the laser like a few feet off of the target. Like, all of the things that they claim should be present only move the laser a few feet off the target.
So I got something to add to the analysis.
Cool, do it.
Let me just double check something real quick.
DJ screwed up, and he's got to commit.
I mean, there is something that wasn't accounted for. I don't necessarily consider it a screw up, but so that.
By the way, he's good at doing that. He's good at spotting things that are not accounted for. He's been saying that since the beginning.
Well, if you using Google Earth, if you compare the elevation of the shoreline that's next to the smelter stack, there's about a 39-meter difference between the elevation of the smokestack and the shoreline.
That's not part of the observation is shoreline to shoreline. It's only over the water, right? The target 21 miles away, that's the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
But right? None of those lights are on the shoreline. Those lights are on,
I didn't use the lights
on an elevated road.
Right,
Wait,
but I didn't use the lights.
How are you validating that you're seeing the shoreline?
Dude, you can see the water, the lights reflecting off the water on the other side.
That doesn't prove a shoreline.
What do you think you're seeing on the other side? You don't see any obstruction, right? There should be 223 foot.
223 feet?
Yeah, 223 feet. And you need to have a horizon at 2.7 miles away. That's what this is essentially, is a geometric horizon test, by the way. I was just pointing out the smokestack just as a reference to show you that you don't see any change in what you can see from 21 miles away to what you can see close up, right? But the actual observation is just shoreline to shoreline. That's the 21-mile distance. There's no elevation change. You got to think about the law of reflection as well, right? You're seeing the lights from that little town right there reflecting off the water. And that's why I showed you the side view and the close-up view of the smokestack, right? So I'm going to post them in the side chat again quickly. Because it's not like they're like way up high or anything like that. As you can see very clearly.
They're higher than the shoreline at the least, right? Now, they're
not included in the 20. They're beyond 21 miles away.
Right,
okay? They're not included. That's not the observations shoreline to shoreline.
Great, but I'm not convinced that you're seeing in the exact shoreline. Like, I don't think we have any way.
There's a guy standing on the shoreline holding a laser.
There should be a marina. Look. Can we see the marina?
Look at this. There's a guy standing on the shoreline here holding a laser beam.
Right.
Okay, and we can see the laser beam
is is still affected by refraction, so that still has to be considered. And if you look at like just any picture of a prism and showing the light, you know, the white light on one side and then the colors on the other, blue is more affected, is one of the highest as far as being affected by refraction. It's violet, indigo, then blue, and then green, yellow, orange, red. Red being the least.
Let's just look at the two images again. Okay, so this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. And this is what it looks like close up.
Right, but that elevation, those lights are not on the shoreline, so they're not on sea level. They're not even on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be a direct 90 degrees from the observer. It would be.
Yeah, so where's the 2.7 mile horizon? Where's the 293 foot of curvature that would be over this distance? And how come we can see the lights reflecting off the water during the night shot, and we don't see any obstruction of anything? Right? You can't show me any obstruction of anything. And then after this, right, after they do the observations during the day and during the night, and it looks exactly the same, then they do a laser test, right, where each of them has a laser 5 foot high, and they shoot the lasers towards each other, and you can they're just standing on the shoreline with the laser 5 foot high, and we not only can we see the laser.
It's a laser mounted and 90 degrees from down.
It's all in the video. You can watch the video, right? We've got an engineer and a.
Why would it matter?
Doing this? Yeah, it wouldn't make a difference.
Why would it matter? Yeah, why would it matter if the laser's leveled or not?
Right, because if you were like manually doing it by hand and you were just waiting for them to confirm I can see it, you wouldn't have any way to validate whether you're 90 degrees from plumb or not.
Why would you need to be? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Why would you need it to be leveled?
To verify that if you're both at 5 feet, if the laser's at 5 feet on both sides, then if you're just pointing them until you see them, then that's not doing anything in regards to the shape of the Earth. But if you validate and verify that both are 90 degrees, that would prove flat between.
Why would that matter? Why would that matter? You still haven't answered why it would matter.
Because it would account for flat between both observers.
No, like if the laser's aimed down, like let's say he's holding the laser perfectly level, and he aims the laser down a little bit, right? That would make it worse. Right?
If you have to aim down for each observer to see the other's laser, then that would be more consistent with there being a drop from 90 degrees.
You're not getting it.
That would be more consistent with the globe claim than a flatter claim if you had to aim down for both observers to see the laser.
No.
If you had to aim,
you will tilt it toward that curvature that is supposed to hide that laser from reaching the other side.
I agree, but he was asking why does aiming down matter? Why does aiming down matter? Because that's how you negate whether it's flat between the two or the observers are.
You need to think about what you're saying.
That's not how it works. That's actually not how it works, dude. That's actually not how it works.
Okay.
So how it actually works is, if you're going to level something with a laser transit, if your laser is slightly pointed down, it just means you're going to have a slightly difference on the other side. Now that difference is still going to be the elevation of the laser at its original point to the target point. So if the man's 6 feet tall and the other man's 6 feet tall, right, and he's got to aim it down a little bit, that doesn't mean you're on a curved surface. But even if it was, the maximum amount of curve, even if it was, the maximum amount of curve would only be 6 feet at the Sagitah. Okay? Now, if you had a 6 foot Sagitah between the two men at the ranges that they're at, that would debunk your globe model completely. So no matter what, it only makes it worse for the globe. Like, there's nothing he can do that makes it good for the globe at all.
Kind of, because when we're talking about lasers, there's also like diffusion and stuff that can allow you to see it in a cone, where it expands in a cone, which you would have to. It would be very difficult to control for that to get a experiment that can specifically test globe, curvature versus
No, that's
flat.
not. They're wrong. So lasers have a Gaussian distribution, which means you can tell whether it's pointed at you just by looking at it when you take a photo of it. Okay, we all agree that if somebody takes a photo of the laser, the light from the laser hit the camera, right? So if it's the bottom edge of the cone, then you still only have the cone variance. If it's the top edge of cone, you still only have the cone variance.
What do you mean by cone variance? Because you're still just receiving a point of light. Or
Yeah. So for example, if you're saying that the laser has a cone that's bigger the further it gets away, so let's say the laser is 1 millimeter of a circle, and then eventually it becomes 1 foot at a certain range, right? Because it's spreading out. If you get that light, then you're going to assume I'm getting a portion of that cone, and that cone is either going to be distributed to the left, to the right, to the up, to the down, but I'm still within that 1 foot variance. It's kind of like a shotgun, dude.
Yeah,
If a shotgun spreads out,
yeah.
If a shotgun spreads out and you get hit with the bullet, then you were inside the conical spread.
Right, but if atmospheric effects can because you'll have like the lab tested mechanical diffusion over distance for a laser, but then when you apply it in a real world setting, you have other factors involved with like water vapor and stuff like that. So there you would expect the lab to be a perfect setting, and then in a real world, it would be never less, but probably more in most applications. Like long distance applications, short, like the shorter the range, the less the variables are at play. But in either case, is you would always have some type of variance that you would have to account for to make sure you're not seeing.
Perfect. So where's the field tested measurements of what a laser will actually do?
Well, you would compare the lab, like you would do a lab environment, right? And honestly, if you did it in a vacuum, it probably would be the best to get the actual mechanical.
No, I didn't say how to do it. I said where are they? So it should already have been done to appeal to it.
Well, I mean, what's the point of getting the exact idea for every laser that's ever produced? Right, you would just know that.
I'll tell you why. Because your claim is an umbrella claim that if the Earth is curved and the Earth is a certain size, then however I received the light that's beyond the globe geometry, it must have curved around the curve of the Earth. That's your claim. So you need to quantify all the tools to actually know whether your claim is true or not. Now, by the way, the United States military, in conjunction with a university, did a test in the Hawaiian Islands. From one island to another, they shot a tri-band laser into a 4-meter telescope at 120 kilometers. And it did not comport with the globe claim of refraction. In fact, a guy did his thesis paper for his PhD on it. So at 120K, the lasers conducted in this manner don't comport with the globe, and lasers at shorter distances don't comport with the globe. And I have to regret I didn't get you that field data that I claimed, but I'll have to. I DM'd you, so when I get it, I'll send it there as well.
Are you talking about
the tri-band laser?
Are you talking about the May 2020 using a laser to disable a UAV? Is that the test you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about.
I just did a quick Google, and that's what came up.
Yeah. So notice how when I said they shot it from one island to another into a 4-meter telescope. So the target was a 4-meter telescope. Now the problem is that the tri-band laser was being used for the reason of correcting for refraction, allegedly, based on the globe claims of what refraction can and can't do. And those 3 lasers shouldn't have been able to hit the target. They should have been displaced by 20 meters. So there was no way that the 3 lasers could hit the 4-meter telescope, yet they all did.
Yeah, it might be because of just media saturation, but everything I'm googling regarding that test you're talking about keeps coming up with a Helios system and a test that was conducted in 2020. I can't find the test you're talking about.
Yeah, the problem is that they need all those baselines in order to be able to create a laser that can hit something at range. Go ahead, Dio.
Oh, what is he looking for? What are you looking
The Hawaiian Islands tri-band laser test.
for? The name off the top of my head.
Yeah, the only thing I'm finding is that they were testing a defensive laser that disables UAVs, but that could just be media saturation if it's an old test that you're referring to.
Yeah, they were trying to. It had 3 lasers of different wavelengths. They were trying to and they did pick up all the lasers in the telescope at the same time, and because there's a relationship between like they thought there was going to be a relationship between like the speckle pattern the laser created and refraction. They were going to try and make like an algorithm or a model or something they can quantify it. This is done with the Air Force and Boeing and the University of Ohio. It's a joint project. But it turns out, even though they did pick up all 3 lasers in the telescope, they should not have. And they found this out retroactively. They didn't think about it for some reason. Because dispersion of light, you know the way a prism works?
Yes.
It's how it separates the colors.
Mm-hmm.
That spatial separation, right,
is because each color of light is refracted less or more of the.
Yeah, it's taking a different. They're all taking different paths, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you shine 3 lasers, 149 kilometers, right? They're all taking different paths. They're going to be separated at the other end. Well, the separation was just 20 meters, and the telescope was only 4 meters wide. Technically 3.4 meters wide.
Yeah, I was just trying to find that because he said that somebody wrote a thesis on it, and I was interested.
Yeah. I'll post it in the chat in 1 second.
Okay.
I'm carrying something. I don't want to put it down because of my phone. But what ended up happening is in the telescope, they picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously, separated them with separated the wavelengths with fiber optic cable, and analyzed speckle patterns. If there was refraction, none of that should have even been possible. And that's what the master's thesis is about. Because they were unable to make a model using the state crap that exists. Obviously, it worked. So the paper is coming up as about the master's thesis is about coming up with alternative possible models. So I'll post that. Let me DM it to you. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah,
I'll post it in the side chat
for others. So
everybody gets it.
While you're posting that, Indio, for your benefit, we've renamed refraction that corrects for dispersion, chromatic aberration, and all of these things to present an image beyond the globe geometry in ideal form and color as divine refraction.
Hey, just to quickly touch back on our last conversation, DJ, do you recall how tall that smokestack is?
1,200 feet.
1,200?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to
65 meters. Okay. The reason why I mentioned that is because when we look at the picture, it looks like the smokestack is in line with the water line that we can see. But the smokestack is 39 meters higher in elevation than the bottom of the smokestack. So it's like, if the smokestack appears to be in line with the water, when it should have 39 meters of elevation difference between the water and the smokestack, the bottom of the smokestack, then there's missing ground there. There is
There's not missing ground.
It would be
Think about
obstruction.
this.
There would be
Think about
something
how
here.
much compression due to perspective there's going to be when you're looking over 33 kilometers or 21 miles.
So that compression only happens on the ground and not the smokestack itself?
No. Everything in the distance is squished, right? It's all compressed due to perspective. You're looking 21 miles away.
Right, so is the entire smokestack compressed in the same rate, or is it like more compressed at the bottom than at the top?
Well, this is the thing, right? It looks very similar close up than it does from 21 miles away, right? Let's quickly go over the comparison of close up. Well, just look at this. Look at this.
Shape, so it would be hard to tell
look at
just by the
this.
shape alone.
I mean, look at this. I mean, it looks very similar from 21 miles away, right?
Right, so you're saying there's not that much compression happening, or there is more compression, less compression? Because I'm trying to figure out. So we have 39. We have 39 meters of elevation from the bottom of the smokestack to the shoreline. There's a difference of 39 meters of elevation. So I'm trying to figure out. In the globe model, we would say, oh, there's refraction happening, and we can tell because there is obstruction happening because we don't see all the land when there should be 39 meters of land between the bottom of the smokestack and the shoreline. But if this is a flat Earth claim, where is that missing land? That's what I'm getting at. If it's not obstructed.
Okay, so the land that you can see in the close-up picture, right, we can see a lot of it because of perspective. It's ramping up. And that distance, say it's 1 kilometer or something like that, whatever the distance is, you can see a lot of it, right? Because of the way perspective is working. Okay, it's ramping up and you can see a lot of the shoreline, but from a huge distance away, that same amount, it's compressed. Okay, kind of like if you picture looking down a chessboard, okay, and in the distance, each square it looks like it gets like a smaller and smaller distance, even though they're the exact same distance. Just due to the way compression works with perspective, right? Just does that make sense to you or not?
No, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't satisfy the answer for me because and the smokestack. It would have to be the compression is happening more to hide the ground, but then not applying to the smokestack itself.
I get your argument. I can show you are you still saying that?
Here, let me phrase it this way. This well. If we take the elevation of difference of 39 meters and we add it to the height of the smokestack itself, which you gave us 1,200 feet, so it's 365 meters. So that 39 meters is a little more than 10% of what we should have from the top of the smokestack to the shoreline, right? We should have roughly that, like, if we were to draw a line, roughly 10% of that line should be ground, and then 90% should be the smokestack. But when we look at the image, we have 0% ground and just smokestack.
We can see the guy standing on the beach. We can see the laser, right? You can see the reflection off the water, and you can also see the reflection from the lights on the town off the water. How far away do you think that those lights are reflecting?
Well,
because you need to have a horizon at 2.7 miles. There's no way.
You're jumping away from the question now and asking about different things. I'm curious. Is that
compression would never be uniform? That's what you're thinking. That the whole thing would shrink uniformly. That's not
That's
how
what
it
I was
works
specifically asking.
Yeah, there's no way that would happen. First of all, because the gradient isn't uniform. It's not a uniform medium that you're looking for. First of all, and there's the other thing that equal lengths aren't equal angles visually. So at any 10-foot section is going to have subtend one visual angle. But if that 10-foot section is, say, 100 feet higher than your head, it's going to be a smaller visual angle. It's because it's getting tilted relative to your perspective. It's just like looking like, say you're 1,000 feet from a 100-story building, right? The stories at your eye level look sometimes one angle, but if I look all the way to the top of the building, and 2 stories look, tiny because they're tilted relative to my field of view, right? It's like looking at a tile, right, dead on, and then you rotate the tile 45 degrees. The tile's visual angle is smaller. Understand?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It just doesn't. Go ahead, Ryan. I've been talking for a while. If you want to jump in, go ahead, Ryan.
No, you're good. There's multiple things that I can see here that just don't add up, and that what we just heard was a whole bunch of word salad. Because, like, for example, if I tell my son to go outside and mow the lawn, my boy, he doesn't do it, right? I'll say, why didn't you mow the lawn? He'll say, because you didn't tell me when. Okay, fine, do it now. He goes, well, you didn't tell me how. Well, you didn't tell me to put fuel in it. Well, you didn't tell me. Man, we all know what mowing the lawn means. Just like in this conversation, we all know what compression is. And regardless of how you want to jumble it up, no matter how those differences and percentages and how much they might fluctuate, it does not in any way whatsoever change the fact that we would be able to see the ground. Period. You want to, oh, no,
Really?
it's not 10%.
Really?
It's
Hold on, brother.
9.734%.
Hold on, brother. So,
according to Flat Earth, I'm saying according to Flat Earth. Wait. I got two more. I got to throw in here. These are important,
brother.
I know, but these are important. No. You don't see anything in the background behind it. I mean, I'm not even seeing the picture.
Bro,
It walks in halfway through a movie and thinks he knows what's going on.
You're basically, I just want you to correct me if I'm wrong. You're basically saying if the Earth was flat, you should see the entirety of all objects at all ranges. Is that what you're saying? Can you just correct that?
Flat Earth is wrong. You should be able to see all objects. No.
Let's just say there's a building out there, and if the Earth is flat, should I see the whole building all the way to the base at all ranges?
Not at all ranges.
Well, what's going to change at different ranges?
When I asked my boy, he chose not to.
Yeah. One second, Elijah, you're hot, Mike. Elijah. I don't think you realize that.
Anyway,
I'm going to mute him. Hold on.
Frustrating because I'm like, dude, all these things. I'll put myself on mute.
No, not you,
Elijah. He's freaking doing the dishes right over you trying to talk, bro.
Which means you're not listening. If you didn't hear that clusterfuck, you're definitely not listening.
I'm just trying to ice.
Of course he's not listening.
What's up?
Surprise, surprise.
I'm just trying to get a straight answer if he thinks we should see the entirety of the object. No, he said he wouldn't expect to see the entirety of the object from top to bottom at all ranges. So now I'm asking, well, what's the difference when it gets further away if the Earth was flat? Like, if there's no physical obstruction between you and the bottom of the object, then what would make it disappear as it gets further away from you?
He actually dropped.
Yeah, because he thought he was getting muted. He thought he was getting muted.
No, dude, I'm here. It could be that the distance you are, like you guys were talking about compression. I'm not talking about like half of a percentage of, oh, well, it could be. I understand the chessboard. I understand all that crap. You could even. I'm gonna pass.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
If the bottom of the object and the ground that the object is sitting on are both within an angle where all the light coming at you is going to be less than your resolvable limit. So, for example, the eye has a 0.02 degree angular resolution limit. Wouldn't it be the case that you couldn't tell the difference between the ground and the bottom of the object? Wouldn't that be true?
Okay, so take out a telescope.
Okay, what's the limit? What's the angular resolution limit on the telescope?
I don't know. I don't really care, honestly.
Well, it wouldn't matter.
If you have something that magnetizes something by 200 times or 300 times, and you can see, whatever this supposed great distance is,
Magnify.
then
Let me ask this question. Then, brother. This is the next question. Does magnification increase the angular resolution of the optic?
does magnification increase the angular resolution? You see, these are words that I need to understand before I can give you a better answer. Before I can answer that with integrity.
Okay, so I can tell you a little bit, like the angular resolution. You know how if you saw a car very far away, even though it has two headlights? Jesus Christ, dude. If it was a car very far away, you'd only see one headlight. You wouldn't be able to distinguish the individual headlights until it got close enough, and then you'd see the headlights separate, and you'd see the space between them.
Yeah, kind of like the North Star is actually 3 stars.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I'm just. You could be sure what you're saying. I just don't know personally. That's the bit. It was famously done with Sirius, star Sirius. So Sirius, they thought it was 1 star, and then they got a large enough diameter telescope, and it ended up being 2 stars, and then they got an even bigger one, and it turned out to be 3 stars. Okay, so it's like that. Now imagine this happening vertically. Instead of horizontally, you have vertical lights. So the ones that are below your eye level are going to disappear first, because between your eye level and the ground is a smaller angle than between your eye level and the top of something. And you have to differentiate between the ground and that piece of the object, right? Differentiating it from the top in your eye in the ground is easy because they're farther away from each other. And what was I going to say? My brain just it's got a brain cramp. It has the sky as a background, right? So it has high contrast.
Sitting over here ordering at Wendy's. I understand the distance, and it looks like it's 1. It gets closer, and it separates into 2. I understand that. Did you give another concept?
I was explaining angular resolution to you.
Okay, sorry, I did miss that.
Yeah, it's because of the wave nature of light. When the angle of separation between 2 points of light is too small, you can't distinguish them one from another. Right? You don't have the resolution to do it. Increasing magnification won't fix
I
it.
got you.
You can magnify all you want. You're not gonna. They used to call it splitting stars, right? And
according to the telescope that we put up in space, that's not accurate.
Which one?
The Hubble telescope. You can see headlights using the Hubble telescope from Alaska to Florida.
That's not true. The telescope said it.
It is. They actually did test on it.
Brother, that Hubble telescope was broken. Okay, I grew up in the 80s. They sent it up broken, and everything generated by that. Yeah, and everything generated by the Hubble telescope. Why are you interrupting me? Everything set up by the Hubble, sent by the Hubble. Every image created by the Hubble telescope is computer generated by their own admission. I even have a video on my YouTube channel of NASA scientists saying these are all computer generated.
I wasn't even going that direction.
I'm just saying.
We could talk about it if you want. I'm just talking about the magnification, its ability. Like we can use telescopes that are just on the ground.
It's not the magnification. Okay, first of all, they've never looked at the ground with a Hubble telescope. Telescopes like that. Hold on, Elijah. Telescope.
I'm trying to jump in this.
You're very far away from your mic, and it's like I hear like that. No. Okay. Yeah, the telescope wouldn't work for looking at shit on the ground. It's not designed for that.
Why is this relevant?
It's not. But
all right. So I'm trying to stop you from going down the downhill scenic route that you guys have taken for some stupid ass reason. And every time I try to interject, it's like, no, Eli, fuck you. I'm going to keep talking.
No, your mic was breaking up, Elijah. You were like cutting in and out.
Came back and then you server muted me, knowing because I didn't change anything.
No, I didn't. I didn't server mute you.
All right,
Elijah,
then.
I've never server muted you, dude. Like ever.
I take that back.
I want to now. Just kidding.
That's fine. All right.
No, go ahead, Elijah.
Here's the point. Y'all took a big ass scenic route, and now he has interjection after interjection on the scenic route. When really the bottom line is he thinks that if the Earth is flat, that you would be able to resolve the angle between anything, namely in this instance the ground and something close to the ground. He doesn't think that you shouldn't be able to see something or resolve something from the bottom up if the angle is too small. What the hell? Why are we talking about all of this? Do you believe that obstruction bottom up is always Earth curve, or can it be something else?
Thank you, man. So you get depressions, increases in elevation, changes in the topography. Could always be something else. I'm just saying, if you have like if you were to go to, I don't know, why can't you see? I guess it's because of atmosphere. Somebody sent a camera 300 and it was like what 65 miles or something like that straight up in Nevada, and they were able to see Hawaii. Why wouldn't they be able to see?
Hawaii's greater than three. Hold on, friend. Hawaii is greater than 300 miles from the shoreline of the west coast of California. So
like
you wouldn't be able to see it,
right? 4,000.
Right? Yeah, you would not. Yeah,
that'll be flat Earth proof, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, atmospheric occlusion is around 300 miles, so there's no way you could see Hawaii from the west coast. Not possible.
If you did,
It's on video.
but it would be
You
under
can pull it up online.
No. I mean, if you're on the ground. If you're on the ground.
Okay.
Exactly.
Listen for a second. So at the elevation of the ISS is said to be, the horizon distance is 1,400
I disagree with that 300-mile thing.
Stop interrupting me. The horizon distance from the ISS is 1,400 miles. So how could you see Hawaii on a globe? It would be hundreds of miles under the horizon. Hundreds. It's like freaking from Nevada. It's probably 6,000 miles away.
Yeah, so seeing Hawaii
You're
from 65
asking
miles
me
altitude.
how you can see it. It's on video. You can watch it online.
It's
right.
It's from some flat earthers. What do you call it? Rocket shot it up, and it had continuous video on it. And it went about 65 miles up.
It's not from that. Hold on a second. We went over this yesterday for hours.
He says something viral, and you guys latch on to that. The point is, do you or do you not physical obstruct something from the bottom up? Do you understand that or not?
Something physical can obstruct something.
Do you understand or not that something can appear to have disappeared from the bottom up without there actually being physical obstruction? Yes or no?
How could he? How could he? Because we weren't allowed to go down the train of logic to prove that other effects occur.
Is that what you're doing?
Certainly I don't.
Well, it's certainly not what you're doing, because you're just demanding he answer the question without parsing it out.
Yep. Well, you're telling. Well, this is what all of your examples are getting to, right? Yes or no?
Well, no,
Right, so
from it. So you're correct about that, Elijah. I was going down that train, but he derailed it. So
okay, so am I wrong or is that wrong? Going down that?
No, we're both right and we're both wrong, because we were trying to do it, but we're wrong for letting him deflect the convo from that.
That's all I'm saying. So why
tried to do the right thing? We
by
just failed.
AI for doing that? Like, I'm not pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, he keeps
Did I not point out that?
branching it off
My
and
bad.
branching it off and
Okay,
branching it
okay,
off until we're so far away from the
okay,
original thing that like we can't
okay.
find our
Let's
way
test it.
back.
Let's test it. Let's test it. Eli, go ahead and demand the answer to the question right now, and don't accept anything from him or let him speak without answering the question directly. Go ahead.
Now, why would I do that? Because that's not what I was doing.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
You wanted to know why.
Okay, you want me to replay? You want me to replay the video where you said,
The
"Do you
reason why I
understand
mentioned the
this? Yes
telescope
or no?"
is because I
Well,
have
that
one
was
at
your
home.
first point. And
Whenever I zoom in with my telescope, I can see things I could not see with my own eyes.
After that, basically,
His answer is no. Eli, his answer is no. He doesn't believe that, so he's got to be taught.
It isn't that I believe or don't believe. It's that I don't know.
No,
Look, brother, you're not zooming in on shit with your telescope. Telescopes don't have variable to zoom. They don't have a variable zoom. It's a fixed zoom. So no, you're not zooming in on shit.
He's
okay. What do you call
it? Not going to understand if
it's magnifying.
They're made to look at stars. It doesn't. The zoom level doesn't matter. They have fixed zoom.
Okay. I take out
so
different
let's just cut the
eyepieces
short.
and it changes the distance. It's magnification. Call it whatever you want. Like I was talking about my boy and mowing the lawn.
You're not
We know what it
changing the
means.
aperture.
We understand
No,
it.
friend. Let me cut to the chase here. Those little eyepieces are not changing the aperture of the telescope. In order to increase the angular resolution, you must change the aperture. Zooming will not change that.
In a little eyepiece, they do have like a 5 times or 10 times or 20 times, but all that does is increase the field of view. That's all that does. Increase or decrease the field of view. So if you're looking at a star and it's a little pinpoint in your telescope, right? If you increase the field of view, it's going to look bigger. And
I'm going to try. I hear what you're saying. I understand.
It translates into a 20 times magnification, but you're just decreasing the field of view.
All right.
You're
So
not going to see more of the
everything I
star.
say
You
on
can't
this
even resolve the
doesn't
star.
matter at this point because I don't know, and I will test it out myself in about 15, less than that, maybe 12 days with my boy when I take it out into the middle of the desert and look at the sky. I'll test it out.
Look at the ground, dude. That's what we're talking about. Look at the ground.
Okay. I think that's going to matter for what we're talking about here.
Oh, yeah, dude. Your interjection was that if you use a telescope looking at the ground, you'd be able to see the entirety of an object. Now you're telling us you're going to go out and do a test by looking at a star. Wow.
Wow. I didn't think that looking up would make people butthurt over it.
Anyway, because we're talking about looking at objects on the ground, dude. You said a telescope would be relevant.
I knew I was right.
Maybe the argument I bring up should be about how objects that appear to be on the ground aren't actually on the ground. They're just slightly above the ground.
See, again, we're not talking about the point. The point being, we can see from shore to shore, and then somehow it was a fucking avalanche that kept rolling because every point that is actually relevant, he's going to say it doesn't matter because that's not what we're talking about. Because
Kirsten must be part of the group, dude. He must be part of the group that's been in here doing confusion technique. Alice in Wonderland.
Might have been here under another name. I don't know if you guys
Mage.
I feel special to the idea that you would actually think that about me. That's pretty awesome.
No, dude. You're doing the same thing they've been doing. It can't.
I don't care what they do.
I've been doing this.
I just use my brain.
I've never seen what's been happening in this chat for fucking 2 weeks. Okay, you're doing the same thing. Okay, you're just galloping all over the place, saying nonsensical shit, trying to go into the weeds on subject matter you don't know a fucking thing about. That's not normal. People that go into the weeds on stuff actually know about the stuff they're talking about, and that's why it ends up in the weeds. You're trying to put it in the weeds, and you have no fucking clue what you're talking about by your own admission. Why would you do that?
Okay. Because I
why
like
would
to
you do
use
that?
basic.
Why would you do that?
I like using
why would you
basic
do that,
logic.
dude? Why would you do?
It's not complicated.
Dude,
People assign these
Okay,
big words
basic
to
logic.
things
Give me
that
the
are
logical
not that
syllogism.
complicated.
Give me the logical syllogism for your basic logic right
See,
now.
that's what I'm saying. You just did it. People using big words to explain something that's really basic and
A
simple.
logical syllogism is how logic is formed. Okay, premise, conclusion. So give me the logic.
So give you this.
Yeah,
is a
that's
dumb
right, dude.
conversation.
That's right. You're not using logic. You can't just say I'm using logic and not use logic. You can't say buzzwords here and think that that's going to rule the day. Okay? It's really simple. Because now that I've detected that you're part of that little fucking clique of idiots, okay, you're going to get flamed.
I don't know why you're so butthurt. I'm not
No one's
arguing with you.
butthurt, dude. Your little clique of fucking goddamn Alice in Wonderland isn't going to go anywhere. We're wasting our time with you, so just go on mute. Just go on mute, dude. Just go on mute. We don't need to talk to you.
Okay. I'll go on mute. That's fine.
Yeah, they come in pretending, thinking that they have a point to bring up, and they have no clue of what they're talking about. So when you guys are
No,
explaining
there's
it
a
to
group of them doing shit, AB. I discerned it. There's a group of them. Mage, that Ice J dude, he sat in here and fucking lied about a satellite for fucking an hour and a half, doing basically what this guy's doing. Oh, the satellite's been detected by GPS. Oh, it can't get the ground station out the curvature of the Earth. All of this stuff, massive amounts of like nonsense. Turns out the satellite he's referring to is passive. It's just basically a disco ball in the sky. It has nothing on it but reflectors. Everything he said for an hour and a half bed. I think his name was Mighty, Mage, Ice J, this guy, that girl that was in here. They're all doing this thing where they go into the weeds on topics they don't know anything about. So if someone starts doing that, they're part of the clique.
Now, still, I feel slighted because, again, I didn't demand. Well, okay, I demanded
Yeah,
that
you
he
said
actually.
it. Not only that, but you told the people who were engaging with him that we were doing shit. So who should feel slighted?
What I said was, why did you take the scenic route? Because now he's interjecting
Well, that's
endlessly.
not how you characterize it. That's not how you characterized it.
No, that's what I was saying. That is exactly what I was saying.
Really?
So
You sure?
maybe you got into feelings because of how I said it, but I said
No, dude. No, dude. No.
I can't even say what I actually said because no, right?
No, you can't. You can't because you're not being accurate.
I am being. So why don't we listen to the tape?
Okay, did you just hear what I just said to that guy?
The one thing that most people will never say. Why don't we just listen to the tape? Because my point is going to be made.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, your point is taken. Okay, we shouldn't have let him deflect. But guess what? Didn't you just hear what I said? It was going to be impossible to stop because he wasn't going to let it stop. That was his intention the moment he came in here to do that.
And my intention was to expose that as quickly as possible.
Should have put on mute, dude.
No,
you should have done like mute him up, dude.
Putting him on mute is not going to do that. But exposing that no matter what you say, no matter what point you make, he's going to be across the street. You go across the street. Across the street.
Yeah, watch. You mute him, and then you say, "Hey guys, you said this. He did this, and now he's doing this." Right? But that's not what you did. You came in and you accused us.
Yeah, but Indio said I'm speaking to Indio. I'm not even speaking to that point. I let it go because I said let's review the tape. Typically, you and I both get mad when people don't want to just do that and let shit lay where it lay. That's what I did. We gonna talk about it or we gonna move on?
Well, I mean, I'm not the one who said I feel slighted on the open air in regards to it.
So now I'm saying all that said, I'm still. You want to move on because that's what was suggested.
No, what I want to do is not have this happen again in the future.
Indio
That's
said,
what I
let's
want.
mute him. I said, no, we shouldn't mute him because how are we going to expose that he's never going to respond to a single point?
Yeah, you mute him, you say your point, then you unmute him. That's how you control the flow.
That's what I did.
Oh, Elijah. Yeah, you want to expose it. But it's like it's worse than that. This is a lack of a bad term, conspiracy among a bunch of people on this server. Like, you guys are whistling past the graveyard. Yeah, the guy, he was doing a bunch of shit. Yeah, you thought like we were letting him off the hook, and we didn't spot right away what he was doing because part of the trick is to seem interested at first, right? And to seem reasonable at first, and then degrade into that, right? And get you chasing them around. Because he was having a reasonable interaction at first, right? Would everyone agree with that? He was having a reasonable interaction at first?
Yeah.
Yeah, what it sounded like, yep.
And then, but then he, once started presenting evidence, he's trying to obscure the evidence by just, meandering and doing all the shit you said, Elijah. But it's not, we couldn't have stopped it. He was going to do it regardless because that was part of his script. You understand? These dudes are running a script or a shtick. It's not really a script where they say the words, right? But it's a shtick. It's an act they're doing. It's a group of them, dude. I just named them all. I mean, I'll name them again if you want. There's a couple others too that I can't remember.
No, I heard Yakubianite in here before I started talking. And I was like, I know you guys know who Yakubianite is.
Oh man.
Yeah, you know who he is.
Oh shit, he's back?
You was talking to him.
That guy that we're just talking to?
No, there was I heard him momentarily.
You guys want me to tell you guys what the point of this little shtick is doing? Because if they're in here just gumming up the fucking gears, anybody that just pops into the chat and hears the conversation is like, I don't want to fucking listen to this, or I can't get a word in edgewise, or they're talking to this guy and he's just like sucking up max time. You know what I mean? Instead of like some normal person just asking a question, it's to stop any normal person coming here and engaging with us at all. They're basically running interference.
Yeah, and I guess the wires cross was when Eli's feelers are up real high and he could sense that or detect that. And he wants to like interject and say, hey, wait a minute. I guess you guys were locked horns with the guy. And it's all about how it was said, to you guys, conveying to the team, like, hey, this guy is a known suspect or whatever. And
I didn't know. Yeah, I guess he was on the other night doing some shit, but I didn't hear. The thing is, when I heard the normal interaction, I just assumed he was just a genuine dude. I didn't look at the name. I was just listening to him. You know what I mean? And then then when Eli brought it up, then I started noticing, like, fuck, another one, dude? There's another one? It's like 6 now.
But see, at that point, it's not like I was trying to stop the game because I realized that. Because to me, the people in my life are like that. I don't know why they're set up that way. So I don't like necessarily whether they're a group of whatever is like purposely nefarious or retarded and plays Call of Duty like I do at night. I don't know. But my whole thing was when I heard AI about to latch on to his point, when Yakubianite is like, still, when we're talking about, not Yakubianite, the other guy is talking about like the smokestack, why don't we see X, whatever? I'm thinking, does he think that you can just resolve anything from any point? And that was the point that you guys were on. In a matter of 5 minutes, we get the stars. And he's like, I don't want to talk about the ground. I'm going to go out and do. Why the fuck wouldn't I explode? How the fuck in 5 minutes did we get from the point where you can see things from the disappear from the bottom up without obstruction to I'm not looking at the ground. I'm going to go out and look at stars with my boys. Come on. Come on.
The nature of how optics work, right? So he's talking about telescopes being used. Holy crap, dude.
Running interference, just like I said.
The government must not be on shutdown anymore. What were you saying, AI?
50 shekels, 50 shekels, 50 shekels.
Shekels, oh man.
Did the Cuban like get his army of trolls to come in here?
Probably what it is.
I understand that because
Actually, you guys are getting hacked by ISIS thugs.
full on attack. I understand the whole because of the angular resolution and all of that we got into optics and light and yada yada yada. That's why the headlights were mentioned. I just realized that we went from practical examples to stellar stuff. And it's like, all right, it didn't have to degrade that far to get back to the point that you can't resolve between two objects at infinite distances. Am I wrong about that?
That's fair, but how would he accept that without talking about optics and how they work?
He wanted to keep it on telescopes, man, and looking at the sky. Like I'm not saying, how would you have brought it back? Because are you just going to let him leave it there?
Dude, I don't care if it takes me talking about telescopes in the sky till he understands how the optic works and how it can't zoom in, right? And then apply it to the Earth. Why would that matter?
Okay.
I think he's only talking about the road to get there, Eli. I know what you were saying, but AI was saying the road to get there was going to be the path that he chose to take. And if it sounded like, us listening to it was going to be kind of excruciating because, like your point, you know what I mean?
I don't even think that. I think he would have somehow weaseled his way out of that and did something else.
Yeah, but you got to have faith in him, brother. You got to have faith in him.
I can't prove that, and I can't stop man from doing what he's doing because I think that's happening.
Look, dude, normally with a normal actor, right? Well, their mind's trying to get away, right? They don't want to accept the information of like how light works and all those things, and they run through like, well, what about this, and then what about that, and then what about this other thing? But typically, those people actually have an idea what they're talking about. Like if they say, "Hey, what about diffraction?" And you're like, "Okay, what's diffraction?" They know what it is, right? So they actually legitimately don't understand and want a legitimate answer. He wasn't doing that. He was trying to go in the weeds about something he don't know nothing about. That's the tell. That is literally the tell. Saying that, like, I zoomed in on stars. No, the fuck you didn't. You made that up completely. People don't zoom in on stars, dude. They're fixed zooms. All you can do is focus them or not focus them. Right? So, like, when we bring up points, right? Magnification, then he brought up a telescope, then Hubble, which he was wrong about. Telescopes, which he was wrong about. Angular resolution, which he was wrong about. Magnification, which he was wrong about. Like, he didn't know anything about these subjects. Admitted he doesn't know anything, but is trying to use them as, like, a valid confounding variable anyway.
And that's where, okay, so and that's where, okay, I jumped in because in my mind, if I'm on a road, especially the scenic route with someone, and I understand the underpinning point that I'm trying to make, and they directly let me know with their words that they don't give a fuck about something that I know that is the underlying point, and he said it about 3 times to 3 different, maybe 2 times to 2 different examples. That's when I was like, why are we still on this road? Because at the end of it, he's going to reject the underlying point because he's rejecting it right now. He's not.
To be fair, Elijah, there's two ways you can like expose that. You can come right out and confront it. Oh, you're not actually answering the questions of that, or you can just wear them out, right? Like oh boy, you've been sitting here for an hour and a half. You've come up with 50 excuses. None of them are work. Since none of them work, then what I said is true, right? Just by the process of elimination, right? And it shows that this dude is just like thrashing about in his mind and that he's not being honest. Now, you can just cut to the chase like you wanted to do, right? Just cut to the chase like, fuck this shit. This dude's just fucking, I don't have time for this. Just answer the goddamn question and just get it out of him. You know what I mean? Just fucking put him in the rack, twist the fucking screws, and get it out of him. Either way is obviously, you know, what do they call it? Freaking user's choice. You know what I mean?
That's your prerogative. I get it.
Right, and it's not relevant. It's not actually relevant that he concedes to any points in his own mind, but he can be forced to concede for the audience. He can be used as a foil to demonstrate the illogic and the irrationality of their reasoning. Right. So, for example, when it comes to the eyepieces on the telescope, the eyepieces only affect, they're essentially post processing because the image that's formed only has the available aperture and lens that's at the other side of the telescope. So, changing the eyepiece is like after the fact.
I mean, I do sympathize with you, Elijah, that being an audience member, I mean, me and AI have the benefit of actually, and DJ talking to him, right? So at least we're engaged. But as an audience member, ugh, you know what I mean? I don't envy you having to listen to like explaining shit that you've heard 10,000 times before, again for the 10,001st time. I mean, I'd want to kneecap him too. I probably would have kneecapped him if I was listening and other people were talking.
If we make a standard that Globers have to answer the direct questions immediately, or they're not allowed to engage, then we have no more audience.
But that's a very soft way of saying, hey, if you lay out a premise and somebody disrespectfully says, fuck that, I'm not going to respond. So you just let them do that to everyone who brings a point to them. Then they shouldn't be shut down, or they should like that. That's a very soft way of saying.
I would use him as a foil till he was done with what I want to do with him.
A foil of never. Well, I guess to expose that
It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't. If he's obstinate to the point and he doesn't care about the information, then I'm going to use him to present the information to people who do care, who may be listening. Whether he cares or doesn't care, concedes or doesn't concede, is neither here nor there. If his intention is to be this, and my intention is to use him for my purposes, then he's going to get used.
You're going to use
Yeah,
his
I mean,
novel
we got
canvas to draw your Rembrandt on, aren't you?
Yeah, we got to get
Sorry,
some
you-
utility out of him. You know what I mean? I mean, we don't have to, but
Look, we were addressing his objections to the points and demonstrating the facts of the matter about the points. Okay, whether he agrees or not, I mean, him agreeing is not the mark of whether we're succeeding in doing exposition on the topic. Him agreeing is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I just feel like he's gonna.
He doesn't have to agree.
I just feel like he was gonna.
But
Sorry.
hold on. He doesn't have to agree. I'm not asking for agreement. However, if he doesn't engage the point entirely, and every human being, well,
I don't need him to engage the point. I can engage the point entirely on my side. I can do all the heavy lifting.
Well, except
so what we've been talking about for the past 15 minutes is meta rather than the actual point.
So I can't respond, or what? What do you mean?
No, I'm just pointing out that he succeeded in having us not talk about flat Earth, whether he's on the mic or not on the mic.
Exactly, because my point overall was I thought you were going to get to your lake example because I heard you say it yesterday. Why are we talking about this? That's what I would have said, but I thought we wanted to talk about this. Because that was my point. My point was your fucking point. Where to go?
Well, the world may never know. Because rather than letting veterans who know what they're doing carry the conversation where they're leading it, they're going to be interjected and told they're stupid for engaging with this point. And that's not a trend I intend to allow to happen in this forum going forward.
No, if you want me to say I'm wrong for the sake of moving forward, like I said, I'm wrong in the sense that I already understood the point that your prerogative is your prerogative. I've accepted that. Beyond that, you keep dragging it into meta because my overall agenda was making your point more concise. If that's not what you want to do, fine. I was wrong.
Right, so the point on the table where it all went sideways was his claim, essentially, whether he didn't actually make it explicitly, was implicitly that if the Earth is flat, you should see the entirety of all objects. And if you can't, it's just because you don't have a big enough optic or a zoomy enough optic. And then he was carried down the line of demonstrating why the zoom is irrelevant, which was valid. And of course, this all stemmed off of the fact of why can't I see all of the bottom of the shoreline underneath the smokestack? Which is, Glober's always stringing onto that, where they're like, oh, yeah, I can see things I shouldn't be able to see, but why can't I see the very, 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 very bottom of it? Because they think you should be able to see the bottom. They think you should be able to see everything in front of you unless there's Earth curve in the way.
Yeah, that violates the laws of physics.
Yeah, I heard that point being made. I thought it was a great point. And when he said, I don't care about that, that was kind of when I was incensed. So forgive me if my feelings were placed.
I was just listening, and that was the point I walked out.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, all I was saying is I was just listening to the conversation. When he said he didn't care, I just walked out, made myself a cup of coffee, and walked around the garden and come back.
Right. An appropriate commentary at that point would be like, hey, hold on, bro. I muted you because you just told the panel that you don't care about the very contention you're bringing forward. So why should they engage with you anymore on that? And then a valid reason of why they should engage might be, well, the only reason to engage with you would be to expose the topic, but we don't actually need you for that. We could just talk about it with you staying on server view, since you're not contributing anymore because you don't care. Now, of course, I'm saying that now, not being heated in the moment, and maybe I couldn't be as eloquent in the moment.
Same.
But either way, the moral of that whole story is that guy was decrying us for using technical terms and then focusing on the terms and then saying he didn't care after the fact. So it's like he actually doesn't care at all. Basically, I think what he was trying to say is, listen, I don't care about actually knowing things or technical terms. I just care about simple language being told to me by somebody I trust. Kind of like he was, analogizing with his son. It's like, son, I said a simple thing and you're just making it complicated. You should just trust me at my word and just do what I say. So basically, maybe he was trying to say, you guys aren't the authority, so I don't believe you.
Yep. But he was just going a long-winded way by doing that.
Who are we talking to?
Ourselves at the moment.
No, who were we? Who was that? Was the name of the
That
person
was
we were talking?
Ryan. He's muted at the bottom.
Oh, thought that was that Kira-san's name.
Well, I think he's part of the group, but I mean, I don't know. You guys.
I think he is too. I mean, or maybe he got into the ego thing, but I don't know. He was trying to get in the weeds on stuff he just admitted that he didn't know anything about, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. AI pointed that out earlier. So.
Yeah, it's like you're talking about Barbie, right? And like you start going into like the different Barbie collections, and then you're like someone goes off and just starts like naming the shoes and the dress and like the hairstyle, and
next thing you know, you're talking about Transformers.
Everything they're saying is wrong. You know what I mean? Like what? Like
yeah, his evaluation of how he knows that it's refraction was, I don't know, it's refraction.
He tried just Googling it, you know. He admitted he was Googling. So.
Well, he seems to be appealing in the chat. He's saying, what's he saying here? I am genuine, opinionated, and I am teachable. Do you want to try again? I don't know.
Well, he was using the sugar water example, and when he was talking with AI and me about refraction.
You're mixing up two different people.
I'm pretty sure it's you.
I wasn't, but people are talking about Ryan Phoenix, who was the most recent conversation.
Yeah.
That's my fault. Then thanks for pointing out.
That was also my fault because I thought you were talking.
Yeah, no, but Hiro-san was talking about refraction that he doesn't know anything about, using the example of the fish tank with sugar water. That's Hiro-san.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that's how they discovered gold refraction. They set up a laser in a fish tank with sugar water, and they were like, "God damn, this is exactly how the gold works." Think they did it that way, Kira-san? That's how they discovered it.
No.
How did they discover gold refraction? How was that discovered?
I think some of the earliest observations would have been with surveying.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, when the Earth looked flat, they were like, "Fuck, dude, there's proof of gold refraction in that flat Earth." Go ahead, Joe.
I thought that when they discovered refraction was when they were trying to solve a problem of some type of eclipse or something, like a Selenilian or something.
Yeah, that is it.
Hey, 10 points for me.
I think it was celestial navigation that they don't. They have to compensate for stars along the horizon.
Yeah, there's a publication by two Canadian physicists called "The History of Astronomical Refraction," and that's where it came from. The 7 million eclipse. They come with some bullshit excuse why that's happening. So.
In what way do surveyors use refraction?
7/6R for corrections in some applications.
And so, in your mind, it was that's when it was invented. Are you saying the invention of 7/6R?
I don't know the specific origins of 7/6R, but I know that they've been using it for a while in land surveying.
Well, my question was, how did they discover it?
Oh, okay.
In the first place, what was the justification for like using it?
I think they noticed displacement of stars, especially more towards the horizon.
Just reading the side chat, by the way.
Am I? No, I didn't have Discord up. Is that what?
It's literally word for word, but no worries. That's a good guess then. That's a really good guess. Well done, you.
So I posted in the chat why. And 706R is only used in some places. It's not used in Europe. They use 0.13. In Finland, they use like 0.17. And each state uses their own value depending on particular Department of Transportation. So you can look in the Department of Transportation because they hire surveyors, right? So they give the specifications on what they have to use, and each Department of Transportation has their unique refraction value they use. There is no standard.
Yeah, and I did say that before, that the 7/6R is just a shorthand. It's not meant to be exact.
Is there an exact one?
No, in order to be exact, you would have to know the conditions of every point that the light travels through from target to observer, which would be impractical, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
That's true.
Then how do you know it? Then how do you know it exists, though?
Yeah, I was gonna say that part was true. What he just said right there.
I mean, you can know it exists without knowing the exact amount it's affecting.
Yeah, I agree with you. But so how do we know it exists?
Well, I mean, the earliest observations were the displacement of stars at the horizon.
Yeah, I'm talking about the terrestrial kind.
I mean, if it happens to stars, then it's happening to light, which would happen regardless.
Well, the star's optical path isn't anywhere near the same as the ground, right? You're not dealing with the same distances. You're not dealing with the same angles.
Yeah, I understand, but if it's going through the atmosphere at a shallow angle across and the light's traveling across the horizon, that's no different than a mountain being at the same elevation angle as the star during the day.
It is different. And I'll tell you how it's different.
The star would be traveling through more atmosphere than
we can observe the difference, dude. We can observe the difference because stars and planets and other things in the sky will have a chromatic dispersion. Okay, so they'll be red around the top and blue around the bottom, whereas we don't observe this with any terrestrial object at all, ever. So they actually make something called
the refractive index
astronomical dispersion. Well, they make something called an astronomical dispersion corrector that'll fix the chromatic aberration.
Right, and that would be the. What's the claim given for why they do that? Is it because the light's entering our atmosphere, so it's going from almost zero refractive index of the vacuum of space, and then entering our atmosphere, which is greater? So there's because in order to have chromatic aberration, you need a big difference, not small differences.
Okay,
right?
The reason the air's refractive index is 1.00000027 is because it's nearly the same as vacuum.
Right, that's through space, not through the atmosphere, right?
No, air, the air we breathe. The refractive index difference between vacuum and air is in like the fifth decimal place.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
The millionths. It's in the millionths. Like a 1 degree temperature change will be in the millionth decimal place. It'll change like point 603 or something.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me? Okay, I'll tell you where to go. Go to the EM toolbox. Google EM toolbox, Sitter equation, and then punch in different values for the temperature, pressure, humidity, and all that, and then you can see the resulting value.
So you say EM toolbox equation?
EM toolbox, Sitter equation. It's CIDDOR.
Oh, I see. So the refraction index of air calculator. So, what makes it impossible to see the moon and the sun at the same time?
Is anyone
Or like,
claiming that on either side?
no, there's a photo that was posted in the side chat by Mr. Indio 007. It states that it should be impossible to see both sun and moon at the same time, and we'll have to abandon this model.
Specifically lunar eclipse. Not the sun and moon above the horizon, but when the moon is having a lunar eclipse.
So, do you believe this claim?
I don't think the globe claims that you should be able to see the sun and the moon at the same time during a lunar eclipse. Is that coming from a globe claim?
That's called a Selenilian eclipse. It's also
No,
called the
I'm talking
impossible
about the
eclipse.
picture. Do you believe what the
Okay,
picture
dude, no
is
worries,
saying?
I'll shut up.
So, do you believe in satellites?
Damn, it's funky how as soon as you shut up, he no longer had any interjections to make.
Strange.
Interjections.
about me?
I'm just trying to better understand concepts.
We got to listen to understand concepts.
But sometimes listening involves questioning.
Yeah, but do your question not in someone's sentence, like in the middle of their sentence. Don't do it through that.
I don't believe I did that. I think we're having some
You don't believe it?
misinterpretations of what's
Oh, he
going on.
doesn't believe it, Jedi. He doesn't believe it.
Well, it's lucky enough we've got some video evidence. Go back to the last stream, rewind it, and figure it out for yourself.
And check your voice details.
All right.
If you've got more than 250 milliseconds of ping time, you may want to exit and rejoin to fix that.
Do you take accountability of why people are uninterested in concepts like this?
You're interested. You're here.
I'm very interested. I'm a Hollow
What
Earth
did you
fan.
just?
I've been banned from here for saying that. That's not a joke.
Yeah, you read too much fiction.
Huh? Is that an opinion or a fact?
Yeah, the Hollow Earth shit I know where it comes from. So you read too much fiction.
Where does
Never
it come
been
from?
substantiated. Admiral Byrd's nephew or some shit who wrote a book.
Do you know that art imitates life and so on?
So yeah, I'm sure because this is calm world right now.
But you haven't answered my question when I asked you if you believe the picture you showed was something that you believe.
No, I don't believe shit. You do.
But why did you post it if you don't believe the claim that the photo is making?
What are you talking about?
Let's take a look at the side chat.
Yeah.
When we scroll up, we see, I believe to see a user by the name of Indo 007, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Posting an
You mean
image
a
of
diagram?
yeah, like, is this model, like this picture you prove,
It's
you
called an internal
underline.
critique, dude. It's called an internal critique.
No, so you were critiquing what this was saying.
It's an internal critique, right? So you can critique a worldview using the presuppositions within it, see if there's any contradictions, inconsistencies, without actually adopting it. You are aware of that, right? This is like grade school level shit.
Because a lot of times there's a lot of confusion and division when it comes to topics like this, because if 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 there's if you believe some people believe this is an overworld, there's no outer, there's no vacuum, then there's no shape of the earth. Then It's a dimension.
Okay, well, I can see 3 dimension types width length. What ones are you talking about? Oh, time. We can call that a dimension as well if you want. So what do you mean?
I mean, like, I never seen much consistency when it comes to a horizontal plane, because it either goes from, oh, it's shaped like a disc, to, oh, it's shaped like a circle, to, oh, we
yeah.
haven't discovered everything and we just live in an overworld.
I get you. Flat, horizontal isn't a claim to shape, is it? It's a orientation or surface description. Horizontal being perpendicular to vertical, and flat, right? Having no part higher or lower than another. That in itself isn't a claim to shape. Square, circle, pizza, right? Because we can't make that claim. We don't know the entirety of reality to tell you what it looks like. We can just measure the surface of it, and it's flat, horizontal.
Should I do it?
That makes sense.
Pizzas are squares and circles.
I just feel like the representation of the community and like the imagery, it kind of doesn't like explain that well. Like, oh, we're not saying either. We're not really just arguing about the shape of the earth. We're arguing about the science and the math.
Yeah, well, good thing we're not going based on your feelings, bro.
Yeah,
What do you
what is
mean?
with the social commentary?
Social,
It's
so
like,
you're
I
telling me,
feel
you're
like
telling me,
X, Y, and Z.
yeah, it's definitely a feeling, because if you haven't what does the imagery of flat Earth consist of? What is
Who cares?
what is representing of your community?
Who cares? What community? Dude, we're not a club. We don't have a
You're not
mailing
a
address.
community,
This
so
isn't a nonprofit.
discussing. You do realize that discussing the math and the science being wrong, that there's nothing wrong with that. That's
What
like
science?
it's like explaining how the laws
What
of physics on
science?
9/11 were
The
broken.
math, no, listen, math is not wrong. It's always correct. It can only be misapplied. So no matter what math you have, you need measurement variables to insert into the math to know if your model prediction, which is mathematical in some cases, is actually correct. You need actual measurements, right? You can't do everything by calculation. You can calculate anything, right? So calculate Superman's max speed. So you need real world variables to insert into all that. They don't have those real world variables. That's the problem. And this is not a scientific question. Science deals with the natural world, natural phenomenon. Okay? The shape of something is not a natural phenomenon. So these buzzwords like science, logic,
is a phenomenon.
It's not a phenomenon. Phenomenon is something that happens. Like rain, earthquakes, tidal waves. Those are phenomena.
That's a very interesting perspective. I respect it.
It's not my perspective. It's definitional. It's how it's defined.
Well,
because science figures out cause and effect relationships. Well, listen, science figures out cause and effect relationships via the scientific method. How are you going to figure out the cause and effect relationship for an object or a shape or a form?
I feel like that's. Oh, sorry, I can't talk about feelings. Let's talk about facts. So when it comes to
Well, the
science,
scientific method is what it is. It is what it is. Like, I didn't make it up. Look, bro, we're not going by what we think. We're going by what they say. So if you don't like what we say, argue with them.
I'm not saying I like or dislike. I don't have an opinion.
Isn't feelings an opinion?
Everyone is ran off feelings.
Oh shit, no. Guess you've never met a sociopath.
Human, right? I never understood like the feeling counter argument. Like there's different scales of using your feelings in a situation like this. You know what makes us human, right? Is that we are biological machines programmed with these emotions. That's how we run. That's how we perceive things. That's how our pineal gland works too.
Is that what? Is that how we analyze data? Is that how we analyze data by our feelings?
We're not talking about that right now.
What do you mean? The data that supports your claim is not analyzed by your feelings. You don't come in here and say, "Wow, the Earth's not flat," because I just feel like you guys don't have a good argument. Like that's not based on a feeling.
I believe we're having some misunderstanding of each other and how we're coming from.
Look, your feelings
All I
are
mentioned was
fantastic,
that
but the topic isn't the sociology of flat Earth community, whatever that fuck that is. And the topic is flat Earth.
But you said you're not a community, so that doesn't make sense to me. You guys
That's what I
group
said.
up,
Whatever
you
the
stay
fuck
on this
that
app
is.
all day, and you're not a community.
No. There's people in the fucking Free Palestine chat. Is that the Free Palestine community?
That is a form of community. Yes, you're communing together and you're discussing information and knowledge.
So what? It doesn't make you a club.
That's a community is bigger than just a club. This is not no Freemasons, okay? Even though Flat Earth is basically based off Freemasonry, but at the end of the day,
Look. Let me ask you a question. Is everyone that believes in ghosts the ghost believer community?
yeah, they can be part of that community. That's only it depends on that.
Unbelievable.
If they're engaging in online discourse about that stuff, then yes, they're part of a community. But if
They're
they're
the ghost
day to
believer
day,
community because they talk about it.
yeah, you're with a group of people talking and discussing about information. That is a community.
So what if you talk about politics, like one of these channels?
That is a community. If you're talking about
so that's
topic,
the politics
it's a community.
Because they talk about politics.
What about when I talk about brainworms? Am I part of the brainworms community?
Actually, yes. What does that fall under? What does the concept of brainworms fall under? If you're researching online and staying on Discord all day talking about brainworms and a medical server, you are part of the medical community. I believe that this is common sense.
What if you do it offline?
That's stupid. You
What's
call
the
them Discord.
when it's a community?
If that's stupid, then you're calling yourself stupid. Then, because that's
At best, it will be a Discord community.
I got a question then, because you said you wanted
your
to
guys
know.
are broken. You're not consistent in your belief, and you're not.
No,
he
you're
said
moron. You're trying to make
no. He said earlier.
The only good person here I like is Lioness. At least Lioness is a.
No one cares who you like.
All I hear is.
So I want to make sure what does the good community's picture look like?
A good community picture?
Yeah, what is the
Well,
good?
I wish I could send a picture. I got banned from the side chat.
No.
Look. What you're doing is you're trying to make generalizations where none apply. That's what you're trying to do. So you can stereotype everybody into your little fucking pigeonhole. And we're not going to let you. Look, no, hold on. No. We're not going to let you. It's not going to happen.
I don't want to. I don't have no ill intention. Like, at the end of the day, you don't know who I am.
Bro.
I don't know who you are. I don't know your pain. I don't know your suffering, but I still love you as a human being.
Yeah, great. Let's all sing Kumbaya. That's fine. But listen, you saying there is no unifying thing that you can make a general statement about flat earthers other than they think the earth is flat. Other than that, there's nothing else that binds. You had Necros who just talked. He's a Muslim. He's in a foreign country. You got Australians here. Yeah, he's a Muslim. Yeah.
And this,
what do me and
this is
Necros
what
have in
makes a
common
great
other
community
than
is
we
the
think the earth is
diversity.
flat? We don't eat the same food. We don't wear the same clothes. We probably have different choices in women. Like, everything about us is different, except we both think the earth is flat.
And that's
How are you going to make a
beautiful.
generalization?
So you're admitting that it is it's made up of a diverse community.
No, I'm not admitting anything, douche nozzle. That's the third time you tried that. That gimmick won't work here.
I'm trying to better understand.
No.
I know you guys get trolled.
Admit anything. No, it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick, dude. It's a rhetorical gimmick. And
This ain't no wrestling, bro. I don't got no gimmick.
No, it's a rhetorical gimmick to say, you just admitted blah, blah. No. Okay? The only thing me and Necros have in common is that we think the earth is flat. That doesn't make it a community. Having the same idea about something doesn't make it a community.
Oh, this is not a community. This is what is this? Just a circle jerk?
This guy sounds like
that wouldn't even be a community.
Just a discussion, man. That's all it is. Just a discussion.
This guy
even a circle jerk wouldn't be a community.
Yeah, but I need to address Over Fence because Over the Fence been saying the same thing for the past 10 minutes. So a lot of people here tell me we get a lot of trolls. So be prepared to be misunderstood. Even that's what Lion has told me, especially because she
Thanks for
told me.
your advice. How long have you been in this topic, dude?
I've been discussing flat Earth on multiple platforms and forums for about 10 years now.
I seriously doubt it.
10 years.
You know,
Have you
this
been
is
able
nothing
to-
new, right?
Dude, where's your
We've been
deets, dude?
around
I want
for
to see your
thousands
deets.
of
Where you
years.
been? Where you been? I want to look up your deets, dude. I want to check you
Look
out.
up Xeon Forum and then on Reddit, and then you also have 4chan.
Reddit. Really?
That's a
On
forum.
Reddit.
I said forum. You
And
said give me a
4chan.
forum, and I
India, he
gave you a
said 10
forum.
years.
His flat Earth
So-
deets are 4chan and Reddit.
India, let's test him for a bit. Because he
Calm
said that-
down.
Have him
Calm down,
Steelman.
please.
Have him Steelman.
I don't want you
an
mad.
argument.
I just don't want anyone. I don't want anyone to be angry. Okay, like I don't
No,
want
I'm
anyone to be
disgusted,
mad.
dude. You guys
Yeah, I'm not
misinterpret disgust for anger, dude, all the time. It's disgust.
You raise your
It's
voice.
not anger.
I'm going to assume you're angry.
Pure disgust. Ill.
That's not bad, but it's
It's
I'm
disgusting,
ill.
dude.
We're all ill. We
Disappointed.
live in a poison
When you're
society,
disgusted
bro.
by a person, what do you do?
What? I'm sorry. You cut out for me.
Ugh, brother. Ugh.
Yeah, brother. Ooh.
So you said that you spent 10 years talking about globe Earth and flat Earth. During those
Yeah,
10
like I'm a
years,
hollow earther.
I'm just trying to finish my idea. So during those 10 years, have you ever been able to validate that the Earth is a globe by posting to those people that you talk to a real tangible proof that the Earth is a ball? Or all your talking was about beliefs? You were begging people to believe photos, images, videos, and testimonies from
I don't
other
believe
people.
there's begging. I feel like two opposite ideas. Because you do realize that people that believe in a full-on globe also disprove and belittle the hollow Earth
Just have
theory,
him,
right?
bro. Just
You
Steelman.
do realize
Argument
that.
for
So
the
I'm
globe.
in the same boat as you.
Guys,
So I
have him
understand a
Steelman
lot of
two
what you go
arguments.
through.
One for the globe and one for the flat Earth. That's it.
For
Look,
me, I don't care.
hold on. I want to go to what Necro said. Is your hollow Earth a globe?
Yep, that's what
It's not
I
a
was.
perfect sphere, no.
I don't care about spheroids.
sphere.
So listen, I don't care about those who claim an oblate spheroid, a perfect sphere, a hollowed earth, so a sphere with the hole inside, or a concave earth, meaning a sphere, but they live inside the sphere. I don't care about those claims. They all hold the same point that makes them all, which is the curvature. Although those earths, the surface is curved, even yours, the hollow earth. So, have you ever been able to validate for those people that you talked to during those 10 years that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid?
Well, flat Earth is government documented. That is a fact that I can give you guys. The concept
You're
of
not
a
answering what he
horizontal
said,
plane is government documented. So
That's
there
not
has
an
to
answer
be.
to what he's asking, bro.
Listen, can you stop trying to? Can you let me finish? Because you're just assuming. If you
You're
can,
not answering the question,
if
bro.
not, I would just mute myself and I'll just let everyone else carry on because I do not want to cause any ill energy.
Then just
I
answer
do
the
not want to
question.
feed into any negativity.
Just answer the question.
And don't mute yourself. We will let you finish. Just
my trust is broken.
That was hard when you stopped answering questions and claimed some kind of victimhood.
This is so funny. This is one of the funniest things. Hey, at least you're entertaining, dude.
So I don't care about your
Because
emotions.
this is the stupidest LARP ever.
I don't care about your emotions in reality. If you are sad or mad, you can dip out. There is a red button that you can click on. It will disconnect you. If you are here, you want to have a discussion, a mature one, yeah, you can respond to the question. It was a simple question. What your answer was something irrelevant to what I asked. My question was, I repeat it. It's simple. During those 10 years, have you been able to validate that this Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Nice. Can you share with us what was the proof that you give to those people that you talked to?
It's just because the laws of physics and gravity. That's what plays a big part about it. Especially because I'm not a professional researcher. I don't have no.
So can a disk attract something else? Because I think that if I give you gravity, the disk have mass, so can attract anything. So doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
you're on the right track, Necros. Let's just ask him how he knows it's a globe from the 10-year experience that he's had. That's all we care to know. Because if it's he's inside of a sphere, hollow Earth.
He said gravity.
All right. Well, let him expound on that.
Well, he's got to prove two curvatures: inner curvature, concavity, and convexity on the surface. He just doubled his problem.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, so Jedi said gravity, so we'll let him start with gravity. And go ahead. What project?
Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta feed my cat.
Yeah, feed your cat.
Well, while you're feeding your cat, I'm going to put on my hip waders because I know I'm going to be wading through some bullshit.
Feeding the cat is a euphemism in the UK.
You need a snow shovel, man, if you're going to be doing that. Shovel that.
What are you feeding the cat, Jedi?
Some meat.
Trouser trout?
I like that one. That's good.
Even LARPers, government officials, actors all have to abide by the animal safety laws. So he has to feed his cats.
Hello? Can we continue?
Did you wash your hands? Did you wash your hands after touching the cat?
I always wash my hands.
Okay.
I have a food handler certificate. I always have to wash my hands.
Dempsey sounded like he had mounting disgust. Did you wash your hands? Oh, okay.
Well, he ain't wrong, yeah.
Yeah, this
all right, so what were we? Can we continue about where we're leaving off the gravity?
The question was, what was your validation? Okay, so the question was, what was the validation? I mean, I listened pretty carefully.
Of gravity? I'm really glad that you
How
asked
did you
me.
validate that, then?
I'm very thankful of having the spotlight. Let's begin. So, let's begin with talking about gravitational self-attraction and shape.
Okay. How did you validate that?
So the most fundamental argument that I keep hearing regarding everyone and gravity itself is that the force of gravity naturally compels very large amounts of masses, correct? Like a planet.
Yep.
Or a sphere.
Yeah.
That's the story.
How did you validate it?
Okay. Let's validate
it. It is a story. No one's ever observed that happening, have they? Has anyone observed the planet form from gravity? The answer is no. Has anybody observed it in the lab?
Good question.
Yeah.
Since according to science it formed before anyone was on it, then the answer would be no.
Somebody's throwing their body in the gears right now.
According to science.
All right, so you do know that you can observe on the spherical Earth that a massive body of the planet pulls all matter to the center of mass. Correct?
Wow. How do we get the story? We're just still waiting for you to validate the story. So far within your story,
you didn't hear me correctly.
My friend,
let me repeat myself again. I don't think you heard me correctly.
I did.
The observation.
Your gravity forms everything into balls, doesn't it?
Do you not know about how?
Sorry.
When the string aligns itself,
it's a question here.
This vertical line is pre.
It's like someone's literally appealing with you to shut up, but you're too ignorant and you keep talking.
I keep talking because I'm not finished, and you keep interrupting.
Dude, I'm literally in the background appealing. Dude, please, shush. Right? Have some fucking sense. Is your story gravity forms everything again? Trying to do it again. Is your story very simply that gravity forms everything into a sphere?
It's not a story.
No, that's what you've just said. Is your claim at the moment that gravity forms everything into a sphere?
What did I say that it was just a story when I said it was observed? You can observe this.
Okay, so I'm going to have to pass you back to fucking Ninja again. And the
Yeah,
guy who
I
came in
agree.
here said that when the Earth was formed, nobody was
We can't
around
have
to
a rational
observe it.
discussion because there's ego, there's
Do I have to
emotion.
mute you so I can fucking finish
No,
a
you
thought?
have an ego and emotions, and you're getting very
No,
upset.
we want to know. Look, let's cut
You
through
have
the bullshit.
ego.
We just want the observation.
We cannot have a rational discussion because we are grown people.
Yeah, that's right,
We are
because you're not
grown.
listening. I bet you if I ask you to repeat back Necro's question, you can't tell me.
Whose question?
Necros.
He asked me, can you validate the story? That's what they asked me.
He didn't say, can you validate the story? Right, in the 10 years.
With Jedi.
Who's interrupting me
you're
now?
not really answering what he said. He did change it from being a story
Indio's
to
clearly
is that your
talking. I'm going to
claim?
start muting people in a minute.
Whether or not it's
See,
true
now
or
you're being a
not,
Just mute the
communist. This
prick.
is why no one wants to take this seriously, is because you keep muting everyone that you see. This
Oh
is
my
incorrect.
God.
Shut up,
You are
dude.
a communist.
He's interrupting and you
Get
know
rid
it.
of him.
He's not interrupting. He probably just came back and wasn't aware of what was going on. He was in the call
We
for a while.
wasn't
Muted.
listening like you.
Hey, Jedi, can I
Don't
still
talk to
man
me,
your
mate.
argument?
Just
Don't
mute
talk
that
to me.
motherfucker, dude.
Can
Look,
I
we're
still man
talking.
your-
No, you guys are just trying to obfuscate from the fact he can't substantiate his claim that gravity forms shit into balls. He can't substantiate it. He knows it. You know it. We all know it.
Don't need a fucking 10-minute diatribe. You can just be succinct. And we
Well, they're just
understand
trying
what
to
you're trying to
deflect
say.
from the fact that they don't have the thing Necros asked for.
Yeah.
They don't have it. They know they don't have it, so they try to turn it into a shit show. And then try to do meta, what they always do. You guys, this is why nobody likes you. You won't let me answer the question the way I want. No, you're not answering the question. The way you want is to not answer the question. That's the way you want.
But I was trying to still man what Jedi was saying, and you muted me. So
I
this
didn't
is,
mute you.
if I understand what you're saying,
First of
Jedi,
all, brother, you're very low. You're very low, just to tell you. It's kind of a little hard to hear you. It's like you're far away from your mic. I'm just telling you to help you, but you can continue.
I have a claim I'd like to debate. I would like to debate that most flat Earth retards
One man
are
leaves,
also
one man enters.
magatards.
What?
I said most flat Earth retards are also magatards. That's my claim.
So,
by the way,
so
Indio.
who tagged you in? So who tagged you in? No, hold on, Nicholas. I want to know who tagged you in.
Dude, can I do this one?
Wait, can I debate that most flat Earth retards are also magatards? Are you guys scared of that debate?
Can I? I'll debate it.
Okay,
For the guy who was
it's
talking
true
about
because most lefties are atheists, like socialists. God don't give a fuck about. Sorry, guys, said a bad word. Don't care
this is
about
not the topic.
the existence of God.
This is not
That's
the
why.
topic.
in reality, I want to respond to the guy who was talking about the topic, which is that gravity forms things into balls. No, your claim is false. It's based on nothing because you can't validate that because in your universe everything is moving because of that Big Bang. So if something, an object, is not spinning around itself, so it will form like a droplet because it's moving on one direction. So they claim that they form into balls because those things are spinning, and the way they spin, how fast they spin, it will change the shape of that spheroid. So if it spin too fast, it will be like a disc, like Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed that the Earth would be in the future, like a disc. So yeah, it's not about gravity.
How would the Earth change into a disc in the future?
So,
did you not listen?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's not me who made that claim.
That's the fourth guy coming up. There's piling up on top. Let me just really quick. The guy you were talking to, Necros, he's gone. So that guy that made that point is not even in the room. But thank you for that. But the guy who's answering you right now,
you have to understand that. Is there anyone on the claim side already? I don't want to interrupt nothing.
No, it's fine. You can.
You interrupted to ask that.
I just said I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just asking if there was a discussion going already. I believe that we have to just be patient a little bit.
Who tagged you in?
Who tagged me in?
Yeah, who tagged you in?
What does that mean? Tag me in.
Because there's just like it's been a steady stream of one person after the other for the last, I don't know, not 90 seconds of one person coming in doing something and then them leaving after they get server muted. Then another person immediately joins and does
you realize
something
that
similar or
there's
nearly the
people in the
exact same
call.
thing, like
This is a
interrupting
very
and talking
popular
over
call.
you while you're talking, like that. Those types of things.
You know, this is a very popular call on the server.
Yeah, we know that.
That's nice.
Yeah. So, do you have a question?
I just hope you know
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. We'll reset
No,
the
I said
conversation.
everything will be okay. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
He got that in the briefing, and
Can
he's
you
letting
listen?
you know.
Is my mic not
No
working?
one tagged
dude?
me in. I just
It
saw a
is.
24/7 flat Earth, and I am a believer, and I just joined.
You're a believer. Okay, so hold on. Time out. Nobody say anything. We're gonna reset all conversations. We're starting from scratch. We're wiping the slate clean with this guy. So,
But I'm doing yoga while I call, so if I'm silent, give me a second, okay, please.
yeah, I know you.
Feed his cat.
That's not a good sign. I don't know why I'm wiping the slate clean.
In between
Yeah, he's
downward
gotta read
dog,
his DMs. He's gotta read his DMs or something.
The discussion have a good start. He said that he's a believer. I wonder what are the things that he believes in.
I believe that they're lying
Not flat
about
Earth.
the
I
size of the
guarantee
Earth.
that.
That's too.
It ain't flat Earth.
Sorry, that's too open to ask him that question, Necros. It's got to be specific, brother.
Yeah, true. I agree with that. Well, if he believes that the Earth is a globe,
he probably believes in aliens,
I do not believe the Earth is a globe or a 3D object of any kind, and I do not believe that we're spinning in a vacuum.
Don't think the
Millions of miles.
Earth is a 3D object.
Is that
You
not what a
understand
globe
height,
is?
width, length are, though, don't you?
Yeah.
You know that sphere is a 3D object.
Yeah, you understand that you can dig into the floor and you can swim in the ocean. You understand what three dimensions are, dude? You understand what 3 dimensions are, right? Let's start there.
We live in the 4th dimension. That's all I know. I'm not too versed about that. I could learn a lot.
Excuse me. It's just no fucking point, is there? You've got people claiming that the Earth isn't a fucking 3-dimensional thing now.
Yeah, because it's 4-dimensional, freaking 2D thing, I guess.
Yeah, right.
You guys get your shit together, okay? You trolls, get your shit together. Get your story straight.
They're ambiguous about the shape of the Earth, and they're like hollow earthers, and they're a hot mess today.
Their launch or something?
Yeah, another SpaceX rocket blew up on the launch pad. They're all mad now.
That's usually how it goes. Something happened in space science today.
Something did happen today.
Yeah, something happens every day. So what was the evidence that convinced you the Earth was flat, buddy?
A lot of evidence.
Yeah, can you give me a particular piece of evidence?
They're lying. There's a certain equation about I don't know what part of the Earth, but they're lying about how big the Earth really is, and like
Okay, that wouldn't be evidence that the Earth is flat, whether somebody lies or not. That says something about a person.
Yeah, the equation for the curve is incorrect. It doesn't add up.
The equation for the curve is incorrect. It doesn't add up. That's not a piece of evidence. A piece of evidence would be a particular.
Is it a lie? Is it a contradiction?
A particular piece of evidence would be.
So you're like one of those.
No,
flat
a piece of
earthers
evidence would be an actual observation.
You're not a flat earther.
It would be an
for real,
actual observation.
They're rage baiting now.
Yeah, any particular observation you can speak to.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm glad you asked me that. So I've read government documents before.
People in your DMs, dude.
The
Like, we don't know you're doing it.
horizontal plane. Sir, can you please back up from your mic?
Yeah, piece of evidence anytime now. What instruments?
I read government documents about a horizontal plane.
That's not evidence.
Government document.
Government document is not evidence.
It depends on what's in the document. If in the
It talks
document are
about how there's
measurements,
evidence that
data,
points to a
look, evidence.
horizontal plane. Am I speaking
Yeah.
Chinese?
Okay,
Am I
did they
speaking
measure?
Chinese?
Okay, did they measure a horizontal plane? And if so, how did they measure it?
They measured it through remote viewing. Have you ever heard of this?
Okay.
Oh my God!
Measured it in the fucking tea leaves.
That
Fucking
was our
hell.
commercial break for the day. Anyway, that was our comedy break.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh fuck!
Holy smokes, bro! They are rage baiting today, bro. Tell you what.
I told you, man. I told
What'd you guys do to these guys? I just came in here and you guys, I just came in here and they were just one after the other. Bam, bam, bam. I thought it was, well, it's Freaky Friday, but I didn't realize it really was.
Dude, it's been trending like this for hours now. Like this.
Yeah, I think it's because like the gimmick hit Mage and all those dudes who've been running for the past few days got exposed over the last couple days. And I think the last hanger on was exposed this morning, and since then it's just like soon as he got shit canned, it was just person after person after person after person after person.
There was a few sound attacks too.
Oh yeah, that too. Forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Ear rapes. They haven't actually done that in a while. Now, can they create hidden channels on this server that nobody can see except for invited people? I guess you just create another Discord, just create a private Discord.
I mean, they're faking genuine concern, and I think that's getting a lot of people kind of stirred up because some of these guys anyway. They're sounding like they're, oh yeah, well I know about this, and then they engage you, and then they're off on their own like little world, their tangents, and it's off topic and shit. Might be another debate bros tactic. Who knows?
It's like if the debate bros ate lead paint.
We'll give the next person $100 if they are able to thwart the efforts of the flat Earth community. Because he came in here, you guys must be a community. Like, right to that.
You know where our clubhouse is, our secret hideout? It's in the FU Discord.
Hey, Professor Triangle, did you ever get that? Are you gonna get that device that Josh was talking about?
Which device?
The one you can test the temperature. What was it called? The thermal. Well, you put your equipment inside of, and you can vary it from. I think
He never gave me any info on it.
Well, I don't know, Indio, if were you here for that conversation with Josh?
Probably not.
Well, he was saying
goes from minus 65 to 400 degrees. You just put the thing inside.
Yeah. And varying the temperature that the components of the satellite are exposed to, there's nothing really wrong with that because they test it on the ground before they send those components up into that environment. So
yeah, that happens like 8 times a day or something.
And yeah, it's really not a problem.
That's how they know the thermal expansion doesn't affect satellites.
He said they do some with outgassing too. Though he didn't say in particular how they did that. I think he does what he says he does, but I think he doesn't have the knowledge he tries to put off, because whenever he's asked about anything in particular, his knowledge is very general. As in, I know it exists, but that's all I know.
Well, with that part of the conversation, he's just like, well, they tested here on Earth, so that's how they work up there. I'm like, okay, how do you know?
Because Amazon Prime comes in when he wants it to come in. When he's in the middle of the woods, he got Amazon Prime, so he knows.
Yeah.
and Kuiper satellite's going to have, you know, internet communication in the future. Kind of like a Starlink competitor, something like that.
Yeah, SpaceX is competitor. So get this: SpaceX is launching their competitor into space to compete with them.
Yeah, exactly that. Oh well.
Josh reminds me of Daza. You know when Daza talks about GPS, he just knows, he knows just enough to sell it to somebody, but he doesn't know much more than that. Like he knows, like if you read like the technical brochure or something, the sales brochure, that's what he sounds like. Like what they wrote in the sales brochure, right? That's not like the engineering stuff that they're going to give to the engineers, but it's enough to like, you know, when you're talking to some general manager, right, some administrator for some program, you know, that also don't know anything, you know. Then you talk to them, and then all the engineers complain that their manager freaking bought a piece of shit. I think Josh was like that. That like, what did Yoder say? Yoder said he does business outreach or something like that.
PR.
So I think he does like which is basically sales, right? So he's just doing sales. He has enough technical knowledge to answer the purchase manager's questions. Purchase managers don't know shit because they're barely technical, right? And then someone downstream gets it and goes, "Why the fuck did they buy this?" Well, obviously because, you know, I had $20,000 in kickbacks, and the dude kept taking me out to lunch.
Bro, you remember Giggles? I think he called himself Mr. Giggles a couple of times. And he said he had proprietary industry knowledge that the Earth is a globe. And then when we pressed him, it turns out he didn't do any of it. He just walked by a room where the quote unquote engineers and stuff were working on it. So we're like, well, what were they working on? And it was a globe cartoon which had little pins on it that would track your package. So it was basically just graphics is all they were doing. And he said that was proof the Earth was a globe. But he started off saying he was like in a firm that deals with software that relies on the Earth being a globe, and that's proof. Like most of these guys are absolute pretenders.
Yeah, it sucks. It's crazy.
Hey man, you need to tell that one dude. Oh, hopefully you get. Never mind. You probably already know.
You guys having fun today? I just woke up.
Who else wants some of Debo? No, not really.
I'm having fun. I'm working on a spider web.
You're working on a spider web?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
It's this really
So
cool
it's a trap.
pegboard.
Yeah, spider web is a trap, right? That's what a spider web is for. It's to trap things in it.
Right.
And a spider web, depending on which species, looks like a certain type of map or coordinate system, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Exactly.
By the way, AI, I can confirm that I sent CB the microphone. So now, if you did want that RC boat, let me know. Just sitting in my it's just sitting in my closet. So I mean, if you're gonna put it to use, man, I think that it'd make a really good video because you go into that one, spot before the water gets too cold, and then
You're giving away stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
What
AI
are you
was
giving
doing
me?
because I told him I had an RC, one of like nice little RC boats, and he goes to this like one spot that he was swimming that one day, and I was like, well, if I give you this boat, you could look horizontally across the surface, and probably give us some good results.
That's cool.
I don't know what do you need?
I'd put a GoPro on the boat and a GoPro on the beach and have them both pointing at each other.
Interesting. You don't think the boat's undulation is going to cause a problem?
No.
Okay.
GoPro straightens it out.
They got binoculars now, even where they literally stabilize the field of view. So if you're like looking at a deer, like I don't know how far away, whereas it would have been shaky in your hands, it just looks like everything is completely still. Technology has come a long way.
I think we can muster up some good observations, though. Tell you what.
My phone already has a stabilizing, but it's actually what it does is it zooms the picture bigger than the frame, and then it uses like an algorithm on the pixels to try to focus what your final cropped image is going to look like centered in the view. So it's kind of like a software and stabilization.
Yeah, I couldn't give you anything rad when the kind of stuff you want is like way too pricey, man. That one thing that Josh was offering was what in the thousands. I know it's not cheap. Because I heard him say 75,000. Oh, that's pretty cheap. I was like, damn. Well, he works for Amazon. Well, you probably just you got this month left, Overlord, and then probably can't go to that lake anymore.
Well, I mean, it could be November doesn't necessarily mean the lakes are frozen. They could be, but it doesn't, not necessarily.
It's cool. Well, if you want it, just drop me your PO box.
Yeah,
or whatever.
It might actually be better in the cold.
If you want to see farther, yes.
Indio, didn't you say you have a RC boat as well? Oh shit, he left. That guy's like a gypsy, man. One moment you turn around, he's gone. Yeah, it was pretty nice though.
I don't announce when I'm leaving either.
Yeah, but we expect that from you, man, because you're busy at work.
Yeah, I'm just taking a break right now.
You came on the tail end of
DMV. I'm waiting for the DMV lunch break to end so I can get my vehicle registered.
Oh, it's due? Oh shit! Don't drive around like that.
No, it's a new purchase.
Oh shit! You got some tough wheels over there?
Nothing special.
You traded in old Betsy, huh?
No, I still have that. I still have my truck. So now I got a truck and a cargo van.
Oh, business related. Okay, I get you.
Now you need people to drive the cargo van.
Joe, just
it'll allow me to basically have all my tools or supplies and leave them wherever the van is, and then drive the truck around somewhere else. So yeah, it does make a little thing if you don't have somebody to take it where you need to be, but it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, Lupe will help you out, or Pablo, either one of them.
Just put a tow bar on it and have one pull the other.
Yeah, get one of those U-Haul tows that just you put the front wheels on or the back wheels on, tow behind.
Yep.
Treat it like a mobile trailer. It's a self-powered trailer.
They got that one where the guy has that thing on the front of his car and it just goes down, hooks onto the back of the car he's picking up. He gets out, drives the car away that he's picking up, and brings his car with him. I've seen those before.
Yeah, this spider web trap's going to be awesome.
There's a guy in the chat right now saying that Dr. Blitz destroyed another flat earther. That's funny.
Sure. Well, I mean, look, it's actually fair because some of the guys that go onto the Dr. Blitz show are really horrible at arguing flat Earth. Like one guy said, he said, "How do you know the Earth is flat?" And the flat earther replied, "Because gravity is fake." It's like that's not. It doesn't even logically follow.
Sounds like he's just getting fake flat earthers on there.
Oh, it's TikTok quality, or whatever we. Not that there's not good flat earthers on TikTok, but let's change that from TikTok quality to TikTok brain quality. There's a difference between presenting information on TikTok and having TikTok brain.
Can I jump in since you're allowed to talk about TikTok and ask Abraham and Isaac and Jacob if Isaac is a Saxon? Is that right? Is that where the word Saxon comes from? Is Isaac?
What?
Holy crap.
What?
I don't see the connection.
This is why they have adult daycare centers.
I was just asking a simple question.
You didn't ask it simply. You didn't give enough detail to give us context of what it is that you're trying to refer to.
The ancestry of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They had the Jacobites till they had the Israelites. They had the Esau until they had the Edomites. But I'm wondering about the Isaacites or the
go on a channel that talks about that shit.
I was just asking because I know my brother AI might know if the Saxons came from Isaac.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I vaguely remember hearing about Saxons, where they came from, but I couldn't tell you right now. But I know that I never heard it was about Isaac.
Okay, so we got Jacobites, Israelites on that side, and we got Esau, Edomites on the other side. But then with Isaac, they didn't have ites before Isaac?
Well, I mean, Jacob and Isaac are in the same lineage.
Right, and then Abrahamites.
Esau isn't. Or no, Esau
so there's
is.
no Abrahamites or Isaacites?
Not that I've ever heard of.
Okay, thank you.
No, I thought Saxon were just Germanic people that settled in England.
Oh, look who it is. It's Answer the Question Boy. Boy, did you answer your question that you were tasked yet?
The question that you forgot what the question was, that question?
All right, so is that a yes or no?
No, I don't even remember what the question exactly was. But to be
The
fair,
question is,
didn't
you
either.
claim. No, we rephrased it, and Eli wrote it down for you in the text chat.
All right, the question was.
Yeah, the question is, if all stars go in a circle around Polaris, and then I show an image of stars circling around a point, am I looking at Polaris? What direction am I looking?
Oh no! Once you get on beyond the equator and start going into southern latitudes, Polaris is no longer visible. So no, you wouldn't be physically looking at it.
Right. So then, how could you possibly validate your claim that all stars rotate around Polaris?
I mean, I guess technically you can't, but it's just my opinion. I'm just I just think there's just one celestial pole, not two, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, but the other day when you were questioned about an image from the south, which shows an apparent center of rotation, which is not Polaris, you said that they all cartwheel around the sky at night and that the center point moves throughout the sky at night around Polaris. So which is it?
I mean, can you prove that they don't do that? No. Can I prove that they do that? No.
Yeah, you were given eyewitness testimony and photographs of the center point not moving throughout the night.
Yeah, but as we
claimed it was.
Yeah, but as we discussed, if one person is in Australia, somebody in South America, someone in South Africa, somebody in New Zealand, they're not all looking at the same thing simultaneously.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because we have a time lapse. Hold on, we have a time lapse in which the center point of rotation is not moving relative to the ground features. Now it would have to be in order for it to end up being seen by people who are on a different continent. Okay, it would have to move, according to you. And there's no evidence of it moving in the image because a time lapse shows only rotational arcs. It doesn't show lateral streaks. So I have 2 points of evidence debunking your claim. What say you?
Fuck out of my evidence. Hold on one second. Hold on. I gotta turn that down. I didn't realize I left it up. Sorry. Well, see, I'm a little bit torn between something because
you're torn between rhetoric and evidence.
Well, no, I mean it's
yes, you've been saying rhetoric ad infinitum since you heard it and since you told us about it, that all the stars move east to west around Polaris, that they're tracing arcs in the sky, right? Sure. That they're moving around, that they're only being seen here because it's dark, and then over here they've moved, but there's no evidence that that's occurred. So you're just spinning rhetoric. You couldn't even draw it when I asked you to draw it, and I have video evidence, photographic evidence, and eyewitness testimony to the contrary. What say you?
Yeah, you have eyewitnesses of you have eyewitnesses observing an apparent rotation, and I've never once disagreed with that ever. Yeah, there is an apparent rotation.
But you said that apparent center of rotation itself is moving throughout the night. But the eyewitness told you no, it doesn't move throughout the night. And the video shows it not moving throughout the night. So you're wrong.
Sure. Right, but there's a reason why I'm under the impression that it would have to move throughout the night.
But it don't. But it doesn't move.
Okay, so again,
evidence is it doesn't move. So then, are you going to abandon your claim?
Well, no, because south is not the exact same thing as north.
Doesn't matter.
No, that's my whole point. Is if we're claiming a
right. So in order for your point to carry that all stars rotate around Polaris, and that south is the opposite end of north on a splayed radial, and if you put a circle around that and the stars are moving along that circle, then that means that somebody looking south could only see those stars moving in the manner in which they say if that entire group of stars move to another one of the radials, let's say the one on the opposite side of the Earth. So if that's not happening, then your claim is false.
No, my claim still stands that north is the
your claim doesn't stand, dude.
No, it's easy to prove that my claim is correct. Really, the bottom
right. So what's your claim?
Is,
what's your claim? What's your claim then? What is it? Articulate it.
Well, I'm trying to. My claim is there's one celestial pole, not two. And the celestial pole that...
But the other day you said there was two. I'm confused.
No, I've never once said there's two celestial poles.
You
That's
did.
silly.
Yes, you did. You said that there was a center point of apparent rotation that itself moved throughout the night. That would be a pole.
No, it's not. A pole has to do with directionalities. Like when you go out,
The stars that eyewitness told you are around an apparent center point that he could describe as a center pole of the rotation arcs.
Yeah. Now take the word apparent, bold it out, put it in italics, and then put quotation marks around it. It's apparent. It's not an actual thing.
Right. So let me look up a definition of celestial pole. Here it says, an apparent center of rotation upon which stars rotate. Okay, so that fits the definition. So then you have a specific definition that's different than that definition, right? What is that?
No, it's just, well, I'm thinking when we're talking about poles, we're talking about directions, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well, when you got the northern celestial pole with Polaris in the center of it, you can have multiple people from different areas on the same latitude, thousands of miles apart, all point to that one particular point.
Right, so then that's fair. So you're saying the center point of apparent rotation is a conglomerated point that all people can be pointing to, and they'd be essentially on a splayed radial pointing inwards towards the pole. Yeah, we all understand that. That's not mutually but that's not mutually exclusive, because the apparent point of the center of rotation and a pole, right, are only relevant if you define a pole as a center of rotation. Right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Right. So if you have what appears to be a center of rotation in the south, then you could accurately describe that as a celestial pole.
See, but that's just where I disagree, because south isn't a fixed point.
I don't care. Nobody said that it is a fixed point. So you're taking that and adding it to the definition. Now, it may be true that that's true of the north and not true of the south. But notice how you don't have to have both of those to have what appears to be a center of rotation. That's the problem you're struggling with, friend.
No, it's nothing I'm struggling with. All I'm merely saying, and merely pointed out, is south is different for everybody. North is not.
Yeah, fair enough. But you are struggling with it, and we all witnessed you struggle with it for the past months, dude. That's why you changed your claim.
Oh, my claim still stands. There's only one celestial pole, and there's only one fixed direction called north.
Yeah, what do you mean by celestial pole? You have three. You claimed three qualities to make something a celestial pole, according to you. I gave you a definition that fits what is seen in the north and the south. So I'm correct, and you're correct. You're correct by your definition, and I'm correct by this definition. So those three things together don't have to be in the South. And you may be correct that that's not what's occurring in the South, which is why nobody's ever claimed there's a one-for-one equivalent between what the North Pole represents in the North and what the South Celestial Pole represents in the South. Yet you ignorantly accused everyone in this forum of doing that. So are you going to recant that accusation and apologize for it right here and right now?
Wait, I accused everyone of
apologize. Are you going to apologize? Yes or no?
Apologize for what? The claim that
I just told you. All right, let me put you on mute.
If you put me on mute, I'll just bounce, dude. I don't have to waste my time.
I could care less, dude. I don't have to waste my time. Go back and listen to the stream, and then maybe you'll understand what you were asked, since you clearly can't pay attention. Guy acts like I care whether he bounced. I'm gonna deny you my relationship.
Hello, everybody.
What up, brother?
Yo. Hey, any good faith flat earthers here?
Yeah, you're going to talk about your megalithic yard, and then you're going to screech about how you can't talk about it.
Okay, so obviously you're not the good faith one. Is there any actual good faith dudes here who want to explain flat Earth's relationship to the megalithic yard?
See? Oh, man.
Well, yeah, and you still don't have an answer, so you're not really helping your point.
I got you. No, there's nobody here.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to tell us what a megalithic yard is?
Still?
I already know, but I want to hear it from you.
No, I'm not going to be your teacher. I already know what it is.
No,
If you already know what it is, I'd like to hear somebody's take.
But you're not gonna inform us about it, right? I already know what the answer is. I just want to see if you know.
Yeah, of course I know. Why would I bring it up if I didn't know?
Then go ahead and tell the class.
No, I was wondering if anybody had any proper argument against it, and it seems like none of
I'm
you still
just
do.
wondering if you're going to expound on megalithic yards so that the entire class can understand.
No.
Then fuck off.
Fuck you.
Go fuck yourself.
Megalithic chart.
Yeah, great job. Great job, guys. Incredible debate we've had.
What is a megalithic yard?
No, so...
Some people in here don't know what it is. Explain it to them.
All right, fucking chill.
We ain't got all day, bruh.
Well, give him
gotta
a
go
second.
Google
He's
it,
got to
you
look
guys.
it up.
He's researching it.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get it right, y'all.
He's looking it up. He's Googling it.
I don't want to say what it is. And then
He said he knows all about it, so he's Googling it first.
All
He
right,
said he knows everything about
let's get it
but he's
right.
gonna Google what it is.
Rayleigh already did it for me. Thank you, Rayleigh. A megalithic yard is a proposed unit of measurement suggested by a Scottish engineer Alexander Thom in the mid-20th century.
Here's some money.
Okay. But yeah, so it's about a yard, right? It's 2 3/4 feet,
You guys
right?
not gonna let him answer my question? What is it? You just gonna spoke over
Well,
him?
no, it was already somebody already did their homework. Just check side
Alright, let's
chat.
all
Check
speak
side
at the
chat.
same time then. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Let's go. Everybody, come on.
Yeah, let's all eat into the microphone too. Yeah, get your Doritos out, everybody. It's crunch time. Yeah, so somebody already put what it is, right, in the side chat. Basically, it's a proposal that thousands of years ago, maybe even tens of thousands of years ago, ancient tribes all around the world were able to figure out exactly what a second was and what almost a yard is based on the position of Venus in the night sky. And it's suggested it comes out to about 366 degrees, right? Which, of course, a circle is 360. So it's interesting because in ancient times, they were like, how did they make these pyramids? How do they make these huge structures, right? How are they able to properly measure something? And the answer is the megalithic yard. Basically, they used the Earth circling around, turning in space to create more or less a 360 degrees. And then they created a triangle on the ground, and they used how far or how much Venus would move in the night sky, and it would come out to be about a yard. It's about 2 3/4 of a yard, and that became the standard.
So they were using straight lines then.
Well, what's interesting is it wouldn't occur unless the night sky was, or at least it perceived that the Earth was making a full 360-degree rotation, right? So I was just wondering if anybody had heard about this.
You said you were using triangles on the ground?
Yeah, and you set up a little box above, you put sticks in the ground, and then you
so you need a flat Earth to do that because you can't make triangles on the surface of a ball. So what do you need to know about these megalithic?
You can absolutely make triangles in the surface of a ball.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Have you ever? It's the Penesian.
Is made of 3 straight lines, not curved lines.
So the Poincare disk model shows exactly how you could make almost infinite triangles on a globe. It's really interesting. Look up the Poincare disk model. Here, I'll do it for you since you guys don't like to look things up yourselves. So it's actually really interesting.
Can you give me the definition of what is a triangle?
Can somebody help him along with these triangles? Like show him how they don't work on a ball.
Sorry, I can't type in chat for some reason. I'm muted in the chat.
Can you read the definition for triangle?
I'd like to.
What is a
Well,
triangle?
the Poincare disk model is a way to visualize 2D hyperbolic geometry within a finite circle.
Nice.
In this
So
model,
can you
the points of the geometry are all points inside the disk. The straight lines, geodesics, are either diameters of the disk or arcs of circles that are perpendicular to this disk's boundary. From the perspective of the observer within the disk, distances get larger as you move toward the boundary. Yeah, it's really interesting. The Poincare disk model is really interesting. But yeah, no, you can absolutely put triangles on a sphere. Like, and what's crazy is that you can even make it so like they have 3 right angles. Like triangles get really strange on a sphere. So
yeah, can you give me the definition of what is a triangle?
3 points, 3 lines, all connected.
Can you give me the full definition? What are those lines? Are they straight in the definition of
all
triangle?
angles equal 180 degrees? All angles equal 180 degrees, right? Total internal is 180 degrees.
Just read it, the definition of a triangle. Maybe it will be the first time for you to know what is a triangle.
Yes or no, dude?
I'm sorry, I'm getting dogpiled. I don't know who to.
No, it's me still.
So what was the question?
What do the internal angles of a triangle add up to?
Depends what it's on.
Oh my God. Triangles have angles or curved sides. Are they straight or curved?
Bless you. Bless you.
Are triangles have curved sides or straight sides?
I mean, I'm not going to answer things that can easily be Googled.
He's going to Google that now. Do they have curved sides or straight sides?
You can Google the thing.
See?
Yeah.
He's not even sure anymore.
Yeah,
I just ask simple questions and these guys are not even sure what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, okay.
He's not sure about what a triangle is anymore.
Yeah, no, I said, well, no, I gave you an answer, but that wasn't.
No, you didn't.
Good. So there's a bunch of different triangles, right?
No, there's only one triangle.
There's equilateral triangles.
3 angles, 3 straight lines.
Scaling.
Internal equals 180 degrees, correct?
By definition, yes.
Should be, but unless it's on a sphere, like I told you.
So it's
No,
How are you going to put a flat thing, a side of a triangle on a circular earth?
Yeah, so you can't do that. You don't have angles then. You said you can't use curved lines, remember? So
Okay, so
you
the
gotta
angles
give
of a
that
triangle on a sphere, yeah, they always sum up to at least 180, but they can go up to 540 degrees, which is interesting.
up.
Yeah, so yeah, if you put a
So it's
triangle
not a
on a
triangle
sphere, the
then.
maximum
So not a
amount of
triangle then.
degrees.
Since the definition of a
Excuse me.
triangle says internal adds up to 180 degrees, if it's more, then it's not a triangle. You can't say
Yeah, on a flat
even
surface,
if it's
but
more,
if
it's
on a
okay
sphere,
too.
So you agree that apples exist, right? And if you were
What's that
to
have to
cut
do
out
with
a
anything?
triangle of an apple, well, because an apple is a sphere. You know what a sphere is? You know what a ball is? If you try to draw a triangle on a ball, then the degrees can go up to 540 degrees.
Then you don't have a
on the inside
triangle.
angles of the triangle.
Then you don't have a triangle. It's not called a triangle.
And then you don't have balls. Then you don't have balls.
You don't have balls.
Dude.
You can have a
You
ball,
don't have
but
balls.
you
You don't have
triangle on a
triangles on a ball. You don't got balls. Like, fuck off. Jesus Christ.
why only your triangles can exist on balls, and you call them spherical triangle? So why don't
Okay,
you
well, there you
have
go.
squares? So for you, a circle is a triangle because it's just 3 curved line that.
Yeah, that's the point of the Poincare disk model that I showed earlier. Well, I guess I can't show because I can't.
Or you, you're so confused.
If you look at
You
Poincare
actually
disk
think-
model, yeah, you can have a bunch of triangles in a sphere or in a circle.
You're so confused, dude. You actually think circles are triangles now. Do you hear yourself?
Circles are the sum of. You can have multiple triangles in a sphere, or in a circle.
So if I take three equal sections of a circle, the edge of circle, and I put them together, that will form a circle. For you, it's a triangle because it's curved lines connected together. That's what you are claiming. Circles are triangles for you.
Well, so there's. I mean, I can't. I got some cool pictures that, like, I'm looking up stuff right now. Like, I'm trying to do some research. I got some cool pictures, and it does seem like that can work technically. Like the trigonometry of a triangle within a sphere, and even a 3-dimensional chunk out of it. Like if you had a 3-dimensional pizza, and you took out a slice, right? Like what? Like I can't show the pictures, so I guess we're just not going to try to learn anything here today. Although I don't think you guys
Is
really
a
care
slice
about
of
learning.
pizza a triangle? Is a slice of pizza a triangle?
Okay, so I came in here asking about the.
Yeah, see how you got it all fucked up? You're all wrong. You don't know if
boy,
a piece
you
of pizza
got
is
me,
a triangle.
bro.
Is a piece of
Thanks,
pizza
Professor
a triangle?
Yeah,
It is? A piece of pizza is a triangle?
Yes, it is actually. Yeah,
It has one curved side. It can't be.
it is actually. It's still a triangle.
See, that's where you're confused.
Then what
You
is
think
it?
everything's
Then what
everything's
is
a
it?
triangle
You tell
now.
me what it is if it's
Circles
not
are
a triangle. What is
triangles.
it? No, so
Pie
Professor
shapes are
Triangle, tell me what it is
triangles.
if it's not a triangle. So what is it?
Call it pie shape.
Oh, it's a pie. Oh, it's a pie shape. Oh, okay. Yeah, pie. It's a pie shape.
Yep.
Don't you mean
that's
a
what you
piece of
call it.
pie?
Well, you got a curved
Okay,
side.
well, a
It's not a
pie.
triangle.
So you use a pie. All right. So in order to make the megalithic yard, right? Here's the step-by-step process to make a
you need a
megalithic
flat
yard.
earth.
Stand in an unobstructed position on
There
a
you
wide open
go.
piece of ground or
That's
flat
because
earth
the earth is
with a
flat.
good view of the western
When you read
horizon.
it, remember that.
Okay, thank you for
When you read
interrupting me,
that,
man. I really
remember that
appreciate
the
that.
earth is flat
Like
when you're reading
I'm
it for it to work.
pretty sympathetic to
But you
flat
can't
Earth,
make
but I come in here
triangles
asking
on the
about the
surface
megalithic
of a
yard,
ball.
and you absolute degenerate shitheads have to keep interrupting me. Like I'm on your side. Like I'm trying to figure this out with you, but instead you're so insanely defensive and fucking cringe. You have to keep interrupting me and saying your goddamn bullshit. Like chill the fuck out. I'm trying to learn this shit with you, and all you care about is trying to dunk on me about what a triangle can and can't be. Like fucking chill. Like what the fuck is your problem? Like honestly, like actually, you guys have fucking issues. Like I'm trying to understand something here, and it's getting increasingly clear to me that you guys aren't only bad faith, but you're fucking sad. You're fucking sad and degenerate, and I honestly
have to tell you,
Thank you.
You to chill.
Oh, why'd you guys cut him off?
Because he's filibustering. Fuck that guy.
Oh, I wouldn't have, but he never stopped.
Well, I was just letting him build up to some kind of crescendo, and then I was going to hammer him again. It's fun.
I just went.
He doesn't understand what a triangle is anymore. Now everything can be a triangle, according to him. If it has a curved side, it doesn't matter.
See, I'm
Doesn't
here to
matter
learn
what it
with you
adds up
guys
to
on
on the
triangles.
interior. Nothing matters anymore to these guys.
See, I'm here to learn with you what a triangle is. We can learn it together.
So what's the issue now?
That he was getting schooled about triangles, and he was like, "You guys are being ridiculous. You're being so mean. I'm here to learn with you." And yeah, like what Jamie said, what you're here to learn about triangles? Like, didn't that happen in like preschool? Did you flunk blocks?
So he's learning what a triangle is. Okay, we can if we can concede about what a triangle is. I mean, we can move to the next topic, maybe. Hopefully.
Yes, he said circles are triangles.
Oh,
I just have to say though, he's gonna probably come back anyway, so don't worry about it. He'll be back probably tomorrow, later on. Probably with the same shtick too.
Coming around here.
Who, that guy?
Yeah. I recall his name from.
He's been around here a bunch of times.
Yeah, he'll be back.
What's he do? Does he go away and NPC reset and come back in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Megalithic yard. Globers say the darndest things, don't they?
Yeah, he didn't get it out because we learned what a triangle was, and you can't do that on the surface of a ball, and that fucked him up.
And he's here to learn that with us, what a triangle is.
I'd really like to understand why Globers think that east and west are straight paths. Even on a globe, still making a circle.
I think the flat Earth thing is like the Nazi ideal, but you guys go ahead.
Whoa. No, the flat earth thing it literally measures flat. It's treated as flat. You experience it as flat. It's used as flat in all practical applications. And that there's absolutely no evidence for earth curvature. There's no direct measurements of omnidirectional earth curvature, especially across large bodies of water. And yeah, that's about it. Did he bounce or did he get booted?
Yeah, they keep forgetting that flat Earth has been around for thousands of years.
Exactly.
Not a modern idea.
there in the comments. The Earth isn't flat, man. You guys are all retarded in here, man. The Earth isn't fucking flat. Fuck you, retards, man. Anyways, in this call.
Hope harder.
No, Parter, man. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid. You're dumb as fuck. It's not a fucking flat Earth. You dumb fuck. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Because you're so fucking retarded. The Earth isn't fucking flat, you dumb fuck.
Mad. Wow.
This fucking got me angry, man. Seriously. These fucking riled up and I see piece of shits who are uneducated, dumb fucking queers. You guys
I
are
was
so
enjoying
fucking
it.
stupid. All you dumb fucking flat earthers are so stupid, man. Fuck you piece of shits, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
You come in here and you spurg out. It's so funny. Like, dang, dude. I bet you're still yelling and you're on mute. No, why would we unmute you so you could scream at us and call us retard and all kinds of fucked up things? Like, come on, you calm down, right? Globers are so damn emotional and have such an emotional attachment to a globe Earth, right? To an idea that doesn't even exist in reality, that you come in here right off the bat, screaming, triggered, angry as shit, full of piss and vinegar. You can't. It's low emotional intelligence when you can't come in here and have a calm, rational discussion.
This goes out to YouTube. Pete. So how can we unmute you if you're going to be using slurs and things like that?
Commentary. Enough. We don't do social commentary here. Have some empathy for the Globers. When I was a Glober, I had been a Glober for like 40 plus years, and it started when I was 4 years old because of my mother. How she showed me like the solar system and the seasons and on a scale model. And so some of us, former Globers or even active Globers, have an emotional attachment to these things, like at a personal level, not just from school, but from parents, family members. So I think that guy probably sounded to me like he was unloading, kind of years of pent-up frustration since he started thinking critically about the shape of the Earth. He probably realizes there's something wrong with what he was told, and he's emotional. So have some empathy, okay? All of you guys were Globers like me in the past, so you know the journey, and you know that it's not, it's not a walk in the park. I hope that went to YouTube.
That makes sense, Peter. And yeah, you got a point. I mean, but when I was a Glober, I never got that level of angry, nowhere near that level of angry. Like, I got to the point where I was like, come on, shut up, that's dumb. Like, the Earth's not flat. Shut up, that's dumb. Like, but I wouldn't get like that. The way that guy came in, whoo-wee.
But we all have a different story. You don't have a childhood memory. I have a childhood memory. I'm like 5 years old. My brother's 2.5. My mom sits us down in a room. She has a little miniature globe. She has a desk lamp. And she turns up the lights and she shows us how the Earth orbits the sun. And she shows us how the tilt of the Earth is responsible for different levels of illumination on the surface of that mini globe. And how we have summer and winter, because of the different orientation of that globe. It's one of my childhood memories from 5 years old. I don't remember that many things from when I was that age, but that's one of the things I remember. Now, it took me 35 plus years to get over that, right? But I still have the memory. So, like maybe you don't have that story, but like some people do have a more of a personal connection to the Globe cartoon. Anyways. Thank you for listening. Just always consider that different people may have a different lived experience than you. That's why it's hard to understand them sometimes. And that's where empathy kicks in. Thank you for listening.
If someone doesn't know how to conduct themselves, then we're not obligated to engage with them.
That's right. For example, you, I cannot understand the word you're saying, but no, I don't need to engage with you.
See, now you talk, right? So yeah, you want to talk now. So can you do it? Can you be calm and talk and not yell? Don't use any slurs or insults. Let's talk. But the moment you start getting squirrely, you're going back on mute, okay? Are you there?
You guys are so fucking stupid.
Okay, you're on mute again. Yep, there you go. Blew your second
I didn't
chance.
scream. I didn't scream. I didn't
Nope,
scream.
you
I
said you
didn't
guys are
scream.
so fucking retarded. I said no slurs and insults.
I said
and
stupid.
You blew it.
I said stupid. I didn't say. I did not say the
blew
R
it.
word.
You blew it.
Man, come on, man.
I did not say the R. I said stupid.
Let's turn this into a therapy session. What happened earlier in your life that you developed such a strong attachment to the globe?
Go ahead and talk to Peter. Peter, you're still a Glober, right?
No, I'm not a Glober, and I only have 7 minutes. So let's go. Let's do this quick.
All right, Z, talk to Peter.
I don't know if I'm coming through, but let's hear this, Peter. You go for it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the emotionally unhinged guy. I'm trying to help him.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying let's hear it. Go for it. You have just 7 minutes.
Peter. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Man, fuck you, man. You're an asshole. Fuck your family. Fuck your life. Fuck what you stand for. Fuck your ideology.
Come on, dude. Chill. Stop with all the nonsense.
All right, let him get this off the chest. I don't mind the.
No, fuck him. We don't have. He doesn't have to get anything off the chest. He can take his little mute and go piss off somewhere else.
Let me take the pain. Let me take the hit. All right, and then I'll be gone, and then you guys can ban him. But let him at least.
No,
He's
no. He's had
a
3
liability
chances
to
now.
say
He's
things
had
on
3
screen.
chances now. He's blew every chance.
Because he's trolling. I want to get through to his actual emotion.
Peter, he's a
Well,
liability.
then, you know what? Take him on a private call somewhere else. I don't want to hear your stupid little therapy session.
Hey, I don't do private calls, buddy.
Yeah, it'd probably be best, honestly. If you really want to talk to this guy, Peter, it might be best if you go 1v1.
Yeah, that's going to cost him.
It's not hard to have a conversation without getting upset, without insults. You can do it. Like, why do you think the Earth's a globe? What do you have to debunk flat Earth? You're off mute right now, is he?
I'm off mute.
Yes, sir.
Alright, guys, I'm back, man. Peter, man, I just fucking I hate you, bro.
Z, let me ask you a quick
I
question.
don't think you do. You're just saying that. And look, I've heard worse. So, I've heard, I got death threats for my Earth beliefs in the past. So that you're not hurting me. Just Z, tell me this. Why does this topic of the shape of the Earth invoke such strong emotions? What is it?
Because I know that it's not flat. That's why. I'm very smart enough to understand that the Earth is not flat, okay? It's not flat. It never will be. It doesn't matter how hard you try to make the Earth flat. It will never be flat, okay? If you are that fucking incompetent that you think the Earth is flat, then you're a fucking idiot, okay? That's what I think. It's not gonna change because that's how I am. That's what I know.
Whoever's trying to chime in, just pipe down. So Z, listen. So let's say, 2 things, right? Even if your own globe model, it is possible that the Earth will be flat one day. It might actually fall into a black hole and be completely stretched out and flattened. So you may want to revisit that. However, even if you're right, if I am stupid, everybody else is stupid because we don't get it that it's a globe. So what? Why is this causing such a strong emotion? There's a lot of stupid people out there. There's people who think that dandelions cure cancer. Okay, just eating
Because
dandelions.
when I see people that are just like this lost and so far gone, that you guys genuinely think the earth is flat, like you guys are way older than me. I know for sure. You guys put like 20, 30, 40, I don't know. But the fact that you're that age and you didn't think the earth is flat, it just makes me think, how were you raised? How are you just fucking incompetent?
Z, let me ask you a quick question, Z. Quick question.
Just pipe down, buddy.
No, I'm not going to pipe down with your stupid little therapy session, trying to calm down this little shit.
Minutes. Just take it back.
Wait, Travis, I'm not mad, Travis. Okay, Travis, I'm talking to Peter. We're talking, please be quiet.
Are we being cool? Are we being cool?
Yeah, we're being cool.
Yeah, I'm cool.
So
I'm
listen,
calm.
Z,
We're talking.
See, you said you don't know how we were raised. I told you, I gave you my personal story. I was raised as a Glober from a very early age. It doesn't matter. Like, listen.
Okay, I can ask you a question.
Yeah.
What was like the time in your life you were like, the Earth is definitely flat? Like, what made you come to that conclusion that the Earth is like definitely flat? Give me one solid proof of like, you think, the Earth is flat. I know this because of this or that. I'll wait.
It took me 2 years. Let me answer. I only have 2 minutes now. It took me 2 years since I started engaging with flat earthers and other critical thinkers to get over the hump, so to speak. But it all comes down to observably flat, observably stationary. Just walk outside right now. Right? It is flat. You see it as flat, and it ain't spinning. All right? And there's a third one you need to kind of work your way up to, which is that gas pressure needs a container. Like gas needs a container in general. Like nobody can show you, forget the pressure, nobody can show you any gas outside of a container. Even a Glober can't show you that. Right? A Glober will say, oh, there's outer space. Well, there's gas in there. Prove me that there's no container. So even a Glober cannot show you gas outside of a container. So anyways, it's that simple. Just go outside, touch the ground a little bit, calm down, take your shoes off, look around. It is flat. So anyway, I gotta go.
Still isn't flat.
I hope that I talked you off the ledge a little bit. Don't worry about it. Even if you're right and we're wrong, or vice versa, there's no need to be so emotional with random.
You're right, Peter. You have a good day, man. Seriously, you have a good day, man.
Take care.
Other guys, man, fuck you guys, man.
Hey, man, we can be cool. All right, there he goes.
Don't know what to
I
make
have
of
a
that.
feeling. I have a feeling he's going to be back.
Not bad. Didn't mention it measures flat though.
Right. No, I actually appreciated Peter in that moment. That was good. We want to have a calm and cordial discourse here. So I appreciate Peter for that. And yeah, like I said, I think that Z guy will be back.
I don't necessarily disagree with what Peter was attempting there and his reasoning with it. Just don't particularly trust Peter to do it.
Perhaps Peter's coming around, seeing the light. Who knows?
What you talking about? What three things did he say? He said 3 things. What did he say?
Said you experience it flat and motionless. Gas pressure requires a container.
Right. So I could concede to all those 3 points, and the Earth still be a globe.
Well, that was my point. Felt like a bit of a red herring going straight to gas pressure and skipping measurements. Even mentioning direct experience in the very beginning with the Glober is probably not the right way to go. Because they already come in with that preconceived notion that, oh, fuck, we just go outside and eyeball it.
Yeah.
That's why we
Yeah,
fly
so
earthers, you know?
Yeah, so for example, I go outside, the Earth appears flat. Glovers agree with that en masse. I go outside and the Earth appears stationary. Glovers agree with that en masse. Now, they may not agree with gas pressure requiring a container per se, but they could always argue, well, the container is just outside the globe, or the container is the universe. Because if you say it requires a container, I mean, a container is just a limited volume, and if you just pick any arbitrary set of a limited volume, then you've satisfied that condition. So it wouldn't mean the Earth is most certainly flat and not a globe if you argued those 3 points. At least not to a glober.
That's why I said I don't particularly trust Peter to take it, you know? I've gotten some sketchy answers off of him last time I asked him, you know, are you a fly earther now? He started talking about the moon and shit, and just it's discombobulated, you know, still in
Yeah,
him.
you could just take his answers as sarcasm. Of course the Earth is flat because gas pressure requires a container, which has nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or not. And of course the Earth is flat because it looks flat and it looks stationary. So he could be just as easily lampooning our position for lulz.
Well, did you catch his anecdotal story with his mother in the beginning? It was almost like he was sneaking globe scripting with that. Oh, my mother sat me down, turned the lights off, brought a globe out, showed us how the tilt affects the, you know, amount of light in various places, which she would have fucking very much struggled to do to any accurate degree, you know. It just sounded like it, you know. I'm not going into any further, actually.
Yeah, those globers, am I right?
Supposed flat earther in this case.
So AI, my question always is, where are the globies who will push arguments like that forward, who accurately portray their religion, who accurately rebut what's been said to them? Are there actually any of them out there?
Well, I feel it's like an oxymoron. You know? How can you properly rebut something that just doesn't exist?
I mean, you know, like for instance, a lot of flat earth people put forth the idea that gravity is buoyancy and density and not some sort of warping and bending of space-time. And we do that because it's the simplest and easiest explanation, and you can't prove anything else. That's the closest I think that you could come to proving is you remove the medium underneath of something, that's your independent variable, and there you go. Now,
yeah,
but
sounds like
using that argument doesn't actually get you any closer with the other person to saying that the Earth is flat, because they could stipulate that and say, sure, we don't know what gravity is. Yeah, it could be buoyancy and density, but that could be the same on a Baltard as well.
I know gravity's just a cope for their little ball. Am I right?
Yeah, wow. It's more a part of their creation mythos. It's a part of their creation religion more than it is a part of whether or not the Earth is actually a globe.
Exactly. It sounds like cosmic law to me.
Yep, exactly what it is.
It's certainly deified.
In the modern liberal, socialist, communist type religion, the Baltard is their Genesis story. So you can't do away with the first chapter of the Bible and have the Bible. And so you can't do away with the parallel to that and not do away with the Baltardian religion. So they do have to have that religion. But my point being, a honest Globey could just stipulate to a lot of the stuff that a lot of flat earthers put out, and they don't necessarily get you any closer to an understanding that the earth is indeed flat.
Exactly. A lot of these libtards believe in like globe earth and stuff. I think all of them do, if I'm honest. Like they got egg on their face.
Well, you pretty well have to, because you have to have some creation story, and of course global warming and climate change now, that's all part of the eschatology. So you do have a very parallel religious system. They have communism and socialism, for the good of your fellow believer, and they have it all. They have the cancel culture. They have everything. That's how they deal with sin. So it's purely and clearly a religion. But my point being that if they want to discuss the topic of the earth being flat or a globe, I think they really could just stipulate to what most flat earthers will bring up and say, yeah, of course. Because I think that a lot of us don't get to the very basic points of the very long distance observations and stick to those, stick to the fundamentals.
I feel like what you're describing, Barrington, like when they have that level of grasp on the arguments of each side, and what concedes what, they'd already be flat earthers by then,
Exactly. You should only trust your eyes. You shouldn't trust anything else.
And, like I say, and hence my question to AI being, where are the Globies who can actually discuss this logically? I think that's the real problem. Somebody today that I was just visiting was telling me that he believes in some sort of magic critter that can sleep for 50,000 years. And all you have to do is put a little droplet of water on it and it'll wake up, and so you can take the thing to space, and I guess as long as it doesn't get any magic water on it, then it'll stay asleep. And
sounds like something from Scientology.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Only trust what you can see with your own two eyes, with the exception of radio waves.
And the truth is, now with AI and all of that stuff, I don't even know if you can trust what you see with your two eyes anymore.
I know there's like I think there's like a 24-hour supposed satellite that has a live feed, but that's probably all AI generated on the spot.
Well, yeah, somebody
motherfucking sarcasm, aren't you, Josh?
Somebody a couple years ago pointed that Japanese satellite out that's got the 24-hour live feed from it, et cetera, et cetera. And this was on Facebook, and he was telling me this is it. I'm like, okay. And I pointed out when it talked about it being visualized data and such, and I asked him, I said, are you not capable of telling the difference between an actual photograph and a weather map? And it's just clearly a weather map. And then I had a nice conversation with the young guy, he was about like 21 or 22. And then I realized that no, he cannot tell the difference between a weather map and an actual photograph because of being around so much video games and everything else. And now that there's AI, how many people are even going to believe a real photograph when you got perfect AI creation?
Exactly. And haven't they heard of weather balloons that move really fast? They see it, they're so silly.
Hi guys, I'm back. All right.
What did I tell you guys?
I said I'm back. I said
Are
I'm
you
back.
still crying? Are you still crying?
Wait, I was
You
never
alright,
crying. What do you mean?
Are you alright, Z?
You're
Are you cool?
upset.
I'm good, but I want to talk to this professor guy. Yo, when was I ever crying?
You're mad because the Earth is flat.
I
Remember
was
how
never
mad
mad.
you
Stop stuttering. I was never mad.
You came in pretty hot.
were? Just like right now.
No, I want to ask him a question now. He said I was mad. I'm not mad. He's stuttering now because he's nervous.
Okay, well,
I'm actually
welcome
1-on-one.
back.
Don't get nervous. Don't get stage frightened.
What do you need? What
Talk
do
to
you
me.
need to know?
When was I ever mad?
Right when you came in before.
No, I was not. I was just expressing my feelings. Like
Oh, you could
P already
have.
said.
Wow, you could have fooled us.
You used to
Oh, I know
hug
I
yourself
did.
and
I
rock
fucking
back
fooled
and
all
forth
you
when
guys,
you
didn't
were
I?
little.
Sure.
But Professor Triangle, I was never mad. All right, don't get fucking like radical and like say random shit and spew nonsense. All right. Thank you. You can go back on mute
That's
now.
it.
Yeah, that's it. You can go back on mute.
Go
I'm
back.
allowing you to go back on mute because I don't
You
want to
back
embarrass
on
you right
mute
now.
now? All right. There you go. He said, put me back on mute now.
And flat Earth. Oh, hello, flat Earthers. Hello.
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 You got any
What's up?
questions? What can I do for you?
Yeah. Hi. I just wanted to know what your ideology is like. I'm working to learn new things.
Ideology.
Yeah.
Keep your yard neat. Shovel your sidewalks in the wintertime.
That's true. Those are good. But there's no snow here, though.
Right, it's not an ideology, by the way.
It's over
Science.
for you. So if I come over your house, you have no excuse why your yard's a mess.
My yard's not a mess.
And you're fine, and you can live on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's science. Everyone knows from observations that the Earth is flat. It's like a frisbee, and God threw it through space. It's just on its return trajectory.
Bro, that was so eloquent. The divine frisbee. Wow.
How else do the stars move?
What if the stars just move on their own and they don't need to be a frisbee flung?
Prove that.
Why? You didn't prove your claim either.
Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, it's obvious it's a claim, sure.
Yeah, because stars move clockwise and anti-clockwise, so the Earth must be spinning on a frisbee.
You're saying the stars are moving clockwise?
Depends where you are, but yeah, it's on the frisbee. Like if you throw a frisbee,
That's
it
a
spins.
flat Earth claim. Flat Earthers say that the stars are moving.
Yeah, I'm taking that flat Earth claim.
I agree with you. They look like they're moving. You can measure them moving across the sky.
Right, but they happen to go if you look up, depending on where you are, they seem to either go clockwise, don't they, or anti-clockwise. So
then, how do the people see them the anti-direction? Are they on the other side of the frisbee?
I don't know. But
then you don't have a conclusion. How is this object that's rotating in one way, according to you?
Why would the stars
making
move
the two
clockwise? Why would the stars move clockwise, though? Like if the Earth was staying still.
Oh, it's very easy. It's very simple. That they're not a singular star field. That's all moving in the same direction. There you go. Problem solved.
Okay. Okay. What? Are they the same thing or they're separate things?
No, the reason why the stars appear to move in the sky is not because of a single axis of motion by a different object that's not the stars, being the Earth.
I don't know, if I'm more on the road and I'm driving a car, I see different things moving in different directions. But when it comes to the stars, they all seem to be moving all in one direction. So it must be the Earth is spinning. Like a frisbee.
Oh wait, you just said they're moving. You just said they're moving clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
Well, then, by direction, do you mean east to west? Or...
Ideally. Yeah. No. When you look up, so obviously the stars go down in the west and they come up on the east. But I'm talking about when you look directly up. I don't know why they go anti-clockwise. It's fucking weird. But you must be on the frisbee if they're going clockwise.
Why?
All right. Can you not see to the horizon and that everything's flat?
I mean, it's very. No, I'm just saying, why do the stars moving have to do anything with the shape of the Earth or the form of the Earth or the motion of the Earth at all?
Have you owned a frisbee before?
Yeah, I played frisbee, so that doesn't answer my question.
Right. And then when if you put a camera on the frisbee and you throw the frisbee, it seems like they're pretty much the same thing but in slow motion.
Okay, you know what else? If you put a camera on a frisbee and you stuck it on a table, and then above the table you put this spinning thing, then the thing above it would be the thing spinning. But when you look at from the camera's point of view, it would look like the camera's spinning. So how do you know which one's spinning?
Hang on, can you repeat that? How do I know which one's spinning? Well, the camera's spinning. Yeah. But surely if the camera's fixed to the desk.
The table, yeah. And I put something on the ceiling that's spinning.
Sure, but the problem is the thing on the ceiling spinning is also moving east to west, right?
Sure. So what if I make a video on a loop, and for half of the video I have the object spin, and the other half I have the camera spin, and I loop them together so you can't tell which one is which? How are you going to tell me which one's which?
I don't know. That seems again recordings. You're going out of I'm talking about observations. I'm not talking about videos and shit and recordings and playing them back.
So right. So what I'm trying to get at here is that you can't actually tell me whether it's just from looking, whether it's the Earth moving or the stars moving. Yeah.
Again, unless you're saying the stars are a video recording played back separately in different
No, I don't care
areas.
about that. I could. No, I. In my analogy, it was an object rotating. So what if the stars are just their own objects doing their own thing?
Oh, but are you saying like I don't know, like the stars are like a ball around like the flat Earth, and the ball's like moving around the flat Earth, and that's why we see what you see. Like the stars are like doing like a whole like orbit or something.
Yeah, the stars are doing things that they're doing, right?
But that doesn't
Whatever
explain
they're
anything.
doing results in what we see, and the Earth the entire time is standing perfectly still.
Well, how do you know it's standing still? Like we've got things moving in the sky. It could be.
You tell me, dude. You're the one making the claim, bro.
Well, yeah, I've already told my claim, but you haven't given me a counter.
Yeah, I did. I gave you a counter that was as sufficiently proven as yours.
Well, no, you talked about video recordings and playing them back. Like, unless you're claiming that we're in a giant video set.
No, dude. It's not about the video being recorded. It's about the two objects: the observation, which is the camera, and whether it's the thing moving or what it's recording is the thing moving, which is the other object that's above it. It has nothing to do with it being a recording per se.
Oh, right, okay. Fine. I gotta go for dinner anyway. But I still think it's moving frisbee.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't think that. So stop being a LARPing liar. Why don't you, when you eat dinner and you pray to God, ask him if it's okay to be a LARPing liar, and if he endorses that behavior. How about that? And then thank him for your food. Derp, I'm a flat earther, and we're on a giant cosmic frisbee because of the stars move. Derp. You think we're going to fall for that, Holmes?
Wait, that's what he was trying to say? Wow.
Yeah, there's these guys, they like to LARP, pretending they're flat earthers, and they say ridiculous things. So they say a few smart things as commentary while conversations are going on, but then when they have the mic, they say some really retarded things, hoping that some flat earthers or some globe earthers will take their claim as being the retardation that flat earthers believe.
So you guys are cracking them so hard, boss, that they're like trying to LARP as a flat earther?
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them.
That's some serious damage.
That last guy that just went crazy, right? Take everything he said, but replace flat disc with round ball, and that's what he believes, which is kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
He said 15 crazy things. He believes 14 of them. Huh? Weird.
True. Yeah, true. There's another one that Globers believe that they don't realize they believe, but they make fun of certain flat earthers for it, because there are some flat earthers who think that, or have at least put forth an idea, like Arwen's a famous one, if you guys remember Arwen. He used to have this thing called the rectangular looping model. So he was basically saying the Earth is similar to a military map. It's a rectangle, but when you go to the edges, you warp through space and time, and you come out the other end. And then Globers were laughing at him, calling him retarded and stupid. How dare he think that you can just go through time and space and arrive in another location? What a moron. And then they all went and watched the movie Interstellar and were like, this is so cool. You could totally just warp through time and space. It's amazing. For those who don't know the joke is that there's a lot of movies out there that purport to be held in a heliocentric, expanding Big Bang universe in which they take a piece of paper to describe space, they fold it, and then they poke a pencil through it and be like, look, if you just fold space, you can go straight through and arrive in another location through a wormhole or a transdimensional Rosen loop. And so they all believe that that's true, but then if a flat earther says something similar, the flat earther's a retard, even though they believe the exact same thing 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's the double standards, bro. They have tons of them. That's a good one that you highlighted. They've got a lot of double standards, bro.
Wait. So space can be flat, but Earth can't?
Well, if space is flat, where's the edge?
Well, according to high-level physicists, I'm talking like CERN and above level, they actually think that there's multiple expressions of the universe to essentially the near infinite degree, and therefore, since all random laws of physics must express themselves in all these alternate universes, then that means that they will be expressed. And that means that if the Earth is a globe in universe A, then the Earth is certainly flat in a universe B. So they already believe that the Earth is flat. If you believe the Earth is a globe according to the standard model, and you believe in all those physicists that make all the technology at the high level, and those morons are spouting out that there's multiple universal dimensions in which the Earth expresses itself as flat, then basically if you believe the Earth is a globe, you believe the Earth is flat at the exact same time. So if you already concede that the Earth must be flat in one alternative universe, let me give you a hint. It's this one. And if you guys need help, you're not ready to go to the Earth is flat yet, that's fine too. Because in that same model, you also have an infinite permutations of variations that are just not a globe. So if you believe the Earth is a globe, it's also not a globe. Pretty much sums it up. But if a flat earther says it, he's retarded, right?
A classic double standard right there. I don't know what to do with that except for reveal that they also have the same issue on their end as well.
DTs don't have any standards at all.
If space is flat, how does Earth fit in it?
Sideways.
Just ignore that.
We're actually going through an interesting time in quote unquote the flat Earth versus globe Earth arena, and whatever comes in between, like real Earthers, electric Earthers, whatever. And that is that many of them got away from heliocentrism because they realized that a lot of the claims about the celestials in the heliocentric model were just obviously false and made up and fantasy and things that could never be validated. And then, they did their thing for a while. Then they all of a sudden started going back to the stars to start making reverse engineered claims about the Earth from the stars. So it's like they just traded one model of interpreting the celestials about the Earth into another model of interpreting the celestials about the Earth. Start making bold claims about what the. Go ahead.
Oh, you paused there for a second. I thought you were done. I was throwing out mythology.
Man, you better be talking about mycology.
Is that like mushrooms or something?
Mycology. wacky terms.
Yeah, your domo arigato right now, JE.
Are you using push to talk, brother? If you are, you got to wait at least a second. You gotta press it, wait, and then talk.
No, I'm not using push to talk. I'm sorry. No, I said that wrong. No, I just push it not hold on my
Holy crap.
back up.
Bro, you know the internet's only $15.99 a month, okay?
Yeah, you don't have to go to the library to use the internet.
Yeah, shots fired. Shots fired.
Flat Earthers, too far to afford internet.
And the AT&T every time now.
Right, brother. We're giving up on you. Need to get a better connection before you continue. If you're in your house and you're having trouble, make sure you get an extender. If you're having bandwidth issues, make sure you go into your server and router settings and allocate bandwidth to your devices and away from your children and wife's devices. Make them have less and you have more, like the king that you are.
No, this is the I've been here for a fiber service.
He probably doesn't even hear you
Yeah,
talk.
they were here.
I know, dude. All he heard from me was nothing.
You'll get there in a minute. It's buffering right now.
Angle. Yep. The lights.
You know what sucks, guys, is like this is a good thing and a bad thing, is that Discord kind of has like this persistent connection feature, and it'll actually maintain a connection even if you turn your phone off and your phone back on and you come back in. Like if you had skitched out, it'll try to reconnect you to the last call you were in, which is kind of good when you think about it if you're trying to reconnect. But at the same time, it'll drag your roboting out forever. You won't even be able to disconnect from the call. You can't even reply to the person that's telling you you're roboting. So it's kind of like a catch-22. Oh, CB, I'm making a trap. It's a spider web trap.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
trap.
okay.
It's called a spider trap.
All right. And go ahead, Charlotte.
There's a lot of contention over the past months about this azimuthal equidistant map, and people referring to it, and then people referring to the way that the stars move and to celestial navigation and all these different things. And there's been a lot of accusations against members of the 24/7 platforms that they make certain claims. And so I'm going to create a trap to where the other person who's accusing the 24/7 has to go down these steps to demonstrate their claims, which are contrary to supposedly to the claims they claim we are making. And I'm going to have them draw it out step by step. And when they're done drawing it out, they're going to basically have drawn an azimuthal equidistant map, whether they realize it or not. And then I'm going to go, gotcha, bitch.
There you go.
Now, why I call it the spider web trap is because as you're drawing it out, it looks kind of like a spider web. You know, you have a dot in the center, and then you have lines going out from it, and then you have circles on it. And if you looked at it, it would kind of look like a spider web.
Ah.
We had this one guy in the other day claiming that all stars rotate around Polaris. Okay, let's say that's true based on what he said. And so then I showed him an image of stars rotating around a point, and I said, okay, is what they're rotating around Polaris? Obviously, the answer was no, because they were facing south, away from Polaris. If Polaris is north and south is anti-north, then they're facing south. So I was like, why does it appear these are rotating around this when it's clearly not Polaris? But you said they all rotate around Polaris. So if these are rotating around something, it must be Polaris. He then said, no, that point that you're looking at, which appears to be the center, even though it's kind of dark and you really can't see anything in the center, but you could trace the lines of the arcs of the way the stars are moving to an apparent center and call that the center. He said that center itself is moving throughout the night, rotating around Polaris. Problem is, we had eyewitness testimony of people who saw it with their own eyes and say, no, that point doesn't move throughout the night. Well, if that's true, then how does it arrive at a different continent later in the night? But he essentially said, you have Polaris, which is the center, and then imagine the other stars are like an umbrella rotating at a different plane than the stars that are rotating around Polaris are, but that umbrella itself is rotating around Polaris. Well, that would mean 2 points of rotation. And if you're looking at one or the other, you could say, okay, that's a center point of a apparent rotation. So essentially a celestial pole of rotation. So he made fun of us for claiming there was 2 celestial poles, and then he admitted in his view that he has 2 celestial poles. But then he parsed it out differently and said, okay, well, I'm not meaning pole as in an apparent center of rotation. I'm meaning pole as in a fixed spot around which stars rotate. Well, earlier, the guy from Australia said that that point is fixed throughout the night, doesn't move. So now he's still back where he started with 2 celestial poles. And I said, well, if all the stars go around Polaris and you can't see the southern stars, how did you validate they all go around Polaris? To which he had to agree, I never did. So I said, okay, so you only have rhetoric. Your point of view is based on rhetoric. You say they all rotate around Polaris, take that as a given, and then try to apply it to the southern stars in a manner in which you can't describe, draw, or even articulate. So why are people making these bold claims about the nature of the Earth or the nature of the celestials where they can't even describe it? They can't even draw it. Like, what the heck? That makes your claim nothing but just repeating a phrase. And if that's the evolution of yourself from being a glober previous to being whatever it is you call yourself now, I don't think that's a progression. I think that's a digression.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking drunk. God damn.
Okay.
So, for example, if we never figure out what the stars are actually doing, where they actually are relative to the Earth's position, does that mean that we can't determine anything about the Earth?
Nope. Can you determine where a rainbow is? Like, does it have a fixed point? Does it have a fixed location?
No, because the sun's always moving.
There you go.
Technically, if you limited it to one observer and asked them where's the rainbow, the correct answer would be in my eye.
Ooh,
You taste the rainbow.
gay.
Unicorns poop rainbows. Rainbows are everywhere.
I don't know. I don't mean to compare to a rainbow, but it's like, okay, so that's some sort of light phenomena. It doesn't have a coordinate or a location that's fixed. So why do stars have to have that? You know, I don't think anyone even knows what stars are to then be able to say where they are or whatever.
And there's a problem with looking at the stars, assuming geometric certainties, is that you actually can't triangulate the celestials in the sense where you could use angles to them to pinpoint their location in free space. Sometimes you get negative results. So in other words, it's as if the star is behind you or if the sun is behind you when you try to triangulate it with other observers that are saying, this is where I'm at. This is the angle I'm looking at this celestial at. And then you try to intersect them in free space and it doesn't work.
I don't appreciate how you use triangulate in that context.
All right. I'm going to use a more advanced term, triangulify.
You're just making up words now.
Well, think about liquefy. Liquefy means to be put into a state of liquid. So triangulify means to be put into the state as a triangle. So you get two angles intersecting at a point, which would be the intersection of one point of the triangle, and then you call the other 2 points the observer location. There you go, triangle.
Yeah, I was in here I think it was 2 nights ago, and y'all blew my mind. Or somebody did in here, I don't know. I actually have a degree in physics, and it kind of blew my mind.
What was it about?
What's that?
What was the topic?
What do you mean? The topic was... I was debating them because I didn't believe it was flat. And they presented some evidence that was pretty hard to deny, in other words.
Cool.
How does physics prove a globe? How does physics, since you got a degree in physics and that's hard to believe, how does physics prove you live on a ball?
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, you said you have a degree in physics.
What do you mean? Physics has everything to do with everything. I don't get what you're talking about.
Doesn't have anything to do with being on a ball.
That's the entire basis of physics, is because we're basing it off of the globe that we're apparently on.
No. Who told you that?
What do you even mean, man? It goes all the way back to gravity. I mean, if we were on a flat surface, our entire physics and mathematics about the entire planet are incorrect.
Whoa. It's crazy, dude.
It is pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah, so straight lines can't happen on a flat Earth. They only happen on globes.
Are you trying to disagree with me? Because I think we are.
And gravity too. He's putting limitations on gravity. And he's undermining all the mathematicians that say that it'd be easy for them to just work out how gravity works on big flat things.
Why do all the mathematicians...
He's saying how physics is based around a globe Earth, but there's no measurements for a globe Earth. How did they base physics off something that
There
has
is
no
a
measurement?
circumference of the Earth. Yes, there is. Apparently, there is. If it was there, they already did it.
One, or I would have measured it by now.
Do you have like a question? Like, I don't know what you're getting at here, man. I really don't. But yeah, I mean,
How does Earth being a ball make physics work where flat Earth, it won't work?
It's a reference point.
Wait, that makes no sense to me, so go
How
ahead.
does it not make any sense? If you're not asking me a backhanded question, let me just tell you, all of our mathematics and everything we know about this Earth comes from physics, dude.
Like give me an example.
Like gravity. I mean, like how do I even put it for you? I feel like you're just like trolling me. I don't know.
You can't put it into words. That's my point.
Oh, you're trying to get me in a gotcha question, which is just kind of weird. Like, can you elaborate on your question?
You demonstrated that you put yourself in a gotcha question.
All right, the gaslighting has just gotten boring, bro. Come on now. I'm pretty sure we're agreeing on this standpoint as well. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna be there in a little bit. Yeah, I'm on a Discord call right now. Can I ask you a question?
What?
So, do you think the Earth is flat or not?
I know it's flat. I know it's not curved.
How do you know it's flat?
I already checked. I live by Lake Erie. It's flat and stationary, flat and
You
level.
live by Lake Erie.
When it's not windy.
That's your conclusion, and that's what you're basing your eyesight off of is Lake Erie.
Yes. Sea level. Yep.
And why is that?
Because how do you have level surfaces on a ball?
You can discreditize all of that, but keep going. What makes you think you're right about that?
Because the water is flat and level when at rest.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to it, brother.
That's all you get.
So what?
Curving over 10 miles.
What experiments have you done?
Long range.
To absolutely back your claim.
Long range photography.
Yeah, long distance observations and stuff. But let's be fair. Here goes the double standard again. That AI pointed out, you didn't do jack shit, but you hardcore believe in a globe. You didn't do anything.
Me? I don't hardcore believe in a globe. I think you misinterpreted what I said right when I got in here.
You have a physics degree, therefore globe.
No, that's not what I said. I said it just doesn't make sense because all of our physics are completely revolved around a globe.
Like what?
Dude.
Oh my fucking god, bro! How do you not understand what I'm saying?
Dude, physics
I was in here the other night, and I was agreeing with the chat. I was seeing evidence that is clearly flat. I don't know what you're trying to get at right now, but you're being a little pussy.
Dude, I asked you what? That's all. What? Am I being a pussy?
I mean, that's a very vague question, bro. You're gonna have to elaborate, all right? What are you asking right now?
Globe. Where in physics do I need a globe in order for physics to work? Give me an example.
Of gravity or the globe? The circumference? What do you need? So there's a magnetic levitation. Okay? That's what it is. The globe contains a permanent magnetic at the core, okay? That's going to revolve around gravity. Let me touch base. Let me circle back. An electromagnetic is a coil. It's like a coiled, for example, it's like a coiled, how do I put it lightly? a coil powered by electricity. Let's just use a battery, for example, and a copper wire. This is what the Earth provides for us, okay? So if you really want me to dig into this, I'm going to go down a very large rabbit hole of why this doesn't make sense. But I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what I'm
dude,
saying.
you're the one making up stories like there's some kind of magnetic core that pulls everything down. Nobody believes in that shit.
You didn't even let me finish. That's not what I was saying.
Earth is not a ball with a magnetic core that pulls.
Why are you so quick to interrupt? I mean, do you just not like? Dude, you're fucking pussy. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
You're fucking pussy. You're like 40 years old. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I was agreeing with you for the 80th time.
What were you agreeing with them on?
What?
How many times do I have to repeat myself to you? Fuckers? Okay, look, listen. No, hey, you've done enough talking, all right? No one really gives a fuck. I'm telling you right now, I was agreeing with you, and your fucking bitch ass thinks that you're just gonna come and catch me in a gotcha.
Dude, core. You said there's a magnetic ball.
There is. I mean, what do you mean? You didn't even let me finish, bro. This is the thing with you guys. That's why no one wants to talk to the flat earthers, is because you guys just cannot take, and I'm going to say it again. I was agreeing with you that it doesn't make sense. Holy fuck.
What part doesn't make sense?
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, you might be the dumbest fucking person I think I've ever encountered in my life.
Oh my god, bro, chill.
I'm not even kidding. You might be like autistic. Like, fuck out of here.
And he's gone.
Did you guys ban him or?
I don't know.
Nah, he rage quit the chat.
Oh, he left. I mean, I kind of get it. I kind of get where he's coming from. No, it's like everyone's trying to attack him at the same time. Must have feel like he has to defend himself. But yeah,
I didn't attack him. I asked him what in physics requires a globe in order for your physics to work, and he wouldn't answer me. That's all I asked, and he spiraled out of control.
He probably doesn't know, bro.
Here's the thing. He kept saying that he was agreeing with you. But what in the frickin' hell was he agreeing with you on, though?
Yeah.
Well, he was in here for a while the other day, and he was like being blown away by a lot of the observations and things that were being presented. And he was sort of like, yeah, you guys got good points, you know. Right? So I don't know. But yeah, he did just say that about like if what we say is true, then all of how they say physics works, gravity and all that. I think that's pretty much what he was getting at, right? But it's not entirely true.
What's not entirely true?
Well, it's not so much that they figured out the Earth is a ball because of they figured out how gravity works. Like that's not how that worked. That happened.
Yeah, well, they decided that. They decided to announce that it was a ball a long time before gravity, right? So.
But I mean, you can present like an idea about an object to these mathematicians, right? And they can develop you a kinematic model, right, where they can just give like they can make any variable that they want, right, and and everything will just work that way, and it'll match all the observations that we make in reality,
Except 3-body problems. Add a third ball and their stuff doesn't work anymore.
I don't know. Can they work that out?
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's why it's called a problem.
All they can ever do is make a moon go around an Earth or an Earth go around the sun, or connect those three and not have anything, this moon not having anything to do with the sun in order for their thing to spin around like a clock. I know, I've tried making them before.
That wouldn't work in their view anyway, because they revolve around the Berry center, not the actual object.
Exactly. Even the sun. Even the sun's not the center of the solar system.
Yeah, so we should actually be calling it the Berry centric model. Who's Berry and why is he so famous?
Yeah.
I used to do this joke where I tell everyone I know exactly where everything rotates around, and I would give them an address, and I say, "Look that address up." When they looked it up, it would say the Berry Center because it was a center called the Berry Center, and then I would see if they got the joke or not.
So what you're claiming is there's this place, if I go high enough going straight towards the moon, there's a place up in the sky where I'll just start floating because I'm being pulled by the moon and the earth at the same time. And there should be a place
Isn't that the
where
Lagrange?
I hover. I just hover there.
Isn't that the Lagrange point?
Well, yeah, but see, there'd be nothing to do, so you'd be hoverboard.
So there's a place where shit should
very
just end up. The neutral zone, shit should just end up there.
Dude, there's a lot of shit there. There's a lot of hopes and dreams of various Globers throughout the years.
But you'd still go sideways. That's the weird thing. So you wouldn't actually be floating in one spot because everything's moving, right?
Well, you should be being pulled by the moon and the earth at the same time, so you should always be between the two. It should be pulling you like two ropes pulling on something.
In orbit.
Yep, you should always be right between the two, always. As soon as you go high enough, you should just be able to stop there and it just stay. And the sun won't affect you at all, apparently.
So if each individual atoms, right, like gravitational field, and collectively they form a singular gravitational field, then wouldn't that work for all the galaxies as well? So each galaxy has its gravitational field, but collectively they are just one gravitational field. Why isn't everything just condensing into just one giant big ball in the center of the universe? that's what they say, right? Like, because like naturally, hydrogen atoms have a propensity to like to repel each other, right? But collectively, because they do have a little tiny gravitational field, collectively, if there's enough of them, they'll form enough of a gravitational field to want to collapse in on themselves and join together and overcome that inherent nature to repel each other. Overcome that and condense and explode and become stars and stuff, right? I guess maybe there just aren't enough galaxies.
Bro is talking to himself.
And not enough dark matter as well. Damn it, dark matter, you failed again.
बोका चुप था.
I'm sorry, you're coming in super low. I can't hear you. Where are you? I'll turn you up. Are you? Tofu. Well, okay. Raw. Sorry, what were you saying, Raw?
He said he wants to wear a tube top.
Wait, you guys talking at the same time? I didn't hear that.
He said he wants to wear a tube top.
A tube top? Oh.
In the 70s.
That'll fix everything.
Yeah.
Mysteries of the universe solved. Tube top theory.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice. Oh well.
I love it when they try to say something and they bail themselves out before they can finish what they're trying to say. It's like, all right, I worked up enough courage to go in there and say something. Then I'm gonna yeet out of there, and then they try to say it and they leave before they can finish.
Oh, fuck you, motherfucker.
I heard an angry Glober when I was walking away.
Is that what happened on The Sopranos? Final episode? So I'm just going to comment because I've noticed, but he's not here. But I'm going to give him kudos. Right, RTH has been participating in conversation, and it hasn't, developed into any sort of animosity or aggression or conflict. It's great. I like it. Di, you're on loudspeaker, I mean. Your mic's open.
Would you say his mic's open?
Di, D-U-Y.
Driving while under the influence? Oh, DUI. Yeah.
English is so funny, isn't it?
Got PTSD. I don't know. You'd have to talk to Jedi about that.
Oh, just fine.
We just bastardized it. They invented it.
Yeah. You're going to fucking complain. Make your own language up.
Yeah.
Blip snoop blap licky.
Yeah, you guys have trouble saying the word no too, huh? T-Dub. Your word no is like ner.
Nah.
Ner. I was watching Bluey. I was like, dang, dude, even they say ner. Yeah, the grandkid really likes it. It's a quality cartoon, man. I don't know. Looks like it.
It's become more popular than the Wiggles, even.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a huge, yeah. It's weird because it's a cartoon, but it's a little bit of like adult undertones to it. Like it's so strange. How old is it? Sorry. I know it's not that. Never mind. I get carried away. Sorry. You guys talk to CEO, bro?
Not that I'm aware of.
I haven't spoken to anybody apart from you and T-Dub.
Holy smokes. They all came in one clown car and they left in that same clown car? What the hell?
I think so, mate.
That's not fair.
It's right, the weekend's young. There'll be another one along in a minute.
As long as they go down one by one, man. They all come out at the same time. That ain't not fun.
Yeah. Injo was playing whack-a-mole with him earlier. It's funny.
Yeah, exactly that. AI started throwing his bows in there too, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, they do have a trend, huh? They sound like they're genuine. They're having a conversation with us. All of a sudden, they're just like not genuine. They're working an angle.
Yeah, I've started to notice that a bit more and more. Maybe it's a phase some people are going through. I don't know.
Yeah, frustrate the flat Earth, and then declare victory.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, we had all everyone in 24/7 mods say there's a 1-for-1 equivalent of Polaris in the South. Boy, come in here and he got wrecked. He got wrecked.
I talk about waxbacks.
Yeah, man.
Dude, that guy. I'll give him one thing, man. He's relentless. He's at multiple times declared that he's a proponent of the AE map. He's declared that there's 2 poles. Like, he said all these things, and he just like, as soon as you like question him on it, he's like, "No, I didn't say that. I've done it to him like multiple times." It's like, whatever, dude. Like, the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
I
think it's an example of a larger problem in the flat Earth community. That a lot of flat Earthers.
Flat Earth is the truth.
Don't know how to think.
Flat Earth is the truth. I have evidence.
Okay. Cool story.
So when you go on an airplane, right? These windows are designed by the government to make the Earth look like it's rounded, but it's not actually rounded. Do you understand? You get me? You get me?
Do tell.
The government made these windows so the Earth looks like it's rounded, but it's not rounded.
How did you prove it wasn't rounded?
Because the government made the glasses. You don't know about Antarctica?
My friend, maybe you didn't understand the question.
You don't understand.
No, okay.
What's beyond the ice walls? Do you know what's beyond the ice walls?
Do you know what's beyond the ice wall?
Yes, it's void.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're gonna fall off if you go beyond the ice wall.
You're going to? Did you not? Was there a safety barrier in the way? Did you tie yourself down so you didn't slip?
You're gonna fall off if you go beyond the ice walls, you know?
Okay, dude. We're just entertaining you at the moment. No one's taking you seriously. You understand that, right?
I'm talking seriously. It's not a joke.
No. We're not taking you seriously.
You guys claim that Earth is rounded.
No.
Then what?
We claim that the Earth is measured to be flat. Notice I didn't bring up government windows.
My team. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't even know if that's true. So far, you haven't given me any positive evidence that the Earth is flat. Just circumstantial evidence that windows are curved.
You just said the Earth. I agree. The Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah, dude. Enjoy the rest of your fucking day, mate.
Okay, I agree with you guys. Thank you.
Bye.
I'm gonna stay because I agree with you guys. If there's a round earther here, I'm gonna.
How do you know? You haven't even let me bloody finish a statement yet to know if you agree with it or not.
Anyway, what I was about to say is that it exemplifies a larger problem in flat Earth is that there's a lot of stupid flat earthers like that guy.
Case and point.
Well, if he's a flat earther, well, I'm Michael Jackson.
No, I was going to do that. Fuck it. I just waited too long.
Well, it don't matter if you're flat or globe.
It almost sounds like you're about to sing a song.
It don't matter if you're flat or globe. Billie Jean's got my curve.
I guess we're always hoping that there's going to be a good intellectual conversation with some proponent that is knowledgeable about maybe some of the globe claims. We get let down every time, huh?
Yep. Every time.
We get maybe one a month.
Yeah. Okay.
We probably already had this month. Better luck next time.
Only person I can recall right now in my mind is probably Josh, the closest. I don't know if you guys.
Sorry.
Oh, what's up, Rayleigh? I just saw you say what's up in the text.
Welcome.
It's always when AI is trying to make a point, somebody comes in right in the middle of his words. Where he's not talking, there's nobody that comes in. That's weird.
Yep.
I like Kiro's son this morning. He was like, yeah, well, you know, we eliminated all the things that you guys missed. And we found out that, you know, upon that, you made mistakes in accounting for refraction. And he was so, like, sure of himself. Hey, what's refraction? Well, you know, that stuff that happens. What stuff?
It's like the fairy dust that you sprinkle over, made it work.
You see, you know, bendy cranes and that. Like, that's what it is. Like, oh, well, exactly what is it? Like, how do you know what it is? Describe it to me. Oh, I mean, we could test for it in the lab, you know, with the fish tank. And I used the sugar water example. It was funny. I think a little bit after that, AI came in for the conversation. But he was describing that example, you know, it's like, bless their hearts.
Bless them. They're pretty sweet, aren't they?
Yeah.
See, DJ's in the house. What's up, DJ? Hope you're good.
Yo, what's going on, Jedi? What did I miss? Any globe evidence?
No, don't ask. It's not happened.
I was recapping the conversation with Kirill-san this morning. And, you know, his example of his superior knowledge about refraction. And it's just, he's like, well, we got, we know refraction is happening when we see it. And you gave him an example. It's like, well, what about this one? We hardly can't tell anything's going on. Well, geometrically speaking.
Yeah, man. The cope. The mental gymnastics they have to go through.
If I remove the air. That's what he was saying.
When I put those observations into Walter Bislin's begging the question refraction slider, you have to slide it all the way up to the maximum, which means that the refractive index is 1, which means the Earth would look completely flat.
Yeah, exactly.
This is crazy, man. And that's the case with like all of the decent observations that I've put in there. You have to slide it all the way to maximum. Other Earth curve calculators, right? Like there's one that Indio shares sometimes. It's called Flat Earth Insanity, right? Clearly they hate Flat Earth. and it's got a refraction slider that goes up to 120%. And even when you max it out, like for any observation, it doesn't account for it, even with maximum.
I don't know why, but I just got the image of Thunderbirds in my head and Lion-O with his sword. Like magic refraction, give me sight beyond sight. That's all I can see.
You're too freaking old for that.
The maximum inflated radius that Bislins goes up to is 60 billion.
That's divine.
Yeah.
Divine refraction.
60 billion radius.
60 billion.
Yeah, you need something better than Lionel's sword, Jedi.
Well, I mean, retarded as this is going to sound, I guess they could always say, maybe the Earth is a 60 billion mile radius.
Have you been talking to Dave Weiss?
Oh man, I got heartburn.
Yeah, Kirill sounds like, I'm here to be genuine, man. Honest and truly, I am. Like, bro. First of all, yeah, he was like, I critique what the flat earthers are saying, and I know that you guys make a couple of errors here. That's what got me going anyway this morning. I mean, he's just sitting in here, like, sitting pretty, like, yeah, that's cool. I pointed out some errors. We'll talk about it later. I think, yeah, nah, we'll talk about it right now.
The only errors are the ones that he has inside of the straw man he's creating. He imagines errors in a straw man, and then he'll try and like act like that's what somebody believes. Nobody believes that shit.
How does the air canoe go from here to there? You have to use the air oars.
Oh, damn.
Then you got a charm hole with his megalithic yard. He always tries to build that up somehow. Oh, I just want to know if there's any, genuine flat earthers around here. Hey, greasing the skids. Ugh. There's been quite a few hollow earthers come through here. I don't know about you guys seen that.
I've noticed that.
I counted 3 so far.
Yeah.
Bro, can you imagine that job site? Hey, bro, can you measure this rock for me? Okay, wait till nightfall, bro. Gotta measure the star, bro.
You have to save those for the people who come to troll us and say, oh, there is multiple flat earthers, those who believe in the dome and those who believe in ice wall. You just show them they're different globers.
Yeah, those are the worst, though, because they have to explain, curvature with the curve going one way and going the other way. Yeah, convex, concave, Earth curve. Concave on the inside and convex on the outer shell. Yeah, good luck.
The hollow Earth have them both. Have the concave Earth from the inside where there is Agatha, and it's convex from the outside where we live.
You know what I'm getting a giggle out of is the fact that over the past couple years I've noticed that little by little the alleged radius of this fantasy ball Earth keeps increasing. Like, what a way to push back the goalpost. Because we were at, what is it, 3,959?
Justice is unisex.
I did not mean to hit that. My bad.
And now the alleged radius is coming up as 3,963. What are they doing? Just pushing back the goalpost. It doesn't matter. They can increase it all they want. It's still going to measure flat.
Should we dust off the arena? Wax versus Jedi.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Or one deck versus AI on who knows what the heck.
That was funny. Now I'm kind of wondering what that would look like, man. How it would end out. Jedi versus Vaxwax. Because the arena has rules, so he'd lose all his objections for sure.
Nah, we can't even use that standard. Otherwise, there'd be no participation. We have to give a lot more leeway.
Yeah, by order of the decree, we're going to have to allot this guy unlimited amount of objections.
Give him a handicap.
Why not?
Well, if you have unlimited objections, they still have to cool down. So it still is going to be forced to yield back to the other person for at least a minute, to where you can't interrupt them. Or sorry, where you can't have the mic for you only. So if both people were using their objections immediately upon cooldown, you'd just end up with 1 minute of one person talking, 1 minute of the other person talking. And then sometimes they wouldn't use them, and then there'd be like 30 seconds to a minute of them, talking and negotiating with each other as the other person's allowed to speak or interject. So it wouldn't be unreasonable. They would basically control the flow. While it's tolerable for them both to speak and have open mics, they would tolerate each other, and then when they decide it's intolerable, they'd call an objection and get a minute free from the other person being able to speak.
Yeah, one of his statements was that Polaris doesn't move, not even at all. That it's the center point, and it doesn't move at all. He says any movement that was recorded at any time is a camera malfunction.
I honestly think he says that because he's heard so many times that it doesn't move, not because he actually knows whether it does or doesn't.
That's a real bad place to be, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, they're so invested in scripts and rhetoric that they literally don't know how to think for themselves outside of it. They just repeat a phrase, and then they think that that phrase dictates what reality is. Oh, but by the way, VaxWex has evolved into retracting the claim that all stars move east to west around Polaris. Basically, today he admitted that he doesn't know that. He just believes it.
Yeah, but if you get him again, next time he comes in here, he's going to be like, I never said that. He's just going to do that number on you.
He could say that. He could say that. I got it recorded.
I think the weird thing about him is that he just, runs right through with that invincible ignorance. Like, I never said that.
Hey, dude, I'm building a trap of all their claims put together. And I'm telling them right now that when you graphically represent their claims, it ends up with essentially an azimuthal equidistant map of some style. There's no escaping it. While simultaneously they say they debunked, quote unquote, that map. But the only portion of that map that they could actually debunk would be the arrangement of the continents. Because they're claiming that the stars move in a particular direction around Polaris with latitude and longitude. And that those are focused on the center of Polaris. And when it comes to latitude, you just have angles to Polaris that make concentric circles. And when it comes to longitude, you just have a 24-hour or 24-segment lines splayed out from the center. So what does that look like from the top-down view? There's only one thing that looks like. So if you then say I have ground positions of a star where the star would be directly over my head, you could then put a little dot on that map. And I'm not even saying putting it on a landmass or anything. Just put a dot on the map with the latitude and longitude of that ground position. So you end up with an azimuthal equidistant coordinate, polar coordinate, right? And then you end up with a bunch of dots over it. Then if you're saying that those dots are then moving in concentric circles east to west around Polaris, right? You end up with a certain image. And if you can coordinate those ground positions to actual physical territories, like let's say 9th Street and Aberdeen in London. Let's just say those are streets in London. So at that particular time of day, the star is directly above that location. Well, then that means London would have to be physically underneath the star, would it not? According to their claims. So then you could then put London on your little map you just made, right where that dot is. Right? Or no? Which one is it? Is it yes or is it no?
Yeah, you'd have to, though. If you're building the map out, like,
Guys on that side, like especially guys like Vaxwax and other guys who really don't really seem to have the whole picture. They've been making a lot of claims about the relationship between where you see a star and your geometric position on the face of the Earth. And if you dot those and chart those, and if they're related in any way to distances to land masses, then it makes sense that you should be able to construct a map from that, right? They may not like the implications of their claims of what map it produces.
Yeah, I had him on that line of logic once before already. Because he was arguing for that. Because he put 3 geographic points. And he gave me I forgot the names of the places, but there were 3 points on the Earth, all on 34 north latitude. And he's like, well, I mean, circles of equal altitude, it'd be a giant circle. I was like, yeah, but you don't know that. You didn't verify that. What are you saying? Circles of equal altitude don't exist? Like, he went back to the convention. He just kept conflating what we see outside and like making it sound like everything's sitting on a giant circle. So, essentially, like what you're saying, it was constructing an idea that the places on the Earth are in a concentric circle, away from each other. And it all would be pointing to a center point.
Right.
Hey, is Heretic here?
Flat Earth is fucking fake because NATO actually has a fucking. They've actually shown in NATO headquarters they have a whole fucking ice ring around the whole globe. You fucking liars.
Hey, Heretic, rumors going around that you're quite the musician, dude, but you don't share it with too many people. But it just leaked into our room and learned about God.
Because he's collabed with B.O.B., dog. He's collabed with B.O.B., the rapper.
Okay.
He's on some other shit. Don't bother him.
Yeah, whatever, dude. All right, so you made a claim right now. Do you think you can substantiate that claim?
Bro, like you guys don't understand like convex and what's the opposite of convex?
Concave.
Concave. You guys don't understand this shit, bro. Look up a dictionary.
All right, so what's your best argument for the Earth being a globe, sir?
I think it's not fucking flat. It's fucking concave. Or sorry, what's the other one?
Convex. You don't even know, do you?
Bro, look up a dictionary, dog.
Do you know the slope-intercept formula? Y equals mx plus b.
This would explain why you have fucking time zones. If it's convex, it explains time zones. It explains the discrepancies of things.
That's nice.
Excuse you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you aware of the slope-intercept formula, also known as the equation of a line? Y equals mx plus b.
Yeah, I did that in middle school.
Awesome stuff. So you'll understand that there should be a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared over the surface of the Earth, right?
I guess. You talk really fast.
Okay, I'll slow down for you. Then you will understand that there should be a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared.
I just explained how that happens.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't actually measure that. I'm not necessarily interested in your explanations. We're more interested in the verification and demonstration within the claim.
I can go into deep occult text that will show a convex Earth. Yes.
Okay. Is that convex Earth measured?
No, not at the time, no. But they were...
No, excuse me. At all. Like today.
It explains everything that you guys fucking
You're misunderstanding me. I do apologise, right? You seem to not understand. I'm asking for verification of the claim. That would be a measurements over the surface of the Earth to show if it was convex or concave or indeed even horizontal. Do you have that measurement?
You guys misunderstand something. I know. I cannot come with this data. No, I do not know the empirical data on this matter. I think it's evident though, that if there's a discrepancy between you and the globers, right? The global homos, I I think it's pretty evident to me that you guys are on a false narrative to undermine the fucking convex Earth understanding of things.
Okay, either way, like I said, without the explanations or your subjective opinions, we're still going to need verification of the claim either way, aren't we? That would be a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth to show its true nature.
Okay, well, why don't you read more Aleister Crowley?
Hold on. That is perfectly reasonable, right? For verification of the claim?
You cut out.
That would be reasonable, right? To ask for verification of the claim, a measurement over the surface of the Earth to show which it was?
Sure.
Cool.
That's fine.
So I am reasonably asking for that then.
I'm saying that you can actually explain both of the discrepancies between the Globo Homo and the flat earthers with this one fucking understanding, is that there's a convex Earth. There's going to be a change in the angle.
That would still be
of the moon and the sun.
Wouldn't it?
Okay, you need to read Aleister Crowley. You need to read.
No, I need you to understand that still is a rate of change of slope, and that would still need to be demonstrated to be true with direct measurement. It's not unreasonable to ask for that.
Okay, well, all you need to do is just read Aleister Crowley. I don't need to take
within Aleister Crowley. Does it show the methodology that the surface of the Earth was measured?
No, it pretty simply tells you.
Why would you give me that then? When that's not what I've asked for.
Okay, well, I'm not going to have an empirically valid argument with you because I am not going to deal within the limitations of empiricism that you want to narrow God down into.
So you just want to sit here and tell us stories and you want us to believe your stories because according to you and your subjective opinion, they sound cool.
No, I think that you limit God by engaging with the world.
No, not limiting God. This sounds like absolute bullshit now, dude. I do apologise, right? But we just want verification of the claim. If there is no verification of any of the, what seems to be 3 now possibilities, 2 curved surfaces, convex and concave, and a horizontal one, we're still going to need verification of that claim. You said it was reasonable. I'm not limiting God.
I'm not sitting here doing like. First off, I'd have to use the map that is given on Google Earth to measure all these things.
No, you just need to measure the surface of the Earth to measure what it shows.
And what source do I trust about that?
Hopefully yourself.
Myself? I've not measured
you can measure the Earth.
Can I interrupt real quick?
I've not measured the Earth myself.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Jedi, I can hear you and anyone else, but the dude who you're talking to, I cannot hear.
Okay.
Can you unmute me? Maybe that's a problem.
Okay. It's a Discord bug. You have to leave and come back. Report.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's not hard to measure the Earth. We do it all the time. For example, you must be aware of the terminology of surveying the land. You can survey the land to build things on it, right?
And whose records are going to be accurate on this matter if they're already supposed to conform to this global model?
What? Not conforming to any model. We're just talking about measuring the land. Not conforming to models. We're just measuring the land.
Okay, if you want to measure the land and then you send it to the editors or whatever institution.
Why would I send it to other people? Why, for example, when I measure my own height, for example, use a measure and I figure out that I'm 6 foot tall, why do I then need to send it to anybody else?
So what are the tools that will enable us to accurately measure the Earth? Can you give me those
Okay, so
tools?
surveying equipment. So, for example, lasers, signal propagation.
All right, that's quite complicated already, but people
Really?
have done
Do you
this.
understand what a direct line of sight is?
I understand the concept, but I don't have the tools to measure.
Okay. Do you understand what a level is?
So, wouldn't
That was a
I
question.
mean this is like throwing a marble on the ground and saying, "Oh, it moves, so therefore the Earth is round."
No,
You know, I
I'm trying
threw
to
the
get you
marble
to
on
understand
the
very
ground.
simple things, being as you don't seem to understand what a direct line of sight is.
I understand a direct line of sight.
Okay.
But that's distorted once it becomes convex or
So you would have to demonstrate that it was measured to be convex or concave or whatever, because at the moment that would just be a claim that you're making, right?
that is a claim that I'm making, but
Okay,
I would
cool. So we
implore
would have
you,
to measure that then, wouldn't we?
I would implore you to look into it, and if you have the tools to measure it and the mind to figure all that computation out, go do that.
You will understand that the Earth is measured flat when I have already done this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what if I told you the Earth is smaller than it actually is? If you want to have an
You have a
alternate
measurement
hypothesis.
of that then.
Well, I don't really need. I need indirect
So
evidence.
you've just made a claim to a size, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So would you have a measurement of that size? You said
And
it's not as big as the one that we're told, it's actually smaller. So do you have a measurement of that then?
So it's like when you're looking at the economy and you're getting a lot of like.
Oh, no, I'm done. Someone else can talk to him.
When you're getting a lot of bad information about how to measure like the state of the the economy in general, it's like, well, the stock market's doing well, but and jobs are holding, and it's like, well, yeah, but like our food's going to shit, etc., etc. You have general indicators that are telling you like, well, we might be headed into a recession, likely. I can't prove it on the grounds that an economist can, right? But I can look at simple indicators. And they might not always be right, but I can look at enough of these and be like, this is indicating something. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I could be wrong in my assessment of this, but I do really hold to that understanding that you could look into it further. Somebody with the mind to do that could look into it further. Like, because just imagine if you throw, like, I'm obviously being facetious here a little bit, but like, somebody throws a fucking marble onto the ground and then it rolls. Oh my god, fucking global Earth, a globe is proven.
No,
Like, well,
it's just on a
you
slope.
could be on a hill,
potentially.
right?
This is, I mean, dude, I'll let you waffle on for a couple of minutes because honestly, I got bored because you wasn't addressing anything. You started off talking about economists. Like, no one cares.
Congress. What?
Economics.
Economics, yes.
Hmm.
Okay, well,
It's not
I have
relevant.
this.
It's not relevant to geometry measuring the surface description of an object.
Well, I have this redhead fucking trying to trap me up, bro. Like, I would argue with you
I'll tell you what, dude. Go and do that if you can.
What the hell?
It's Friday.
Pro tip, man. She doesn't want to hear about the economy, so don't get on that topic with her.
Wow.
Well, this year the markets are down due to the fact that we had a recession. Get out of here. We got Tech in here. It's got a global Earth. Go ahead, Tech. You're up. Tech, you're up. What's up, Vitality? Shout out to the homie. Says who? What's going on, man?
Says who's in the house? What's up?
What up?
Yeah.
What up, dog?
Now I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, we had like maybe 2 or 3 clown cars come through here and here today, and each time there's like 4 or 5 of them that pop out. So kind of hit and miss today. Well, actually, it's all miss, but they think they're hitting.
Lulu's changed the name to food scientist. Wasn't he food scientist the other day? Surely should have changed the name.
Just get over with Lulu and just put nacho cheese on there.
Nacho cheese.
That would suck if Hyder likes eating a whole bunch of nachos, and you sit there watching him like, oh my god, I can't do this. He does. He likes some cheese, huh, from the Netherlands. That'd be funny if it was like some funky cheese, like Munster or something, real pungent. Dang. What do you tell him? I just can't. I just can't be around you right now. It's not you. It's me. That one finger pointed straight outward, right? No words, just that way.
Hey guys, who's smarter? Who's smarter? Somebody who pays thousands of dollars for a printed piece of ass paper that says, hooray, you memorize the indoctrination well enough to regurgitate it on tests, right? And they spend years paying back, paying off school debt, right? Who's smarter, that person or the person that goes to the public library, the autodidact that gets a free education at the public library for free?
Is it a matter of being smarter, or it was a because your parents were broke, you had to go to the library?
It could be a matter of both. It just depends on a person's circumstance, I suppose. Like somebody can have a whole lot of money, but they're honestly way smarter if they go and get a free education at the public library. You can learn anything you want. The piece of paper is just what they get because that's the field they want to go into. So they got to get this piece of paper if they want to go into that field.
Bloody hell, is it that time already? Matrix is here. Must be getting late for me. What's up, Matrix? Good to see you.
I was actually just having breakfast. I was hoping someone else would be getting grilled. But
I saw you jump in. I thought, fuck, his mate. Look at the time.
I know you're just
That
going to
makes
use
about
the
sense.
American word for breakfast, dude. You guys have brekkie.
Yeah, brekkie. What about
Yeah. Jedi has breakfast. You have brekkie.
It's true. I do.
Which
food?
what part of Australia uses more twang than the others?
Like in the States, it's all very similar, but the accents vary depending on which region you're in. City guys normally talk a lot faster. You get the country guys that'll talk like this, and they get that real drawl. You guys get the same thing, like like all your Southerners.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you're in the town or the city, you speak faster. If you're in the countryside, you speak slower. It's a general rule of thumb for most countries, I think.
Yeah. But it is very frustrating when country boys go into the city and the city boys are sitting there going, mate, I could have a beer before this fella finishes this sentence. And it's funny when it goes the other way. The country boys are going, I don't know why in such a hurry.
It's weird, but I've never heard an Australian speak like that, man. Like with that slow.
Have you?
Not yet, anyway.
Oh wow, yeah. Some of them back into
That's
Queensland.
so far out in the bush, man. They ain't got a Wi-Fi signal.
They're proper bogan, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Flip flops and kangaroos.
Flip flops. They call them over here, mate.
Dongs.
Oh, you guys have thongs over there?
No, what you guys call flip flops, we call thongs. That just wrecked him, didn't it?
Yeah. That's that, I guess.
The one that used to be interesting, that used to spin a lot of people out, was what you guys call a sloppy Joe, which is a loose meat hamburger. For us, it's like a hoodie, a jumper.
Damn.
So yeah, just interesting little things like that. Now, before that stupid game come out, if I was to say to you, I'll see you next fortnight, most people from the United States would go, what?
Mm-hmm.
See you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Go on. That instantly confuses Americans when you say Fortnite.
But I don't play the game.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Do you know what Fortnite means, Miggy? Or not?
2 weeks, yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. You do. Good stuff.
But only because an English person was.
So have we had anything interesting in the last couple of hours? Last 6, 7 hours? 8 hours?
You've missed all the fun.
Really?
Yeah. Clown car after clown car after day release from the local children's mental ward. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Sound attacks and all kinds of shit.
Wow. Crazy.
Don't worry, you'll get some in the night shift or day shift for you. Well, most of us are about to clock out.
No, that's all right. I got back up.
I'm not clocking out. I'm hoping the party's going to go on for a few hours.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Where's Indio tapped out.
Yeah, Indio had come on last night when I was in, and he said he had to go somewhere, and that's what I tapped out, and that was at 11 o'clock. So all the good stuff, from what I've noticed, seems to happen about 3ish in the morning.
Oh, when I jump on?
I don't know who jumps on, but yeah, it's about 3 in the morning, my time. Gets entertaining.
Yeah, because when I jump on, you're usually heading out, so it's like
yeah.
I get to work around 6 o'clock in the morning, so.
Right. No, I'm all jet lagged at the moment. They turn daylight stupidity on, so it just wrecks your body clock. I don't know why people like this shit, but yeah.
But you guys are getting ready for summer over there, I think.
Yeah. More toasty weather coming around. Cracks me up every year about this time. We get about 3 hot days in a row. And all of a sudden you get all these clowns. Oh my God, it's going to be the hottest summer ever. Didn't you feel how hot it was today? And it's like, bro, you live in Australia. Wake up. It's supposed to be bloody hot. Oh man, every single year you get the same thing. About October time, you get a couple of hot days. Whinge, it's going to be the hottest summer ever. And then you'll get a day where it hits 32 degrees in the middle of summer, and they'll all be whinging, oh, it's a heat wave. And it's like, bro, don't you remember back to October where we had 3 hot days? One of them was a 35. And now you're saying 32's a hot? Hello? What, McFly?
It's funny you say that. It's kind of what we've had. Some really bad weather, then all of a sudden, really hot weather, and fucked off. It always happens in October.
We had some dog days over here, man.
Yeah, we seem to get that each season, time the seasons kick back around. Just before summer starts, we get a blast of heat, and then it stabilises again, and then it switches over. And same coming into winter for us. When summer drops off, we get a couple of cold days, probably mid-March, April, and then it stabilises a bit, and then it drops into cold. You guys get just the complete opposite. I've always been interested in those couple of really hot days. Why does it do that? What's the dealio?
It feels like the sun's underneath the Fresnel lens, man. It's just like zapping everything. You go outside and you feel like your whole skin is on fire. It's weird.
Yeah. You notice it too if you get the privilege of travelling around a bit. If you go a lot further north, well, for me it's a lot further north, for you guys a lot further south, that burn changes. Like for us in Australia, when I was in Western Australia, they actually give you a different pay rate once you get above a certain light level of how far north you are, due to the light affecting your eyes, so you can buy sunglasses and things like that.
What the hell?
Which I thought was pretty awesome, yeah. So yeah, if you do get the privilege of travelling around, as you go further south, in comparison to further north, you'll find that the light actually affects your eyes slightly differently. It's just humidity, and that's what I put it down to. So you get a 40-degree day with 2% humidity, very dry heat. It'll cook the shit out of you, but you can still function in it. You get a 40-degree day with 80% humidity, and it saps the energy out of you. You can't seem to.
Yeah, that's what we got
it's
over
really
here.
odd.
Matrix.
Yeah.
The humidity is usually high over here in the Midwest.
Yeah.
It just takes your soul right out of your body, dude. You're just like a corpse walking around. Like it's bad, bro.
Yeah, I don't really notice it much anymore until I go over to the coast. And I go over there and it's just like, oh my God, all I've done is sat on the couch drinking beers and I've got sweat ripping out of me. Like, it'd be a different story if you're outside breaking your back, pushing wheelbarrows and things. But yeah, when you're sitting down on holidays doing nothing and you got sweat raining out of you, get out of the shower and you just can't dry yourself off. It's horrible. Oh, I don't know. I used to live there all the time. Didn't really notice it until I went back. Well, probably it was about a couple of years back. We went over the coast to play squash, and the first day there it was overcast. It was probably about 32, 33 degrees, so centigrade, and the sweat just ripped out of us. Just walking from the car to the squash court, I already had sweat running down my back. And then we get in there playing, and it was nasty. And it was, you know, when you get that real light, misty rain, the humidity was that high that it was just that. It was nearly like fog. And oh, what a horrible, horrible thing that was. Anyways, I hate it. That's why I live out in the sticks. Or close to them.
I like some of the terms that Australians have kept that we say in England, like out in the sticks, even though out in the sticks views like thousands and thousands of miles of bushland that you wouldn't want to go in. Still out in the sticks, still really far away.
It is really interesting. You say out in the sticks, and then you go down to South Australia. There's not much sticks. It's like, I don't know, nuclear wasteland.
Barren land, huh?
Describe it. Yeah, some places are.
That's really out in the sticks, then.
Yeah, there ain't no sticks, man. It's just nothing. Big old blank sheet of nothing.
Like that photo that I put up I'll put it up so you can see it again when it loads. Yeah, that one there. The greenery that you see that's there are just little shrubs that are only probably 3, maybe 4 foot high. That's it. None of that's got trees on it. That section there's a bit of the road. It's called One Tree Plain.
Okay.
Because that's all it frickin' well is. When you look across, there's this massive flat section, and as far as you can see, there's just nothingness except for this one poxy ass tree in the middle of it. Whether someone went out and planted it just as a laugh or what, or it's the only one that survived for the last how long, I don't know. I've got no idea why, how.
Someone went and planted it just to fuck us over, mate. That's what it was.
Just so they could name the joint. That's why. That's why a few years ago when I was bringing one of my mate's cars across, we doubled up driving it so we could get them over there quicker. Anyways, we drive along there, and that's when we get to the sign, One Tree Plain, and we're looking across, we see one tree, and he's like, you know what we should do? Go and plant a few more trees just so we can call them fucking liars. Just keep...
Well, that's a national park, isn't it? Wouldn't you guys get in trouble?
Probably.
You guys don't mess with that one tree, man. They'll see a tree in the back of your car, man. They'll know what happened. Like, it's only one tree, man.
Yeah, this will make you laugh. You never guess what's been banned in the UK.
What's been banned in the UK?
Yeah.
Free speech. The ability to wear.
You're not far wrong. You're not far wrong. It's definitely free something. It's your free refill from like McDonald's and stuff.
What?
So,
Really?
Yeah, so this is the beginning of social credit scores and them telling you your dietary requirements, how much sugar you've taken in and how much sugar you're allowed to have. So because sugar is a primary cause of a lot of health related issues over the last few decades, the English government have started like sugar taxes. Drinks and products that are high in sugar cost more in tax because they put a lot of strain on the National Health Service. Now we've been banned from having, in some restaurants, it's more than one sugary drink. So a pint of cola, for example, Coca-Cola, not diet or anything like that, but the full strength one, you can only have one of those at some restaurants. In all restaurants, you can't have refills anymore. So you're going to have to pay for your sugar.
No.
Told you, it's the very, very beginning.
I mean,
we haven't had refills for ages.
Somebody's got to march into Parliament and be like, "What are you doing?" Like in here, like, you guys are like splitting hairs over like soda. You guys got to fix the country, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Well, how's this, Jedi? You're going to love this bit. Where I work, every morning we have our little meeting where all the higher end people get together and discuss and basically put their wish list for the day forward of what they wish is going to happen. Anyways, what was it last week? Last week the boss was, I've got to go to the dentist, blah, blah, blah. I've got all these fillings. I've never had so many fillings in my whole life. I've only ever had one. And ever since I've moved to this town, my teeth have had nothing but troubles. And it's like, how come? What's going on? And she goes, oh, well, it's a wonder that I've got one of my dentist friends and they're actually looking to put together a class action to get fluoride put back in the water.
Wow.
So she's got this mindset because her fucking stupid friends are dentists, right? My town doesn't put fluoride in the water. They haven't done for a couple of years. So I've got no problem with this. And quite a lot of people don't have a problem with this either. But all the dentists are noticing a massive increase in cavities. And they put it down to a lack of
fluoride in the water.
That's correlated.
There's probably never not taken into consideration the fact that the dentists have been telling people to brush their teeth multiple times a day with heavy particulated toothpaste, which scratch the living shit out of your teeth and remove the enamel. So nothing to do with our diet. There's probably all these other things that may or may not cause it, but definitely the fucking fluoride, fucking clown shoes. Seriously, this society that we live in is a freaking daycare centre. It's fucked.
I know, and they're making shit up, and then Jedi can't drink any more sodas. Well, not that he was, but I'm saying, like, his country, people are just going to be like, oh, we're going to have to take that away from you now, little Timmy. There's too much soda pop for you. And he's like, dude, I mean, everybody's an adult. They can drink whatever they want. Do you want to drink more soda?
No, you can't. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you need to be governed. You need to be looked after. You can't make wise. You can't make wise choices. You need somebody else to make them for you. So download the government app, and we'll keep a record of your sugar intake. And when you've had too much, we'll let you know. And if you don't listen, we'll cut you off.
And if that doesn't work, we got your neighbor who's going to be recording you on a phone when you go get another refill. They got you. They're going to get some. They're going to get some social credit points while you get minus. You're going to get deductions.
God, I took too many sugar. I took too many sugar sachets from Costa Coffee, didn't I?
Yeah, your goose is cooked, bro. Yeah, one lump or two. The English man, he's not going to be able to ask anymore. One lump or two, he's going to be like, well, looks like just one lump.
It's one lump today. I had two last week.
That's over the limit.
Yeah.
Coffee, sir. As sweet as I can.
Oh, you've had too many candy bars this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the lengths that they're going to for just they're so busy with some mundane bullshit, dude. Sorry, but that's just can focus on fixing the damn country instead of how many candy bars you had.
Oh dear. Sometimes your mind just goes into really dark places when you start thinking about this stuff. So, is this really where we're going?
Yeah, yeah.
The government's sending you a warning because you haven't completed the recommended amount of steps today. Get out, you fat bastard. Go on.
Yeah. For real though.
Yeah.
Well, they call them the fat police. You know, they're gonna have them guys on. Looks like you had a couple of too many donuts this week. We gotta get on.
This is what started happening on TikTok and YouTube. Right, the comedians in the UK now doing skits about the fat police coming along and taking you away at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Someone did tell our government that 1984 was not a freaking how-to guide. Like, that's what have a look. Anyone who hasn't read 1984, get off your ass, stop eating sugar, and go and read it.
DJ's reading it at the moment, I think.
Really? Wow.
I think so, yeah.
Not
and
the
yes, the book's better than the movie.
Not that the recommendation is bad. It's just that they don't have to be the ones like regulating you. Like you can't have that much sugar. No.
See, this is one of the things about having a national health system, right? Because we pay for it, so it's a tax grab all of the time. Every single time there's something that they can relate to health, it's a tax grab because we have to fund our own national health service. It's crazy. It has its good things, and this is one of the bad things.
What's slapping you on the wrist?
Yeah, well, the government are very much involved in, your diet because, like, the smoking ban 25 years ago from, like, public places and, anywhere now. You're shunned, basically, to somewhere in international waters to have a cigarette. But, yeah, they've been doing this for ages, telling you what you can and what you can't do, decisions you can and you can't make, based on the health consequences and the drain on society. Yeah. It's a plausible reason.
It's got to affect the company's bottom line at some point, man. The people that are making money off these products.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to be like, okay, guys. Yeah, you've been toying around with our profits over here.
Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, when Labour were in government in the UK, they were dubbed the nanny state. Well, the country was dubbed the nanny state, and the government were the nanny, basically looking after us, the children. It's kind of happening again, right, where they get to tell us what we can and what we can't do based on plausible health reasons, I guess. This is where we had health and safety in the 90s. That came in. Health and safety's gone mad, all of those types of phrases. And now, 20, 30 years down the line, this agenda is being pushed forward again. It's crazy.
That'll make Mary Poppins roll over in her grave, man. She ain't going to be putting a spoonful of sugar. It ain't going to make medicine go down.
No, only if it's government-sanctioned sugar.
Yeah,
only if you...
Holy smokes, dude, golly.
Oh, dear.
Golly. There's no turning back, huh, Jedi? You guys are just straight downhill.
Yeah, man, we've got our arms in the air and we're screaming.
Fucking hell. Because I'm thinking, like, how else can the people rebel against this? Is I don't know.
It's,
there's not too many, not enough of them awake yet to rebel.
Yeah, but by the
time someone the other day, all we've got to do is all stand together and just say no. And the problem is for us, and this is how the government's going to do it. The government are snaky bastards. With us, we've got laws that protect us from this kind of thing, but businesses don't have laws that protect them from this kind of stupidity. So the way our snaky bastard government does this is they put the weight on the business. You will go cashless. You will put up cameras and you will lock all your shit down, and make sure people have digital ID to buy your goods, or we'll remove your license and you can't operate. So what that does is the businesses are formed to comply to the government's bullshit, and we come in there and go, fuck you, I don't want digital ID. And the business goes, I'm fucked, I can't do a thing about it. You have to do it or I lose my license. So what do we do then? Do we turn around and hammer the local mum and dad business because they've done the right thing to keep their business operating? Or do we tell the local businesses to grow a set of furries, all stand together and say no, so we can back you? And this is what I was talking to someone the other day about this. You as a business owner have to get together with all your other business mates and say no. So when the council comes out and says, you must do this, tell them to come and see me. And I'll tell them to fuck off on your behalf.
Yeah, but like they're the ones invested in shit, so they're putting a squeeze on those guys.
They might be invested, but here's the kicker. In my town, there's 40,000 people. In here, there's probably about 2,000 businesses. All different shit going on. If all of those businesses got together as a town, as a whole, when the government comes out and says, you must have force people to use digital ID to use your products, if the whole lot of them say, no thank you, as a collective, the government can't do shit about it. What are they going to do? Send the army in and give everyone a slap on the wrist? It's not a military issue. What are they going to do? Send the police in? The police live in this friggin' town too. If everyone as a collective in their whole town just says no, there is nothing the government can actually do about it. They can take the licenses off the businesses, but those businesses can still order their stuff. They can just say no. That's all they're going to do.
Yeah, Matrix, but they don't have this. They don't. Nobody like. Do you guys have like an organized leader that's got people rallied? And there's nobody that's doing that over there. I don't think nobody's actually lit a fire under these guys. So for at the moment, they're just like little islands. And every time that something's issued and there's something that's
and they get chipped away one at a time.
Yeah, exactly that. So there's nobody that's out there going, okay, guys, I hear what's happening. We need to come together. No one's doing that. So therefore, I hear what you're saying, but because there's nobody like lighting a fire under these guys, they're just going to sit there and capitulate every single time. And then of course,
I'll tell you what.
They're throwing them under the bus, which then, of course, throws you under the bus. Like you're.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's right. I'll tell you what is interesting. I used to play a game called EVE Online. Now, this game's I played it for about 11 years, 12 years. Anyways, one thing I have learned about people, if you try to organise people as a collective to do one thing that is good, it's fucking near on impossible, man. Seriously, It is an absolute shitstorm. If you try to organise people to do something bad, you will get more people helping than you could ever imagine.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And we noticed this on EVE Online. We tried to get about a couple of thousand people together to do a very specific event and take over a whole area. And no hope, all over the place. Another episode, they went, you know what, let's go and trash such and such an area. And people just came out of left field. Yep.
Everybody went, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to destruction and chaos, everybody's down for that. But when it's like to organize and do good, it's like, oh, that's going to be kind of hard, man. Like, yeah, everybody's complaining. Yeah, I get it. What do you think that is? That's human nature, yeah?
Yeah. Something to do with it. Well, my only advice is, boys and girls, make sure you've got a skill set that's manual, something that can't be taken off you.
How long before you guys is the government rolling out already close enough to where you're going to have digital ID, Matrix?
It's little patches here and there, just little things that I've noticed. So, like, on all the traffic lights now, they've put cameras up under the guise of safety, like the same thing that the boys in England have got. So they'll put a camera, traffic monitoring, it'll be called. So everyone will just go, oh yeah, that's just traffic monitoring, go about your day. Go down to the shops. A lot of the fridge sections used to be open. Now they've all got these big solid frickin' doors on them, which can be quite easily changed over to auto lock and that. And the cameras everywhere. There's freaking cameras everywhere. Every shop's got cameras in it. So it's only a matter of time before the government flicks the switch and says, this is what we're going to do. So I think they just need to wait for a few more cameras to go up, a lot more 5G shit to go around. Now, our advantage is when you're out in the sticks is they've barely got 3G in some spots. Don't worry about 5G. So, yeah, it's painful to watch this happen in slow motion. We can see it happening. You tell people about it, and they just sort of, no, you're just a conspiracy theorist. It's like, dude, how many more coincidences must happen? What must happen? Do you need a fucking stamp on your forehead for the privilege of walking into a shop before you realise it's too late? When do you draw the line before you say, that's it, fuck it, it's too late? And like even my family, it's just like, guys, this is happening. Oh no, it'll be all right. I'll be dead before that happens. Okay, you work it out.
China's about to go.
China already has. They have done for years, mate.
Well, I mean the
social credit score that's been going for years. That's not something that just started last week. That's already been going for years. I was talking about this shit back in like 2020.
No, I think they were talking about something with facial recognition, like all of that stuff.
Oh, they'll improve it, but at the moment they've already got a social credit score. Like seriously, if they bring in a social credit system in Australia right now, like Thanos style, snap your fingers, it's implemented. I'm kicking off on negative numbers, bro.
Damn. You're starting in the red? Like, what the fuck?
Mate, I've been banned from Facebook 3 times just over the last 5 years.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's bad because your neighbors...
And who was right? And here's the kicker. Facebook came out and put out and said that it was wrong to control bloody people's opinions and stuff. And then turned around and basically said, yeah, we were wrong. It's like, hang on a minute. Are you going to apologise for banning me? Like my first one, I posted up a meme, of all things, fancy that. A week later, you've got a 30-day vacation from Facebook. And it's like, oh, really? In 30 days, do you know how much mayhem I'm going to fucking acquire? Anyways, 30 days later, as soon as my account was unlocked, I put up 20 more memes. And I think it was 14 hours or something that I was actually back on for. And then I was off again for another 30 days. And the third one I came on and it was only 7 hours and I was off again for 30 days. So 90 days, basically, with a little gap in between of not being on Idiot Book. But it was great.
Did you see what the Attorney General of Texas put in there? I don't know. I put it in the Frontline Unfiltered general chat.
Oh, right. But have a look.
They're fixing to remove extremist content from Discord.
So define extremist content.
Well,
me,
gardening,
you, everyone,
Matrix,
whoever they don't like.
You're in the red,
whatever.
dude. You're already gonna be like.
Who's going to be the arbiter of all this? Who's the person that makes a decision on what is and is not extreme?
AI eventually.
So, for an example, I like gardening. So if I've got my little tomato and pumpkin plants and shit out the back growing away as nature does, am I now an extremist?
Yeah,
in the eyes of a society that requires everything to be purchased from the shops, then yes, I'm an extremist.
Potentially taking all that fertilizer and water for yourself and being selfish.
Yeah, how dare you, man? You're an extreme. But the thing is, though, it's extremist content. So whatever content is being put out that's extreme, quote unquote, because they're relating the whole Charlie Kirk incident to that being like, well, we weren't monitoring Discord. Let's tighten ship there. Let's see what's going on. Let's clean house. What do we need to do? Is there we're gonna go after some of these. I'm saying, dude.
Okay, but you've got a couple of people that are fucking idiots. I get that. It doesn't matter what program they use; those people are still the same. So hammering the shit out of Discord, which is just a piece of software, and all the other probably millions of people that use it, all this is censorship. It's an excuse for them to apply mass censorship. That's all it is.
Yep.
It's nothing more.
Yeah. Why do you think that about 8 years ago, 9, 10 years ago, fake news started being banded around? Does anybody remember that? Donald Trump, all of that type of stuff when he first got elected, the term fake news. So all of a sudden there was this dichotomy between what was good news and fake news. And now we've got alternative medias and social media news outlets, for example. So it's all been set up from the beginning. You're going to have to stop the fake news at some point. It's spreading hatred and damage.
Yeah, let me read just a little bit. It says, breaking, I'm investigating Discord, or this is a general, Attorney General Ken Paxton. I'm investigating Discord after the platform was used by the reported assassin who murdered Charlie Kirk. Discord has chosen to allow extremist content, sexual exploitation, and addiction to flourish on its platform. I guess right here it says on the little letter he put out there, Attorney General Ken Paxton expanded on his Securing Children Online Through Parental Empowerment Scope Act investigation into online chat platform Discord after it was used by the reported assassin who murdered national hero Charlie Kirk, as well as reports that the platform is addictive and has exposed minors to sexual exploitation and extremist content. And says here, in quotes, I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with the Trump administration to root out and defeat nihilistic, violent extremism in all its forms, said Attorney General Paxton. Discord has chosen to allow extreme content, sexual exploitation of addiction to flourish on its platform. It has a legal obligation to prevent minors from being exposed to the evils, but instead its actions have contributed to the growing wave of nihilistic violence all across our nation. End quote. Some more there, but...
So how are we going to make sure minors don't get on here? We need to implement digital ID.
No, that should be the parents' responsibility.
Oh, well, you can go round to every parent in the United States and inform them of this.
Well, they're putting the blame on Discord, so it's Discord's responsibility because they're, quote-unquote, allowing them to be on here. I don't know how that's working out.
I mean, they have clear guidelines around age and content policies. I think the ID laws is what we're talking about for some reason. I think that's very... I already don't like the government having IDs on every citizen. Now private companies, it's not cool.
Yeah.
Problem, reaction, solution. They've already got the solution. They're now creating problems so they can get the reaction they need. The reaction is somebody that's not government saying that we need digital ID. They've got the solution, digital ID. So they're creating problems to force the reaction that they want.
I don't know if they're creating the problems. The problems exist. They're
So Discord's a problem, yes or no? Or is it just the occasional clown that gets on there?
No. It's not Discord that's the problem. It's the way that people use it and Discord's enforcement of those problems. See, like...
How do I enforce... as a program operator...
Listen. Let me finish.
How do I enforce you being a good or bad person, Enrico?
Please.
So give me an example.
Let me explain. So I was saying Discord has content policies, right? But they
policies aren't worth the paper they're written on. How do I enforce it?
Listen.
I get what you're saying. There's all these policies. That's great. I've got no problem with that. As management at work, I deal with policies all day long. How do I get other people to enforce those policies?
I mean, that's supposed to be handled at Discord. They're supposed to have a
no. Let's don't sidestep it. I'm not attacking you. I'd like to know how you would get someone to enforce a policy. We've got a rule: no bad language. Okay, how do we enforce that?
Oh, I know.
By banning people. I don't know.
Okay, I'll create another account.
Okay, then you just keep banning them.
I'll create another account.
That's fine.
So you can't enforce it. That's what I'm saying, mate.
So are you?
It's just words. Policies are just words written down. It's a wish list. We wish you guys to behave yourselves. That's it. And now the government is saying we want you to enforce that. Are these guys stoned or stupid? Like seriously?
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah, no comment. I was going to go with the latter.
Well, I'll say it's not just an impracticality why they're not enforcing it. It's also due to the fact that it has there's still an economic incentive for maintaining a specific user base. If some kind of action brings users to Discord is disincentivized to ban those people. So it is impractical, yes, but it's not just about the impracticality. It's also about the incentive not to ban people because that brings in money. That's their business.
Okay, so someone breaks the rules, they use bad language, and they get banned. Discord shows that person A has been banned for using bad language because that's one of our policies, no bad language. And the government's still going to slam Discord even though they can go, look, we banned this idiot. What do you want us to do?
Well, if you're not going to abide by the rules and you've got your digital ID, then we can stop you from going into any place that provides entertainment. Which, there you go.
Yeah, you gotta stop it at the source. You can't go from the platform. That's like trying to reverse engineer. You can't stop it. Not at the platform level. You have to do it at the individual level.
Problem, reaction,
we're going to
solution.
take your internet rights away from you. There you go.
Yeah.
Or you can
So if you want to be
access
you can go and hand out flyers.
Are you guys in favor of this digital ID policy?
No.
Shit, no.
I think you have a choice, dude.
Because of the way that it's been sold, it's a blatant lie. So, for example, in the UK, we've been pushed for digital ID. The reason why is because we've got lots of illegal migration that come to this country, and the reason that they come to this country is because we have a very good black market in this country, right? So you can come to work illegally in this country. This is the reason why we're being told that everybody needs digital ID. You see, the problem with this is everybody in the country who works already is required already to provide a social security number, that's your national insurance number, and a photographic form of ID. That can be your driver's license, your passport, and proof of address. So you need to prove who you are in the first instance to work in this country. So you can blatantly tell that this is fucking bullshit, because ultimately the people that are running the black market in this country aren't asking to see people's passports or driving licenses or their national insurance number in the first place. So they're not going to ask for a digital ID now, are they?
Right. Let's
So,
not gloss
problem,
over the
reaction,
facts.
solution. They let the people come into the country. We fucking go mental about it, and now they tell us that we need digital ID. Yep.
Right. What was the problem in the first place, though?
The migrants coming in, so we lost control of our borders. That's a governmental problem.
Wrong. No,
Sorry?
the migrants were a reaction to something.
No, the migrants were the problem.
Suicidal empathy, was that it?
No. The migrants didn't just start showing up en masse for no reason. There's policies that were changed to allow it to happen, which was a reaction to something. What was it?
Brexit.
Okay, yeah, that might be it. Why did they need that?
Because laws changed within the way that people could move freely around Europe, especially around the UK.
Okay, yeah, that could be. Yeah, that's a good point.
Also,
Why
lots
do
of
they
borders were
need? Yeah, but why do
opened
they need
within
that?
like 10 years ago. So Germany, for example, have literally invited about 1 million refugees into that country. So governments were inviting refugees in.
For what reason?
Because they were refugees from apparently some running away from persecution or war-torn environments.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So it had nothing to do with you guys had a declining economy whatsoever in any demographical sense.
Oh, okay.
So there
So
was an
the idea to bring people in to grow our national GDP. Yep, that's very possible.
right, which was a direct result of the home life of people, where the Western world's birth rate is abysmal. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So it all traces back to the dissolution of the natural tribal family structure of the natives of the land. And so that way they have to appeal to other people to come and help them out because they're suffering because we're in a declining economy. We need you guys to come here because we don't have any guys.
Well, I really agree with what you're saying, but within what you said, the last bit where you said we asked you guys to come to this country. Now, there's legal migration where you come, you get a visa, and you have to prove who you are because you're a foreign national. So there's legal migration, and there's illegal migration. So I get the government asking people to come to the country legally, but they just let the doors open, the back doors open, and let them come in illegally as well.
Right. And either way, it results in the same result, is that the migrants start to supplant the original citizens without having gone through the procedure of acclimating to the way of life of the place they're moving to. They bring their way of life with them and attempt to supplant the originals by sheer numbers.
Yeah, 100% agree.
And where that all stems from is the idea when a society turns from understanding that the most important role that a woman can do for the society is to be a mother of the next generation. That's when your society goes off the cliff. Because none of these problems happen if you have a thriving population that's indigenous people or natives or however you want to call it, regular citizens. Because you don't need anybody else to help you out. All the jobs are filled. There's no room for anybody. So then that means that they have to be really strict on who they let in, because if they let them in, there's nothing for them to do.
Yeah, that point about bringing in more workers. Our national debt and GDP does not match at the moment. We're apparently like a year away from total bankruptcy. So the idea of bringing a new workforce into the country is much cheaper than upscaling the workforce that you've already got. So yeah, I understand from that.
But you can't even do it that way. You can't even do it that way, because once you go offline from your proper birth rate for like 10 years, it's at least 10 years before another worker, probably 20 years before another worker is of age to actually be significant to your GDP as a worker. But you see, there's something there that's lost. It's while they're growing up, they also have needs, which causes commerce, because that kid then needs clothes, and they grow out of their clothes constantly. They need diapers, they need food, they need a house, they need all this stuff, which then creates a market to supply those things. So it creates jobs out of thin air. Having more children literally creates jobs for everybody.
That's true, actually. Yeah, the need for education. Yeah, more teachers.
But they tricked the modern citizen into thinking that kids are a net drain on the economy. Kids are the only reason why there is an economy at all.
I mean, first 20 years, they just buy stuff and want stuff and need stuff, so you're not wrong. Yeah, I really agree with that.
If they had, when they got into that situation, if they had just immediately banned no-fault style divorces, banned single motherhood, and accept all the other types of things associated with all that nonsense, it would have stemmed the tide, and they wouldn't have had to done this whole migration thing in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, why do you think Australia started paying people to have kids?
Really? You're getting paid to fuck? That's crazy.
But back in the day, probably 90s, 2000s, people you'd just if you're basically a mother would just straight up on the social security benefits, just get $600-700 straight up for having a kid.
Well, you're gonna need
No
to fill up
questions
those.
asked.
You're gonna need to fill up those rooms in there, T-Dub, because you'll get a bedroom tax. You don't fill all your rooms up in your house.
Oh, they're starting to talk about that, eh? If you've got a spare room and you don't bill it.
Better put a kid in that room.
Starting to talk about it. Wow. This was 10 years ago for us in the UK, bedroom taxes.
It was a waste.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, man.
It's crazy how they
suggested
spread the agenda around everywhere at different times. You notice it after a while. It's really cool.
I think Jedi, they have to start with the UK so hard because, well, we're the closest to American without guns, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, when you go full force on America with it, they first have to get over the whole hurdle of disarming the citizens, which we know they're trying from every angle, basically.
You know where the term daylight robbery came from? Apparently.
Yeah, window tax.
Yeah.
Yep. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
Has it even ever changed, or did it change and now we're heading back into something similar to what was going on back then, in medieval times, or what?
Feels like it. Working in sweatshops before long.
Yeah, eventually it'll be Jedi that original British citizens aren't even allowed to reproduce, because then that would offset the success of the migrants establishing themselves. So it'd be racist for you to have kids, and you'd have to get a license, and then they'd have to do a population check based on the saturation of migrants in the area versus natives, and then they'd say, no, you're not allowed to have a kid.
That's not even an exaggeration at all, yeah.
No, it's not. Yeah.
I could absolutely see them emotionally manipulating certain.
Yeah, do you guys remember the book 1984? Anybody remember that book?
How to?
Do you remember what the real catalyst was for the main character kicking off the government?
DJ's reading it at the moment. He should know.
Yeah, so there's obviously this really totalitarian thing, and where there's this literally screen watching you sleep, and you have to wake up and give allegiance to the party and all this kind of stuff at certain times of day, and they watch you and they check you. But there's something that he did, or something that started in his mind, that really set him at odds with the government. What was it?
Wasn't it the where he's at work, the newspaper article that said something had changed, and he knew damn well that it hadn't.
But that was his job. He was
But that was
expected to do that all the time.
Yeah, he was expected to do that. That was the thing that tricked it. That ticked his mind over. The fact that he knew other than what he was raising.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just like that's him at odds with the government, not the government at odds with him. He crossed a boundary that made the government really home in on him. Anyone remember it?
No.
He wanted to have the natural experience with that woman. Because remember, you are not allowed to procreate.
No, you're right.
In 1984, you were not allowed to procreate. You weren't even allowed to pursue a romantic relationship without permission, and certainly not procreate.
Wow.
You had to get a license for a baby.
Yeah.
And the baby, and when you wanted a baby, you weren't even, if I remember correctly, you weren't even allowed to have your own baby. They would decide once all the babies were had, it would be like in a hospital, where normally the parents would come and say, "That's my baby, row 22." But no, they would take all the babies and then they would decide which mother got which baby based on the needs of the party. So you weren't even, not only were you not allowed to procreate without a license, you weren't allowed to have your own child without permission.
Game, set, match.
Fucking the dark ages are coming for sure.
Okay, let's do a test. Who here believes that children are property?
Yeah, they're your property. They belong to
Yeah.
you.
My children are my
There
children.
you go. So right. But a lot of people will not go as far as to say they're my property. They won't think of another human being as being property of another human being, which if you don't think that way, then whose property are they? They're now abandoned property. And who's going to come claim them? The government.
The state.
You've given away your natural property rights. And what is more your property than something you literally created? Your children.
Yeah, they're the first ones that want to intervene in between the union between you and your child, like when it's born.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
See, a lot of people think you can't call a person property because it's objectifying them. It's turning them into a physical possession, kind of like a brick, or a potted plant. But no, property is about rights, legal rights, but also natural rights. So if they can convince you that no human being is property, then how would you be smart enough to realize that you need to exert your property rights? You wouldn't, because you don't think you have them, because you think it's wrong. And so they're just going to come along and steamroll over your butt, take your kids, and do whatever they want.
You know what's weird is that they become their property. That people don't see that. It's just, I don't know.
Well, yeah, at the very end of the day, every single thing in this world is there for the taking for whoever's willing to take it. So, and I think that's the ultimate bottom line,
Yeah, but see, the government, like for the Americas, the government's responsibility is to protect your rights and property. They have that responsibility. So if you abandon your property, then they're not going to protect your property. And if somebody else comes and claims the property, they're not going to protect their property. So it's like the law can't work for you if you don't even know what it's being applied to, So as far as they're concerned, they're following the law and they're doing the right thing. You abandoned your property. They're now in charge of it, not you. It's not their fault you're too dumb to understand. In fact, it's their obligation because you're too stupid to help you out as a retard. So they say, hey, this person's clearly not in possession of mental faculties of these higher matters, so we have to take care of them. We're now their daddy.
That's a hell of a discussion, man.
Yeah, a lot of people think of the powers that be as if they're corrupt and evil, but they're actually just taking care of a bunch of morons who can't take care of themselves. And then they know that they can't take care of themselves because every time they talk to the morons, which is you, the public, you guys act like total retards, like you don't know what you're talking about. Well, I don't know if my child's my property or not. And so then they say, "Oh, well, you must be stupid. I'm gonna make the decisions for you."
Yeah.
And then they go to sleep at night thinking they're moral and doing the right thing.
Yeah, that's my take on it too. I don't blame the powers that be any longer for a long time now.
Yeah, they don't take
feel
anything.
bad for them,
People
actually.
willingly give it up. That's the sad part about it.
You know, like really put yourself in the shoes of having to manage an entire world-sized nursery. You know.
Yeah, think about it. Humankind is so crazy that if the food supply is cut off, they'll abandon their morals and start killing each other. That seems like a heavy burden for the powers that be to control the food and how things are distributed, right? Because if we let the plebes do it themselves, they'll end up killing each other.
The bread keepers.
I think all this stuff is it's to make us kind of powerless. I know even like you were talking about kids and claiming property and stuff, and I know even in like a court of law, if you have someone represent you like a lawyer, they look at you as a fool because you can't represent yourself. You're unable to. It's kind of along the same lines of claiming your kids and representing yourself. The fools can't do it. So
You can represent yourself as long as you can speak legalese. You understand that shit? You'll be all over them like white on rice.
Yeah.
They say that people who do represent themselves are fools.
I think that's part of why the lie is they want to take our power away from us and make us feel stupid and on and on.
Ironic.
Yeah, I caught that, bro. How can you represent yourself when you are yourself? That's a incoherent conclusion. Don't get me wrong, I know what you mean by that, but technically, from the legalese standpoint, if you represent yourself, you've negated yourself because you're now in an incoherent position. So they can then still look at you.
Anyways, they see you're actually your own straw man. Yeah, it's stupid. It really
Right, which is why you have to dissolve those presumptions, right?
Yeah, for sure. I was just more so just meaning the aspect of like having a lawyer, present. I do get exactly what you're saying, though, for sure. You're 100% right.
Right, but there's a fine line of going in there and speaking naturally, and them saying, "Wow, dude, you sound retarded. Therefore, I'm just going to remand you to a ward of the state because you've got a sub-zero IQ." Right, so you can go in there and say, "I represent myself. I'm in charge. I'm this. I'm that. I'm a free man on the land. I'm blobbity bliff, blobbity blue," and the judge is going to be like, "This guy is clearly retarded. We're just going to rule in the favor of the defendant."
Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right, for sure. It's something that takes years and years and years of studying to not look like a fool.
People pulling that sovereign citizen mess.
It's actually really crazy when you get into it. That actually might be a good topic for Frontline Unfiltered, possibly. That'd be cool.
That's how I got into flat Earth, bro. The straw man conspiracy.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
the Cesta KV, the Cesta KV Act. You know what that is?
No, say that again.
Cesta KV.
Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Loosely termed, it means "Are you alive?" or proof that you're alive. In other words, there was a time when the records burnt in England, and so what they did, because they no longer had the records on their possessions, they just declared all the possessions lost at sea and gave a 7-year term for someone to come and claim it. And if nobody claimed the possessions, then they reverted back to the crown, I guess. I guess that's what you would consider it at the time. So everything that was under their empire was declared theirs and lost at sea. And so there's the whole part of the conspiracy is that even the Americas now, because they were, in Canada and all those other lands, and every thing that was part of the British Empire is still owned by them. And any property that's not claimed is reverted back to their ownership. And so when you have a child and you don't claim it as your property against this other counterclaim, it automatically becomes their property after the 7-year period. So once your kid turns 7 years old, it belongs to them.
The same thing applies to your own body. The same thing that you're saying applies to the body itself. Like whoever is managing the body, if you're not sound-minded, and like you were saying, I'm a sovereign citizen and this and that, and you acting, like an animal, basically. That you basically declare loss at sea as well.
Huh, wild. There's also something I heard too about like the placenta. There's a big conspiracy, like how they take it away right away, and
yeah,
I don't know if you guys have heard about. Kind of crazy.
It's crazy. Well, bro, let me blow your mind. Bro. The real conspiracy about the placenta is that it's from the mother. It's not. It's from the father.
Hey, on point.
It's a construct of the father, and it actually has to negotiate and even fight against the mother to procure resources for the child. So this idea that women create life, that women are the sole arbiters of creating life, and that women are the conduit of life, and it's all about them, it's false. Yep. It's false. This whole maternal, matriarchal, we're the source of life is false, bro. FALSE, false. And so many laws have been altered with this stupid connotation that's not even real.
Huh. Wild.
Think about it this way, dude. Let me blow your mind again. Just imagine, for sake of argument, that the Western world is a Christian world, founded on Christian values, Christian scriptures, Christian text. And then ask where life came from. Well, the answer would be God. But then ask, well, where did all the living humans come from? Some people may say Eve, but that's not true. It's actually Adam. Adam was created, and Eve was taken out of Adam. And therefore, all the progeny that come from Eve ultimately were sourced in Adam. So Adam is the father of all living. He's the source of all the life, second only to God. This idea that women are the source of the life doesn't exist.
Well, that makes sense to me. The depth of knowledge in this Discord always blows my mind. It's awesome.
And look at all the problems that we're facing in a lot of these societies that have adopted this uber glory to the mother type mentality, or uber glory to the female, giving all this honor to the females, which isn't due them. Now, that doesn't mean they're not due any honor, but they're giving them undue honor and an unfair imbalance against the man, against their own family, and against their own interests. Because women don't even want this life, man. Women don't want to go to work all day long and never have kids and be marriedless and kidless with cats when they're 60. They don't want that life. They hate it.
Yeah, I feel like 99% of women definitely that's their mission is to have kids and a family and be a stay-at-home mom. Raise your kids, and the state, takes us away from that. Have no choice but to go to work and be away from our kids for 8 hours a day so we can pay the bills and put some food on the table. Be good little slaves and shut our mouths and don't ask questions.
Right, but rather they've convinced us that the ideal for a family is for the mother and father to not be around the kids, for the mother to not raise the kids, and for all of those tasks to be offloaded to a state worker. Wow. How stupid do you have to be to believe that that's the ideal situation for your kids? Like, people actually believe that that's the way things should be. Like, how dumb do you have to be?
Yeah, no doubt.
And that extends outward into like actually having a family and how the family dynamic actually operates, and thinking about your kids when they get older to separate from the family, where a homestead would have them like grow right alongside you. Aunts, uncles, everybody. That's the way it was back then. Big families would stay together.
Yep. I could tell you from the evidence in my life, the people that did that and thrived that way, they're very wealthy right now. And the people that did the whole power girl boss separation life, their lives are horrible right now. Like, I haven't seen any happiness in any of that.
Yeah, true.
Hey, what's going? Hey, YouTube. What's up, YouTube?
Are you the drive-by gravity bomber from earlier?
Drive-by gravity
Hey,
bomb?
listen, brother. YouTube has admitted that they screwed up in censoring all these types of opinions, and they've now opened it up. So we're allowed to be a little more salacious than in the past.
That's okay.
Yes, manifesting diamonds is the gravity bomber.
Before we get on to speaking of manifesting diamonds, AI, do you think that it's kind of been a choice time they chose to basically disintegrate the family structure and rework society, to be, hail to the women, to usher in the globe deception, to kind of create, because I often think, like, even if you could get like all the women in the world to want to be stay-at-home mothers at this point, like, what knowledge do they have to even raise their children with? You know what I mean? Because there's been a break,
Yeah, most of them are too desperately contingent on the system. You're right. Just like they were talking in the Matrix, where people have been in the Matrix for so long, they have no idea how to be free, and they're actually afraid of it.
Yeah, but it's quite telling that this breakdown started to begin around 60s, 70s, maybe a little bit earlier.
Not only are they afraid of it,
we know that generation, from 1900 to 1950s, were educated drastically different regarding certain things in the natural world.
Yeah, that's a good point there, brother. Is that a lot of people don't realize that this whole shift is like within the past century. Like, they think it's been like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years that this globe thing has just been common knowledge, and it's just we all believe it and blah blah blah. It's like, no, that's not true.
But that's what even if you had like the wise old grandmother, head matriarch of the family, how are women supposed to be in my eyes? There's still, of course, the patriarchal authority in a family unit, but the children being born under that women don't have that kind of loyalty to family first before the state or anybody else in them anymore. So it wouldn't matter, even if it wasn't passed down. They're going to do their angsty phase, and they're going to go with the crowd, and they're going to go with what their college professors teach them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Not only
Yeah,
do
it's
they
going to
have
need a.
they're afraid of
needs a.
you being free. Sorry, hey,
Yeah. All this stuff goes in like it's almost like a cycle. Like it gets to the tipping, and then they have to pull the rug out from society. You know.
Do you hang these? How do you hang these up?
Manifesting
I just
diamonds.
want to get that point out. So, if someone wants to speak to Diamonds about the flat Earth, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys noticed that there's a lot of background chatter.
That's manifesting diamonds. Doesn't realise that that's speaking to us. Manifesting, are you there? If you are, do you want to mute yourself or do you want to speak to us? Because we can hear what's going on in the background and you probably don't want us to do that.
All right, we interrupt this insightful social commentary to remind you that the Earth is flat. It's clearly, observably, and obviously flat. Water's obviously flat. It's the gold standard for level, and it's flat for the history of all mankind, throughout all nations, throughout all time. I rest my case. But yeah, that is a good topic because all the topics are related to it. The family. What's the first commandment? The first commandment. What is it? Who knows? What's the first commandment? What is that?
No other gods before me.
No, see, you jumped the shark. You jumped the shark. You didn't ask, what do you mean by first commandment? I didn't say, what's the first commandment of the 10 commandments. So you assumed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did, actually. You're right.
It was a reasonable assumption, though. Go on.
Be fruitful and multiply.
I guess, yeah. Was that the first command that God ever said? Let there be light. Well, to us. Yeah, okay. Do not eat of the tree.
AI, what's your opinion between Yahweh and
My opinion is your mic is trash.
why is my mic? Is it bad? I never have an issue with this mic. Test.
Your connection.
Oh, let me rejoin.
This bro trying to slide in like he's not supposed to be answering a question before he's allowed to speak in this forum again.
He tries, bless his heart.
Is that any better?
Sure, hurry up. What's your question?
Well, no, if you're going to be gay about it, I'm not going to bother you with your opinion. So don't worry.
No, you got to hurry up. Bro, you got to hurry up before those guys remember you're supposed to be banned and ban you. That's why I said hurry up.
Yeah, if they're going to ban me, they're going to ban me. No, I want to know if you had an opinion between L and Ya. If there's a
Holy
difference.
crap, dude, get a good connection before you ask your question because it's making no sense, dude.
I don't understand what the deal is.
The deal is every time you're saying something unimportant, listen, every time you're saying something unimportant, your connection's fine. As soon as you try to ask your question, it goes crazy for some reason. We're all witnessing it.
Yeah, it's weird. My phone, my battery also dropped from like 38%. So, it's weird.
Well, your battery's going to affect your push. Part of a connection is push and pull. If you're getting the pull, right, or the push, and your phone is part of that connection, you have low battery, your push is going to be poor.
Maybe my phone battery was lower than I thought.
Your push is poor, dude.
Maybe your phone is gay.
AI, you crack sometimes, man.
Is that better?
Doing what?
Yeah. You're going to have to be a little bit louder to break through AI's manual. Carry on.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a bunch of ratchets in a washing machine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming through right now.
Yeah,
I'm not even doing anything. Weird. But let me reconnect too.
It sounded like he was shoveling mountains from one place to another.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, awesome. It's just the manualness going on in the background, dude. Like I said, it was like you were shoveling mountains from one place to another and re-landscaping the world. But it's all good.
Doing a flash metal.
Anyway, our friend's connection appears to be better.
Dude, ask your question before your connection goes out again.
No, I was just curious on your personal opinion. If you think, like, do you think there's a distinct difference between El and Yahweh? Just since guys were talking about commandments and shit. Maybe
Well, El just means God, generically, but it also is applied in a specific sense. Whereas Yahweh, or the Tetragrammaton, is applied in a hyper-specific sense.
Right.
So a specific agent. So you can't. So like, you know how people will say, "Oh, we all worship the same God, but my God's name is Yuki Puki." Well, if that's the case, and the other God's name is YHWH, then that would be two different gods, right?
Right.
Even though they could both be described as gods, at least in a general sense, so they could both be called El, but they both couldn't be called Yahweh. So Yahweh is a more discriminator. So when someone says El, they can be referring to the agent known as Yahweh. But if someone says Yahweh, they can't be referring to an agent known as El named Hookie Pookie.
All right, I guess that's fair enough.
Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, Yahweh is Jesus.
I thought that was Yeshua.
Well, it doesn't, dude. It's transliteration. Yeshua means essentially. Hold on, let me get this right.
So it's just more of a way that they would say Joshua, but I guess I don't know.
So Yeshua basically means Yah is salvation, or God is salvation, or Yahweh is salvation.
That's a buddy of mine who's like when it comes to like scriptures and like knowing Hebrew and doing all this weird shit, like where like if you say something in English, he can like translate it to Hebrew, and then somehow he comes up with numbers. It's stuff that I have no
Yeah,
idea
no,
about.
some of
But he
that
was
stuff.
just
Yeah, look, some of it's legit, and some of it's not legit. So you can do cross references and number association and come up with all kinds of weird claims about words.
but he's just extremely heavy in the Kabbalah all of a sudden, which is odd. Before he used to do some stuff like that.
Well, Kabbalah is linked with Zohar, and that's linked with word magic.
Right. It's nothing. I
So
don't
they
know
think
details about it.
So they think that God, when it says the word created everything, they think it's talking about actual words, like, phonetic utterances of sound and vibration, and that vibration affects the energy that's floating around in the primordial goo, and then that becomes matter because of the vibrations, because they don't actually know how to read. And if you read the scripture, when it's talking about the word, it's clearly an idiom, and it refers to it as an idiom because it says he. The word is a he. It's an agent, not a utterance. So it's an idiomatic phrase that they're using modern sensibilities of words and retroactively engineering them on a culture that isn't our modern culture, which means they're committing three fallacies simultaneously: an anachronistic fallacy, a lexical fallacy, and an I'm an idiot fallacy.
He never went too deep into the whole like speaking the word causes a vibration, because he's not a flat earther. He doesn't like get into ether and stuff either. He's coming from a completely different mindset, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm just saying that if you study Kabbalah and you get into Zohar, you're going to come to that. It's going to come up eventually.
Essentially, his whole point, and the only reason why I asked, is because he's under the impression that the God called Yah or Yahweh or whatever, the Jewish God, is the same as Satan or Lucifer, but then the actual God that Jesus worshipped was El, and that Yahweh was just a storm god that the Jews worshipped. That was just a random god of thousands of other gods that different people in the area worshipped.
Okay, that's interesting.
It gets weird, yeah.
Well, so if that's the case, so the thing is about like textual criticism, like it's clear that it says that the agent that created everything in the scripture specifically says this agent, the word, created all things, and nothing that was created without him. That means he himself is excluded logically and categorically from being created, and it also attributes to him all created things. So if you call the creator of all uncreated things God, and then it goes on to say that word became flesh and dwelt among us, and then the scripture goes on to say that the agent that became flesh and dwelt among us was Jesus, then the only rational conclusion you could make is that the creator God is Jesus. So where would El fit? Where would El or any other type of thing fit into that?
Yeah, surprisingly. Now, this friend that I have, he's someone I've known personally since like 2005. Like we were always buddies in high school and stuff. But we got into this subject, just about a month and a half ago, and shockingly, he blocked me. We don't talk anymore. Again, that's just whatever. But well, he did that over flat Earth because he got
Hey,
really upset.
brother, you being blocked is not that shocking.
No, well, no, it's not. I mean, over the past like almost decade, that just kind of like he's a little touchy. Like if you mention something and he doesn't agree with it, or if you're having a disagreement with him, he takes it like personally, and he like I don't know, he can't handle when people don't just fully agree with him on something. So that's all that was. He's just a strange dude, but whatever. And we all are. I think bottom line, like his whole thing, like, and again, when it comes to scripture, I'm really crappy with it. Like I read the Bible and stuff, but I can't retain what was where and like memorize verses. But I think his big hang up is Samuel 2:24:1 and 1 Corinthians 21:1. Like the whole census, like God commands David to take a census, and then in the other book it says Satan commands him to do the exact thing.
When does God command David to take a census?
Yeah, 2 Samuel 24:1 is where God states God incited David because of his anger with Israel. Hold on, let me get the actual verse. Damn it. Once again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he caused David to harm them by taking a census. Go and count the people of Israel and Judah, the Lord told him. And then 1 Chronicles 21:1. Yeah, whatever. Except cookies. I have. Go. Okay. Is this the right? How about how one brings me up to the Bible and the other one just gives me like 1 Chronicles 21. Yeah, 1 Chronicles 21:1 describes how Satan incited King David to number the Israelite people. It's not bringing me the actual verse. Oh well.
You just got to open an app, like from the
Right.
list.
Yeah. I was just my Bible app's horrible. As soon as you open it, you got like 15 minutes of ads. You got to like exit out of. Well, I'll just come back to it. I got to plug my phone up. It's like down to 7. I don't know what happened. All right, I'll see you guys.
Man, that guy will talk about anything except the answer to Eli's question.
It was like about 8 hours ago or something, wasn't it? Maybe 10. That's how long it feels anyway.
Dude, he's been backpedaling so hard. Every time he comes in here, he gets whooped so hard he's got to backpedal part of his claims.
That's the best part.
And he starts like all the other guys that we were just talking about earlier. Like he'll reset, come back, be extra nice, agree with you too somehow in the beginning, and then just act like, yeah, there's just this one concern. 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 Like it's just crazy.
It's like fucking Columbo all of a sudden. Just one more thing.
I know, right? No, it's like Columbo on cocaine. Because Columbo always speaks in like an even keeled tone. Never really escalates his voice. He just always escalates the insightfulness of what he's saying.
Columbo's a genius, dude. He's a genius. He's kind of like Scott Mackey in a way.
Columbo? Yeah, he's kind of like Rain Man and Scott Mackey mixed together.
A genius like Scott Mackey are words that should never be uttered by any human.
What the fuck?
No. What he meant to say was look. What he meant to say was he's as intelligent as Rain Man, but as savvy and slick and handsome as Scott Mackey.
Do you smoking the same peace pipe that Scott Mackey's smoking? No thanks. The answer is yes.
If only it was that great.
The answer is yes. But tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther.
Yep, I'm not interested in the claims, just the people who are making them.
I work in Adobe and I'm making a book. Yeah.
Oh, come on, AV. You don't really mean that.
Nah.
You do that voice a bit too.
All right, guys. All right. Let's take a bet. Which will come out first? GTA 6, Nathan Oakley's book, or Scott Mackey's book?
Oh, dude.
GTA 6.
GTA 6.
Scott's not on the mic yet. He's got to pull his full clown suit on. He's still putting on his makeup. He's got to get ready, guys. We can't do this just, on a whim. You got to put the red nose on, the wig.
What's this? Still living rent free, I see. What, project much, Scott?
Hi, kids, it's Scott Mackey. Yeah, you asked
Dude,
them,
I like Scott Mackey. I like Scott Mackey. I like Brenda. I like all of them. They're so great. I love spending time with them. And the more quality time I spend with them, I get to extract that one nugget of absolute absurdity.
Well, that would be his every word he speaks.
Has Brenda calmed down some? Because I heard Brenda in here the other day, or was it just he was on a good day?
Nah, he was here.
No, I mean, has he calmed down? Because he wasn't acting like the Brenda I remember.
Oh, being flagrant? Well, he's always flagrant.
Yeah, but I mean, like he didn't sound like he was nearly aggressive as he was, like I heard say, like last summer.
Maybe as soon as I heard the voice, I think I'm not interested in dealing with that.
You're asking for like a like almost like a compliment. It's tough. You're not gonna get too many people to stand up for that. But what I can say is that like there's kids in the neighborhood, and when they were growing up, right, and their hormones were going crazy, they were like loud, obnoxious. As they got a little bit older, they kind of settled down, and their hormones aren't out of control.
And what about that asshole that was on here last night, like something like humanoid or humane or something like that? That him and Amish were going at it, and he just couldn't. He or humanoid or whatever his name is, just going over some ignorant stuff.
I think it was humanity.
Look at that big turd Scott puts in a text. What a turd.
Yeah, what came of that fellow last night? How do you know how Amish ended up putting him in his place, or?
Oh my god.
Some of us lead ordinary lives. What is ordinary, Scott? Being a part of the brainwashed masses?
Yeah, you wish. You wish. Oh, you can't get on the mic or what? You're sitting in your comfy, your lazy boy. Got your feet propped up with your socks, temperature 72 inside. Got your iPad up. You're ready to troll. What is it today, Mackie? Sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe? Oh, wait a minute. Or is it the 24-hour sun that doesn't set? Huh. I wonder.
I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the sunset.
Can't make up your mind, eh? That's all right. Sunsets. No, 24 hours. No, sunsets.
For Scott Mackey, there's literally nothing that doesn't prove the globe. Everything proves the globe.
Yeah, he just said that in text form. Oh, shit.
You know, guys, Scott Mackey knows that the Earth is so bendy and so curvy because it looks so damn flat.
No, well, it just can't be flat, he says. There's no way.
I mean, it just feels so global. Just feels so globe.
No, we're not going to talk about the yard, megalithic yard. We're not going to do it.
Why
Before
are
you
there
even
so many
ask.
people? Why are there so many people in here who are muted just permanently?
Don't worry about it.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
don't worry
kind
about
of
it.
creepy, bro. I feel like I'm gonna worry about it because this is a little weird, don't you think?
Charmhole? Is your name
Isn't that
another
a little
name for Glory
strange?
Hole?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm talking to AI.
Let me explain this in simple terms.
Actual AI.
We on YouTube, when more people speak, it's bad for listeners. Make sense? No, yes? Okay.
Oh my god, you're in an activity right now?
Dude, we can make you vanish just by muting you. You go,
Yeah, go ahead.
Bosch.
Yeah, go ahead. Nobody wants to talk about the megalithic yard anyway. Or watch a video on it.
It's a non-point. If that's the best you got, you ain't got nothing.
I got my big shoes and my red nose on.
I bet.
I do. If you turn on my camera, you can see.
No, you're all right.
Anyways, so when do I trust my eyes?
Jesus.
Simple question. When do I trust my eyes?
Pretty much.
From everything I've heard you say over the years,
I would assume.
you don't.
Okay, so
From
when
everything
I
you've
see
said, from what I've heard.
Okay. When I see a boat go behind water, what do I infer from that?
Water.
When you see a boat go behind water.
Yes, I do.
Like on the other side of it.
Flat or not? Flat or not? It's going behind the water. What do I infer from that?
Well, you can infer that someone's put a hole in the hull of the boat and the bastard sunk.
Okay.
Barrington, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Anyways, so I watch this boat go behind the horizon, get obscured by the water.
That's not what you said. You said behind the water.
That's what I said. Behind the water.
No, second time you said behind the horizon. Pick one.
The horizon is the water. It's the same thing.
Are the dolphins jumping over curvature?
Is the boat yellow?
So you guys won't tell me what I should infer? All right.
Are the dolphins jumping over curvature, Scott?
It's weird.
I'll tell you when to believe your eyes.
I saw a boat. Hold
Okay,
on.
tell me when to believe my
I
eyes.
saw
Go on.
Scott. I saw a boat disappear before my very eyes when somebody just lowered the camera.
Okay, so when should I trust my eyes?
Whenever it suits your bias that you live on a ball, which is an idea that you didn't come up with.
No, I didn't come up with it. Someone told me when I was a child, yeah.
Just
when should I
continue
trust
your
mine,
life,
guys?
Scott. Just continue your life as it is, as the way you've always done it. Be a
So you can't
Glober.
help
We don't want you.
Okay, so you can't help me to know when I should trust my eyes and when I shouldn't?
You've already figured that out. You've already decided that for yourself. So just keep going. Keep doing what you're doing.
You didn't appeal to your eyes, you appealed to an inference.
Well, that's what my eyes are telling me. That's what my brain infers from what I see. That's all we ever do, right?
Well, no, your eyes are doing one thing, you're inferring something else.
Well, I know, but that's what my brain's doing for me. Well, why should I not trust that?
Your eyes are just
Because you have logic and reason.
Oh, my eyes are deceiving me. How do I know my eyes are deceiving me?
Because you have logic and reason.
Yeah,
You've
logic
got
and
logic
reason
and
tells
reason,
me
right?
it's going behind a curve.
Okay, so your reason would be demonstrated upon something, right? You should be able to demonstrate this reasonably. So, for example, I can demonstrate reasonably on a flat surface that things can start to disappear from the bottom up.
So how does that demonstrate that it's not curved?
Because it's a flat surface.
No, your surface might be flat, and you may prove this thing that you're showing. But how does that show that
He
the
didn't
Earth
hear
is
a
not
word
curved?
you said, Jedi.
No,
I heard everything he said. He said he can show that you can that a surface a thing can be obscured up by a flat surface from the bottom up, right?
What? Why the surface? No, just on a flat surface, things with distance can disappear from, depending on the eye height of the optic. Like really low down, really far away, the object will disappear from the bottom.
Okay, how does that demonstrate that the Earth is not curved still?
Dude, it's me reasonably assessing how my eyes work. At the moment, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. I'm going to demonstrate reasonably possible options that I may have. And at the moment, I can make this happen on both surfaces. Obviously, the curved one and the flat one too.
A completely sequitur comment, Scott. Just so you're aware, you asked the question, how can I trust my eyes? And Jedi is now saying, well, first know your eyes. Like, know what they do. Yeah, so no problem.
Okay, so when can I trust him then?
Once you know them, is what he's putting out.
What do I have to do to know my eyes?
Well, what he's showing you is that he knows that when his eyes are used in a demonstration of a flat surface of an object, the object will construct bottom first without the surface getting in the way, and that's due to his eyes.
But if I've never seen that, what do I do?
You gotta know your eyes, man. You gotta know them.
You ever go scuba diving, Scott?
Yes, I have. Yes.
So you know things disappear bottom, like they appear top down, or kind of like bottom up. The same they appear opposite, right? Like if you're going, it's the same thing underwater as it is above water.
They do what?
Right? Things will disappear bottom first underwater as well.
No, they don't. No, I didn't experience that scuba diving.
Yeah, they do, dude.
No, they don't.
Well, did you ever go to a wreck dive? Okay, so picture you had you're underwater, right? You're going to have a light gradient, right? Like it's going to be darker at the bottom to the top, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so wouldn't you see the top last if it was leaving, or first when you're appearing on it? Because that's what's going to get hit by the light first.
No, that's not what I saw.
But you see what I'm saying, right? Like if you have at 30 feet, you're getting more light than at 60 feet. Okay, but that's okay. But I did it. That's what I saw at a wreck dive. Like when I came upon the ship, I saw the top of the ship first, and then as I got closer, since the bottom of the ship was so much lower, it came out of the fog after the top. And when I left, it went bottom first and then top last. Right, but that's not because it was curved. That was just because the way the
So every time I've seen a boat go over the horizon, it's because of a fog.
No, it's because it's the same principle underwater, right? It's the same principle. You're losing if you can see if the light's coming from the top, right? The top of the object is going to get more light than the bottom underwater. That's how you can. It's so much more apparent underwater because of how compressed it is. It all happens within 50 feet, not within miles, right? So clearly it's a medium issue. You get a thinner medium, you're going to have the same effect, but over a longer distance.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, that doesn't make any sense at all, though.
Okay, that's how I see it.
You're not appealing to your eyes. You're not appealing to your eyes, then, Scott, anymore. You're appealing to something else. Because if that's what happens with your eyes, and you're saying, "Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense." You're just not appealing to your eyes. You're appealing to something else.
Well, that's what he's saying happens with your eyes, and I don't think that's true.
Let's go.
Yeah, so just keep believing it's Earth curve, bro.
Yeah, but that's just an explanation to explain away what you and I both see, and that is boats going on the horizon.
Well, you don't see curvature, so you're just using explanations to explain other bullshit. So, back at ya.
You guys are just desperate for an alternate explanation for what we both see.
You're just desperate because you've got no measured curvature.
What's the
why it looks flat?
Why do we see a horizon?
Because that's the last bit of water we can see.
Okay. Why is that the last bit of water that we can see?
Because it's curving and the water is behind the other water.
Okay. Is there anything else we should think about why this is the last bit of water that we can see?
Yeah, sure. Look at any other sphere.
No, I'm not talking about sphere or presuppositions. I'm just talking about making an observation and coming to a reasonable deduction of what the horizon is. You said that it's because curvature. Is there anything else we should take into consideration when we look at things?
No, I can't think of anything that would give that clear of a line.
Okay, so you don't think that we should take into account maybe things like perspective, like things reducing in angle of size with distance. So when we're looking across a surface, eventually that surface is going to be too small to see. Right, I'm trying to dumb it down for you. The angles close to you, they're big. The ones further away from you, they're smaller, ever increasingly so with distance, until eventually the angle is too small for your eye to resolve. Do you not think that we should take optics into account when we're looking at things?
Yeah, I did.
You did? No, you just said Earth curve.
Yeah, because the explanation you gave doesn't make any sense at all.
What? Sorry, we're just going to take into account the very fact that we're using a bloody op. You don't seem to think that this is necessary when we are looking at things. Weird.
No, perspective wouldn't give.
No.
Perspective wouldn't yield what we see, though.
Sorry, wouldn't yield what we see at the moment. The horizon. You said it's just and only Earth curve, and that's the only thing that we should count with the horizon. I'm asking you, do you think that we should possibly things with distance get smaller until eventually they're too small to see, and that's also going to apply to a surface you're looking horizontally across.
So you're saying the water gets too small to see?
Are you playing dumb?
Oh no, he's not playing.
I'm just wondering what you're saying about the water.
Are you? Because I think you're intelligent. Playing dumb.
No, what about the water gets too small to see in your perspective?
Okay. Do you agree that things reduce in angle?
Sure. Yes.
Cool. That. As you are looking with distance across the surface, is a reducer. What more of an explanation do you need? Or are you going to feign stupidity again?
But why can I see the top of the boat very clearly, but I can't see the bottom of
No,
the
the
boat?
question at the moment is what the horizon is. Don't bring up boats until we've thrashed this one out and can reach a logical conclusion like bloody reasonable adults.
Mm-hmm. So if I got a
I'm
flat
not going
ocean,
to speak to anymore. Somebody else can. You pathetic
fine.
man.
Oh, someone's sad. I'm sorry.
Utterly disappointed, Scott. You seem to have returned to our server with some kind of, I don't know, improved attitude that is sickening. Again, I will protest vehemently that you should be removed. But because we're bored, I let other people chomp at you. No, I'm not sad, boohoo. I just think you're a prick.
Okay. You should protest harder. Maybe get removed again.
Watch what you wish for, clown boots.
It wasn't that big a deal. I was gone for a year.
Scott, don't feel bad. They say the exact same thing to me. They say I'm the worst person they've ever met, the dumbest person they've ever met. It just becomes like the attitude towards everybody.
No, I can understand what you're saying there, buddy. Maybe clean that up a little bit.
Scottish and mumbling on a quiet microphone really doesn't help, do.
I'm not Scottish.
Can't help being Scottish, but get closer to your microphone.
I'm okay. Maybe it's. Hold on.
Well, let's not forget the audience. A lot of the audience heard a question, and they didn't really hear an answer. Whether the answer is known or unknown, they may not know it.
I'm not Scottish. You're British, Jedi. You should be able to pick up an English accent.
Oh my God, you were mumbling really bad then. I do apologise, DJ. You are Irish. Wow.
What was the question? Was it Simon who asked the question?
The question is that the water out there in the distance is occupying a portion of your field of view, but that portion it's occupying means it's too small to see. What do you mean by it's too small to see? There you go. That's the question.
Come back to me.
Shut up, Leo.
You may as well finish your lesson off there, Jedi. For those that don't know.
So too small to see. It's just the reduction, that's getting smaller, of angular size with distance. So everybody understands that things close to them look bigger than they do when they are further away. This still applies to a surface that you're looking across, right? With distance, I always like to bring up the chessboard example. Imagine the surface was a chessboard. You notice the squares get smaller to see with distance. That's because the angles are getting smaller, right? Eventually, the angles become so small that the human eye or any optic is going to have a limitation to what it can resolve. That resolution barrier is going to be breached. It's going to become invisible. This is going to be the limit to the surface that you can see. That's the horizon, right? So that's what you mean by too small. The angles have reduced to such a size you can't resolve them anymore.
Yeah, Scott Mackey made another error. He said that the amount of water that you can see is determined by where the Earth curves away. So in other words, you're looking at the front side of the hill, and then the back side of the hill you can't see, and that's what determines how much water you can see. That's not true. So, for example, it's well known that at range, the surface of the water starts to occupy a small enough angle to where it reaches a critical angle. That means you can no longer see the color of the water. You can only see the reflection of the sky. So if you weren't zoomed in on it, you would see the water line, let's just call it dark blue, to a certain point in your field of view. And after that, it would look like sky to you. And if you pointed at it, you'd say, there's the horizon, there's the water line, according to Scott. But we actually know there's more water behind that, because we can actually zoom in and see animals jump out of the water and back in, etc. Boats floating on that magical water, etc. So there's actually still water past the resolved water line. It's just reflecting the color of the sky. And so if you weren't having a trained eye and using critical thinking, you might think that's where the water stops and that's where the sky begins. but it's not. It's just where the color of the sky is reflected on the water.
Oh my god.
What's up, Eli? You alright?
Scott Mackey is not good background sleep music.
Yeah, that's true.
Were you having a not today Satan moment there, Jedi, with Scott Mackey?
Like, since he's been back, I said what I said earlier. Since he's been back, he's come back with this new attitude. He's slimy. It's weird. I mean, he was a prick in the first place, but he's come back with extra.
Scott Mackey 2.0, more slimier than before.
Yeah.
I like it. It's kind of like Nickelodeon, bro.
Is somebody kibosh
You guys
that prick?
remember Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Nick, Nickelodeon.
Yeah, the Nickelodeon slime bucket where it dumps all over you.
Oh, Double Dare. Yeah. Did somebody ban him?
Is Scott gonna reply to what AI said?
Yeah, if he was here.
Bloody hell, did he get banned?
I think so.
Wow.
I didn't do it.
I think he just left once he got muted.
Muted
It's not in the law.
I
It's what you wish for.
I thought he was replying to the conversation.
No, I think he left because I don't see his name in the ban log, so it's all good.
Yeah, Jedi was all like, not today, Satan. Maybe tomorrow. Not today.
Yeah, but I'm sad I missed all that because I would have laughed a lot harder.
Well, that's what AI was saying.
When you guys consider the Earth, do you consider like how do you kind of look at it in terms of like a north and a south? Like what do they mean on a flat surface?
Well, you grab your compass, and if it points to the north, you're facing north. And if you turn around 180 degrees and the compass says you're facing south, then yeah, that's it.
Right, but what? Sorry, where are north and south in this world we live in? In that
What
case,
are north and south? What the
What are
compass?
north and south? Good question. Where do we get north and south from?
Well, magnetic lines.
Okay. Now we understand that the magnetic field lines, they crisscross and wiggle around all over the Earth. And we understand that they also move. So they're not actual geographic locations, like absolute directions. So what else do we base north and south off of? Good so far, but there's something else.
Poles.
Yes, bingo.
And they are magnetic poles.
Well, okay. I was with you when you said poles. Does the North Pole Star ring a bell?
The North Star, yeah.
Yeah, Polaris.
Yeah,
Now,
but people live on the south as well.
Yeah. I'm just trying to point out that we kind of get north and south from the sky.
Yeah, that's historically how it's been, but we don't see the same skies. That's the
Yeah,
issue.
I know. I'm just trying to get to understanding what north and south are first before we put two poles in the floor, right? Because if we've got two poles, then we're going to stick two poles in the floor, aren't we? Because that's what's going to be represented underneath the celestial points in the sky, right? A geographical location directly underneath those celestial points. So you're asking us what the Earth looks like. I don't know, dude, but it's probably got two poles on it.
Okay, but then that can we say logically that eliminates some possible configurations to have a north and south pole? It eliminates some possible configurations of the Earth, like how it would
Also
look
creates
like
a few more too.
Well, yeah, you can say that, but like AE map gone under a north and south pole. That one's gone.
Yeah, hold on a second, bro. You know the AE map comes in two parts, right?
What, a top and bottom? But
yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, not top and bottom, but it's got a central point around the north and it's got a central point around the south.
Well,
the
where
map,
is the central?
the AE map.
Okay, where is the central point around the south?
You've never seen an AE map before?
Yeah, that's not a point. That's a circumference around the entire south.
No, it's every point around the circumference.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So then two people who see the Southern Cross are looking in completely different directions according to the AE map.
Yeah, the AE map comes in two parts. I just told you that. Did you know that?
Yes.
Fuck, bro.
So you have the southern night sky stretched around the entire southern circumference to the point of where it's basically just
be a line.
the stars everywhere. Just think about this in terms of geometry. It makes no sense. If I'm in southern Australia, right, and I'm looking south, and somebody else is in southern Argentina.
But dude, hold on a second. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you're saying that the map, the AE map that comes in two parts, doesn't work. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't work.
Okay, so the globe, essentially, because that's what it is.
Oh snap!
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Right. If I just look at my globe, that's not an AE map. You understand that?
Oh.
It shows Antarctica on the south, so the continent of Antarctica on the south, and the northern pole, right?
Yeah.
These are two ends of a sphere, so as in not a flattened out projection.
I just told you.
Yes. So you can't have a flat.
How can you prove that two poles are the ends of a sphere?
Because that's what all our evidence suggests. We go there and we see that.
No, but seeing two poles in two different locations isn't proof of that.
Right, but then we've got some sort of drift from even the laws of nature, where again, somebody on the southern tip of Australia is seeing the same night sky, even though it's a different time zone. I acknowledge it's a different time zone, so they're seeing it at a different time of day, but they are seeing the exact same night sky as somebody looking south in southern Argentina. And you end up with what? The same stars duplicating all around the south.
No, you just end up with two people, different locations, looking at the same thing.
Yeah. So if say you're to the north of me, and what Big Daddy Fleur is to the west of me. So if you imagine it's like a triangle of people, right? I'm looking north, and I'm seeing you, and Big Daddy Flurf is looking west with reference to me. He's also seeing you. How the hell are we both seeing you?
You just made that up. How do you? How did dude? This is your hypothetical. This is your hypothetical. Your hypothetical, and in the hypothetical, you just made up how you'd be looking at somebody in a different geographic location, something that you've never observed in your life. You're saying we would be observing it. How did you conjure this up, man?
So how I conjured this up is people in Australia who are alive, and people in southern Argentina who do live, who are alive.
That's me.
Right, seeing the same night sky.
Someone in Australia is looking at somebody in Argentina.
Timbo's
I got some super good eyesight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
this is very basic geometry.
Oh my god, dude. What does geometry have to do with the real world observation that you said you can do? You just said I can do this. I can see somebody over there. Like, no, you can't, bro.
So if what you're saying doesn't even comply with basic geometry, it can be dismissed on that basis alone.
Right.
I lost you. Sorry.
If you can't conceptualize it in geometry, it just doesn't exist.
So far,
You can't conceptualize it at all. You can't show me even a simple diagram.
Dude, the diagram is not the issue. The issue is you think you can take it into real world observations, and if you point your finger in a direction, you're like, yeah, they're over there. How the fuck are you going to be able to validate that?
Right. So where would okay?
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question, bro. I'm asking how the fuck would you validate it?
How would I validate it? By looking at where they're both seeing the same thing. It must comply. It must comply with the direction that they're both looking in that is congruent to their line of sight.
Dude, you
that is
don't
very
fucking
basic.
know if you're pointing. Dude, if you're pointing in a direction, you don't fucking know if the guy is standing in that direction away from you, bro. At that distance.
Okay, so the AE map is gone. On that basis.
Yeah, you right? That means you just kiboshed the globe, bro. You just kiboshed it.
So the globe's wrong. Then,
okay, so Globers were actually proposing that the Earth is flat. Wow, crazy.
Oh, dude. All right. Guess somebody else can take it.
We aren't proposing the Earth is literally like a flat AE map, right? Nobody's saying that. Yeah, that's why I'm saying we can both dismiss the AE map as a configuration.
It's a fucking globe projection, numbnuts.
Right. So immediately, that sort of configuration of the continents is out the window.
Okay, so the globe's wrong then.
So the globe's gone, bro. That's what I'm fucking telling you. You just.
What about the Mercator? Let's see if we can move this. Let's see if we can get rid of these. What about the Mercator projection?
All right, we're gonna have to draw up a list. There's hundreds of maps, so one by one.
Yeah. Well, there's only two sensible ones. It's either the Mercator or the AE map.
There's loads of Mercators, right? But you principle, obviously, the rectangle, north of the top, south of the bottom, east and west, left and right.
Yeah. So you have to end up some version of the Mercator.
Okay, so we can obviously get rid of that one, right?
Getting rid of the Mercator.
Yeah, that's not the Earth.
Okay. Again, this is the issue.
It's a globe projection, but it's not the Earth, right?
It doesn't look like the AE. It doesn't look like the Mercator. What other configuration, given we travel on it every day to every
you tell us, Bubba. You tell us.
It is your claim. It is your claim that it's flat. I'm not making your argument for you. Sorry.
Yeah, we say it's flat because it measures that way. I get the question about maps and what does the world really look like. Because I guarantee, mate, we have the same question as well. I don't know.
If you can't rationalize it, why do you say this must be the case? If you try to lay it out,
What's the
not
must
in
in
Someone
the
words.
hasn't been
case?
listening for the past 3 years.
Sorry, what's the must in the case?
That the Earth must be flat.
Oh, because it measures that way.
Again, you can say right, for certain it measures this way, for certain it measures this way. I am certain of this, but I cannot possibly. Nothing I can do on computer drawing anything can model.
That's not reality, bro.
A surface that makes sense.
That's not reality.
Well, so models don't have to comply with reality.
Yeah, your cartoons that you want presented to you, they're not reality.
Well,
They don't
he has
represent
the same
reality.
issue. He has the same issue with the curved surface. I mean,
okay,
if you
yeah,
apply
but
the same, standard, like, but you guys never apply the same standard because that's not really. Let's be real. You're here to babysit us, and we're here to babysit you. That's correct. Because nothing that you came in here with is going to change. You're going to leave the same way you came, right?
That's true.
And that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, I know. It's like, just be honest about it.
Yeah, but I go into rooms and some I have to leave tail between my legs because the person has clearly made a compelling argument. What I am trying to hear out of you guys is the compelling argument for how a flat Earth would work if you were to just spatially lay it out. And you guys are saying you can't spatially lay it out, and I'm like, okay, well, why do you propose it?
Tried to.
I can hold my.
Here's the thing. There's a difference between doing what you're asking and knowing what we know, because they're non sequitur. Because I don't need a layout of the land to know that it's still used as a horizontal surface.
You're talking about use in terms of specific use.
So if you want to actually argue something, it would be that. But to say your laser test, the trigonometry that you would use in flight landing, all of that flat stuff, what the government says about flat and stationary everywhere, that's all cool and all. But if you can't give me something where I can spatially reason where everything is, I just can't. Okay, so we'll never give you that.
Yeah,
we'll give you every other thing that I just told you. So that being the case, you're not actually here to have a conversation or argue with us, because if we're talking about one thing and you're talking about another thing, that's not really a conversation. It's like if people are talking about basketball and then you come in and you start talking about the rules of baseball. You guys aren't talking about the same thing, even though you're saying stuff. That's kind of the problem we have here.
But no, because even then you fail on the basic modus ponens. Like if you've got like a P implies Q, P is true, therefore Q is true, right? You're not even P implies Q.
How?
Right. Okay. If P, the Earth is flat, is true, P implies Q in that you've got to have a specific flat surface that you're aware of. You don't have that because you can't even say.
If P is true, then they'll use trigonometry for flight ascension and descension. Which is true.
What? Yeah, 1 degree every 17 miles. So it turns out you can do that
that actually has nothing to do with what I just said, because what I'm talking about has to do with trigonometry and somewhere around 80 miles, give or take. Has nothing to do with what you just said. So again, like, you want to talk about what you want to talk about, and then say, well, because that doesn't make sense, then I'm unsatisfied. Well, good. because you're not talking about anything that we want to talk about. I just gave you another point that you're not actually going to address at all. And I'm
But
100% confident in that.
it's not me you have to convince, it's the public. And if you don't even have an argument, you don't have a public forum to even say, okay, this is the flat earth, right? This is how it works, and this is how it just completely debunks the globe. You don't have any of that.
Yeah, he's not
Even you with the
interested.
airplane too.
He
Why are you
just went
ignoring it?
back. Because he just went back to. He completely ignored what I said and said, "Yeah, so you guys don't have a map." Like it's almost like I didn't say anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So again, it's like I just said, right? But a plane isn't traveling through the atmosphere, right? At like Mach 100, right? It's going like what Mach 0.75. So why would they need to take into account such a slight curvature over the timeline and distance for an aircraft? Why would they need to do that?
What curvature?
Yeah, again, it's like
Yeah, again, what curvature?
You never do an internal critique of the globe model. You just keep saying what curvature. You don't do if
Yeah, what
then.
curvature? So what curvature has been demonstrated?
The internal critique would be if the radius of the sphere was 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. And since that's not the case, not Q, the Earth is in a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That would be a globe critique. However, what I said is just
They use straight up trigono. Oh, my phone died. What the hell?
Before me, Matt, your phone died. I can hear you talking.
I can still hear you.
Magic phone.
Again, if I measure my globe, the standard globe is about 25 centimeters diameter, right? I stick a blue tack on it. I move it just out of view. I use a magnifying glass.
Don't worry, I have multiple.
Have I just debunked the 25 centimeter diameter of my globe?
Well, all of this is non sequitur to anything that I've said. So again,
No.
you're not going to actually respond to what I'm saying. You just want the illusion that you actually are responding to what I'm saying.
So if we went with it, this one on my desk right here, that if P is true, right, this is 25 centimeters diameter, something like that. P implies Q, right, that I shouldn't see things over a certain distance. Right, I move a blue tack just out of the way, just behind the curve. I have a magnifying glass. I bring it back into view. Like, have I now debunked P?
So he's softly trying to, again, come up with another scenario that'll take us off of what, well, in this case, I'm saying, and get back on track with what he's essentially trying to say.
No, I'm not, because working through that tells you exactly why.
Yeah, you are, because at the end of the day, I don't have to provide a logical syllogism for the fact that they use trigonometry for landing and ascending planes.
Yeah, you can use trigonometry with any. I can use trigonometry on a circle, and I do already in design, because I just
You know
create
what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Cosmic Boy? Is Eli didn't really explain what he meant, but you didn't even ask him what he meant. So you're acting like you know exactly what he's talking about.
Because I do. You've used this 100 times, so I'm very familiar with it.
No,
Okay,
nobody.
so you've heard his argument before?
Yeah, no, he's lying.
Yeah, when you use the whole thing about like elevation angles and angles of declination and inclination, like, and say you can't do that without a flat surface. Yes, you do. In geometry, it's called a tangent line. You can do it anywhere on any
This is completely non sequitur with what I was talking about. That's how I know you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're too wise for me.
So he'll make a joke and then he'll continue into his idea of what I meant so that there's an illusion to the rest of you that he's actually engaging with what I'm saying, but he's actually not. Because I'm talking about flight ascension and descension to and from an airport where they use trigonometry.
Yep, you can use it everywhere.
I know that.
Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I know that.
Right, okay, then we're agreed.
We are. It's just that they use the ground as a level plane. Well, that's a double.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. My house is a level plane. I could live on Rick and Morty Tiny Earth and level my house out so the foundations are level, right?
What's that got to do with treating the surface 80 miles, for example, as flat?
Right, because if you had a declination, if you had a arc of 1 degree, just over 1 degree, how much is that going to factor into your calculations?
Like 4,000
The answer is
feet or
no.
something close to that.
Yeah, but the actual arc is like 1 degree, right?
No, but that's not in the math, is it?
Actual.
Hold on. That's not what you're talking about. See, it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Because show me R in the math. Matter of fact, would you like me to post it for you so that you can point it out to me? Would you like that? Yes, no.
What, saying you can treat it as flat because the arc
Would you
is
like
so...
the math? Because I just challenged. I said, where's the R in that? Where's the arc in that? Right? Yeah, because that's what you're saying. So I can get the math or you can get the math. Which one? Okay.
No, I was eating an orange. Yeah, you can get the math. I'm saying you don't have to include for a 1 degree arc, right, for like a plane landing or taking off.
So what you're saying is what you're talking about that won't be expressed in the math at all then. So there's no, or should I still get it? Like, because now I don't know what your point is, what your point of contention is. Because my point is that you can't treat a surface that is 8 inches per mile squared dropping as a horizontal surface with no drop. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. If I found out my floor, right, was 1 degree from this end to that end, I found out it was actually
So
sloping.
is that expressed in the math? Before we get in, is what you're saying, is that expressed in the math? Because I don't look, I'm completely ignorant. I just want to go to the math so I could give it to my superiors. You know what I'm saying? Let's pass it off to the math professors. Maybe Matthew Learns is in here. Okay. So if everything that you're saying is not expressed in the math, then everything that I said is just, well, is as is. And your rebuttal that it has to do with being able to utilize trigonometry on the sphere that we live on, I'm asking you, okay, is that expressed in the math somewhere? Yes or no?
You tell me, because you keep saying you're going to present it.
The answer is no.
No, I'm not making an argument for you. You can either present it, right, say what the conclusion is of your findings, or just say nothing.
Well, if you could treat 80 miles as flat and level functionally, then why the heck are there all kinds of people that claim there's structures that are less than 80 miles long that have to account for the curve of the Earth? How does those two claims make sense?
Right, because fixed structures are a continuous system, say like a bridge, right, where you can't just dismiss potential buckling or stretching of a bridge that has to be a continuous, like, fixed structure over that distance if there is an arc. That's not a plane isn't bound by that, right? A plane is a object flying in the air that's making its way to a location. It's not a fixed structure stretched out along that entire location.
Oh, okay. So a plane goes in a straight line.
No, but what does that mean? Planes. Does a plane go in a straight line? Planes can go in straight lines. Planes can curve. Planes can tilt, turn, curve. Like what?
Oh, brother, your story's falling apart.
Which story?
The story that the 80-mile stretch that's treated as flat is somehow curved for some reason.
How significant is a 1 degree arc going to factor into calculations, right?
What does that even mean, dude?
So for example, when we do stuff in engineering, you can say remove noise, right, from this calculation because the effect is so negligible. It doesn't matter except for gigantic numbers where the negligible effects, say like, I don't know, tire wear on your car. It doesn't matter if you're traveling a mile, how much tire wear on your car affects like certain conditions or time of travel. If you're traveling 1,000 miles in your car, okay, yeah, it starts to make a difference.
All right, let me explain something. This is a quality issue. Okay, so we're using trigonometric principles. Okay, principles. So when you talk about negligible curve, this, that, and the third, the bottom line is they're using a triangle where the base of the triangle is parallel to the ground on the earth. And then they give you a linear distance between the airplane, the ground position of the airplane, and the airport, as if it's 80 miles of flat. There is no accounting for, which is, I guess, what you're saying. They don't need to account for any curvature. My point is that's ridiculous. If the surface was curving at all, they couldn't apply trigonometry.
You can, right? If you've got a 1 degree arc, right, and you're looking at what the separation is between an arc and the point of where the what would it be adjacent and adjacent and cosine end, it's barely going to be a difference. It's barely going to be a difference, right? So it is a negligible difference. If you're doing that for 1,000 miles, right, it's going to be pretty big, right? You're going to really have to take that into account. 80 miles for 1
How much
degree.
difference?
I can get the exact
Well,
number.
let me ask
I
this.
think it's something like
How much?
4,000
Yeah,
feet, man.
it's 4,000. 4,000, correct. So it's hold on, 4,266 feet.
And there's
That's
the
more.
silence.
Hold on a second. That's more than a tenth. That's more than a tenth of the cruising altitude. Or am I wrong on that?
Right.
Yeah,
So
it is. It's more than a tenth of the cruising altitude. So I think a tenth of your altitude is significant. It's not just marginal.
can we see the actual maths of this?
Here, hold on. Let me ask the internet. Give me the maths for that. I mean, dude, it's just a circle formula, bro. It's not that hard. Hold on, I gotta start over.
Because you'd be looking at a segment, right, of a circle. What's it in kilometers? Like 6,500 kilometers, over 80 miles, right? And then you compare that to a tangential triangle, which is tangent to the point of direction at the like origin point, and draw a triangle like that, and then assess the difference.
Dude, this is just raw drop from a horizontal line at the starting point. How much the curve curves away and down from that line. So it'd be 4,266 feet removed.
Oh, now I'll argue that all of that is actually relevant. I mean, well, I would say that this is the more relevant piece that's not getting talked about. Is there a 90-degree angle at the end of that curve?
What are you talking with reference to? Sorry.
AI, is there a 90-degree angle at the curve at the end of that?
The end?
Mhm.
I don't think so, but it would have to be at the plane, right? They're doing it from the plane's location and linear distance from the plane's location on the ground to the location, right? So the acute angle would be at the target location, not at the plane, right?
Where'd you post what you posted?
Me? I didn't post anything.
Oh, I thought you posted a graph maybe or something.
No, I'm just saying the raw drop from a horizontal, but I mean that same thing is actually in that image. Actually, that image comes up. Let me grab it. Yeah, this one always comes up whenever you search this. Yeah, this is a classic one here. The raw drop from a horizontal line, or a tangent line, as you may more appropriately call it.
So 80 miles in kilometers times 1.6, so 128 kilometers. Are be difficult to interpolate this. It's looking like to a kilometer drop. If I was to just interpolate that, I mean, I suppose I could plug it into the equation.
It's like 0.827 miles or something like that, whatever that is in kilometers.
0.827 times 1.32 kilometers.
How much you want to bet? He's just going to say, "Nah, you don't need to account for that. It fixes itself. Gravity does it."
Well, what? Less than 1%.
Let's say so right here. Look, I went to
around 1%.
1% of what?
Right. So a difference over 128 kilometers, right, of a 1% difference.
1% difference of what?
The distance, right, to the ground.
Now, who cares about the distance, dude? You can't take the distance that it's traveling to arrive versus the distance it's going to descend and then pick the one to do the 1%. You're mixing your categories.
Yeah, but I get like what maths are you trying to show? Because it's trained on an airport, so
Well,
so
I have it here
the
though.
pilot's operating on
I have it here
GPS and
though.
then line of sight.
I have it here though. If I was gonna read, maybe I can just post this. Yeah, it's not a lot. Hold on. Never mind. Go ahead. Continue. I'll post it.
So the pilot's going to be using instrumentation with air traffic control, right? Um, I'm not an expert on how pilots navigate, to be honest, but like I assume planes come with GPS as well. And then when you're getting within a distance of the airport, they're operating on line of sight, so it's just going to be closing in on the airport.
It's just a slope. It's just a descent, a slope descent, and they say, "Hey, listen, you're 80 miles out, so get your descent to be at at this angle so that you can arrive at this location and that at your speed."
Yeah. But when they're coming in, you notice that a pilot is making all sorts of adjustments.
Yeah, they're all right. They're all right here. They're all right here. Again, to calculate the trigonometric relationships for a plane landing 80 from the airport, the right triangle formed by the flight path, the ground distance, 80 miles, and the change in altitude is used. Using trigonometry for descent, the ground distance from the airport adjacent side of triangle, 80 miles. If a standard glide slope is used, commonly 3% for commercial approaches, the formula to find the necessary altitude opposite side is altitude equals tangent descent angle. I don't know how to read all this shit. Read along. There's some maths here. But the bottom line, the point, you want to read it out for me?
I'll just say it says altitude equals the tangent times the descent angle times the ground distance for 3 degrees. Tangent equals approximately 0.0524. For 3 degrees, tangent 3 degrees equals 0.054. Sorry, that's the same thing from the other screen. So 80 miles times 5,280 feet per the mile equals 4,222 and 400 feet. So the altitude equals 0.524 times 4,292 400, which equals approximately 22,137 feet.
Right.
Go ahead.
When I asked where's the right angle, it's about to answer you right now. Me right now. The 90-degree angle in trigonometry, the 90-degree angle in the trigonometric triangle of descent is between the ground line, the adjacent side, and the imaginary vertical line up to the aircraft's altitude at the starting point. This forms a right triangle where the horizontal ground distance is one leg, the vertical altitude is the other leg. The hypotenuse is the descent path of the aircraft. So, right angle, again, between ground and vertical altitude. So I say again, is there a 90-degree angle if you have a continuously curved surface to the vertical you're talking about? Go ahead, Jedi.
No.
And that's the point.
It's a continuous 90-degree
all this
right angle triangle the entire 80-mile distance until it lands. The length and the height of the triangle is just determined by where the aircraft is.
So there is no correcting for, well, this is all they have to worry about. Probably air, resistance or whatever's going on with that and everything. And other than that, this is it. So when someone says, well, the curvature would be negligible, no, number one, that's a lie. Number two, just off of basic principles, it can't be that. You can't have because the ground is literally, where's the thing? The ground line is horizontal. It's horizontally 80 miles. That's the ground. So if the ground was a curved 80 miles, then we wouldn't be able to apply these trigonometric functions.
So to land this aircraft, at least, you require a flat Earth.
So I've just asked Grok here. In aviation, for short distances like 80 miles, the Earth's curvature is often negligible. The adjacent side, C to B, can be approximated as a straight line on a flat plane lying along the Earth's surface, not through the ground. For Earth's curvature, over 80 miles causes a drop of around 4,266 feet, with Earth's radius, yada yada, 3,959 miles. This is small. This is small compared to the horizontal distance. If we account for the Earth's curvature, the ground isn't perfectly flat. The adjacent side C to B as a straight line in 3D space will be a chord through the Earth, dipping slightly below the surface. However, in a geographic context, the adjacent side is typically interpreted as following the Earth's surface, a geodesic or a great circle path, rather than a straight line through the ground.
Everything that you said after you conceded, maybe not what you conceded, but what was read there. When I said, yeah, this function has nothing to do with the curving surface or the globe or anything like that. This is just purely matter. Like, straight up said that. And then it went on to say all the other shit, which I heard, but I know is irrelevant.
Yeah,
but keep in mind, but keep in mind, friend, that you're only talking about this 80-mile distance when you're actually just doing your ascent or descent to the airport. And then it says in the grok that you read that it's otherwise irrelevant. And so if you can treat the landing and descent as if the Earth is flat, and you can treat the entire rest of the flight as if the Earth is flat, then you're treating the entire airplane flight as if the Earth is flat. So cool story.
No.
Oh, yes.
No.
That's what you read, bro.
Right, so the one you cited was spherical geometry of a sphere with 6,373 kilometers radius, Pythagorean theorem, yada, yada, yada. You can see that it clearly exponentially increases as the distance increases. So, no, you cannot discount it at larger distances. It becomes less and less relevant.
But what did we say? You're only ascending and descending for those 80 miles, dude. So the rest of it, you're in level flight. So those trigonometric functions are no longer relevant. So that means you're just flying level flight. So that idea that you'd have to account for the curve and it's so great and so big, if you don't have to account for it in 80 miles, you certainly don't have to account for it in more miles.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works in anybody's field, because the larger the
that is how it works. No, that is how it works.
No. Okay, Mr. Master Engineer. Then, the larger the values, the larger the noise. If the noise tracks with the scalar size of the value,
dude, it has nothing to do with noise, dude. It has to do with the orientation of the plane relative to the surface, dude. Good grief. Whether it's ascending, descending, or rotating.
Which at 80 miles is minimal.
Told
So you don't seem to understand, dude. You don't seem to. Hold on, real quick. You don't seem to understand that in those 80 miles, the plane is approaching the ground. It's getting lower and lower as it goes. Where when it's flying in level flight, it's maintaining its flight. So it's approaching the ground, and the idea of the differentiation between the ground and it is more of a issue. And when it's flying in level flight, it isn't. So when it's flying in level flight, it's even less gives a crap about any curve. The only time it would give a crap is when it's about to crash into it.
Right, and the close.
Why say no? Like Cosmic, if I were able to show evidence, say with airplane flights, that they do account for the 4,000 feet over 80 miles, and that they have to adjust their angle for that, and that wouldn't that be evidence where it proves the globe for you? Wouldn't you count that and be like, yeah, obviously you have to account for the curve, and here it is in the math.
Because they're making adjustments to that angle, right, and their approach all the time, especially when the airport is within view. You're having to make
to a horizontal plane that they calculated distance for from the beginning of the descent.
Yeah, they're correcting to that idealized line that was given. They're correcting to Cosmic. They're correcting to the idealized path that was given to them from the radio tower with their distance out and
as you just said,
descent angle required. So they're correcting to that, not away from that, to adjust to account for curvature.
At that point, why even make corrections on approach? Because apparently the maths is perfect, so why make any corrections on approach? Who cares?
Because there's turbulence, stuff like that in the air, that they need to continuously correct their path for.
Have you been on planes where they've done a run, and they've had to do another loop because they were too high or too low on their approach, and when they're too low.
I can't talk when someone's talking, especially with an even keel. Something about that just rubs my balls the wrong way. If you know that, Well, I don't get
counterclockwise in the north.
But the bottom line is, if it's a globe, it's like all these adjustments is totally fine. If it's not flat, if it is flat, then why do we have to make adjustments? What? What?
Yeah, so it's almost like you're relying on a simple equation for generally getting to the airport, but on approach to the airport, right? That is when your actual pilot skills come in. Right?
No, again. So that 80 miles, whenever your pilot skills have to kick in, at that point, you already are dealing with a horizontal plane that you're going to use as a reference for your landing that entire way.
That's not how airplanes work.
They're going to want to know that distance, right? And this is really important. And that's given to them. Right? That's the adjacent that forms the right angle triangle.
Yeah. Eli, you don't understand how airplanes work.
Don't entertain this.
Yeah, so you're going to go on mute immediately because
thank you.
Start with the ad hom.
Yeah, it's not an ad hom. You don't.
That's an ad hom.
Absolutely an ad hom. You don't understand as an attack of the man. I didn't hear any argument. So in lieu of argument, then I'm done. Anyway,
I don't see the point of using planes anyway. Unless we're really talking about travel.
Because everything that they do is orientated to a horizontal plane. In this instance, even the fucking landing.
With reference to the ground. So wherever planes are, they're not flying upside down. It's always going to be with reference to the bottom of the future.
What we don't measure. Sorry, your microphone's fucking terrible, dude. I can't tell when you're speaking and when you're not. So I do apologise for interrupting. Like I said earlier, get close to your microphone or something. But everything that we see when we study how aviation works is that aircraft maintaining altitude horizontal parallel to the surface below, even including the landing that Eli's been talking you through. That's just the formation of a right angle triangle. The rest of the flight is parallel flight to the surface below. And I guarantee you the same bloody equation is going to be used when the aircraft's taking off. So it's all over a horizontal plane then. That's what the equations and what the data in the aircraft shows when we look at things like the pitch of the aircraft throughout the entire journey.
So I found a now I know. Okay, I know, but it's fucking hard to find certain shit. So it is a core article from some random author whom we don't know. But I'm sure we can check what this person is saying. So, class, how far from an airport does a jet airliner begin its descent? Well, I didn't ask that, but that's, I guess, what it's called. Because I was like, well, what's the maximum? And Google is like, well, 100 to 200 miles or nautical miles. Sorry. I'm like, woo. Okay. So I clicked on this article and it says depends on your altitude, the usual descent profile on a 3-degree glide all the way to the landing. Why 3 degrees? From what I've read, it was the glide angle used by the pilots in the early days of aviation when we didn't have a pressurized cabin. A 3-degree glide gives you a descent rate which is comfortable for your ears. To calculate the descent point, or what we call TOD, top of descent, we can use simple trigonometry. We know our altitude, so altitude is going to be the height above sea level, which is a frame of reference. And we also know our descent angle, 3 degrees. So it is just a matter of calculating the horizontal distance. So if you know your height and you know your angle, that can only work on a flat plate. Like, not only it's not the that can only work. I hate those words. Like, that's how it works. That's how it works. If you have a height, you have an angle, you can then calculate the third leg, which is the horizontal distance. So, to calculate the descent point, or what we call TOD, top of descent, we can use simple trigonometry. We know our altitude and we also know our descent angle, 3 degrees. So, it's just a matter of calculating the horizontal distance.
Yep. Right. So their goal is to make their descent from their cruising altitude take an amount of distance in which the entire descent is at 3 degrees. That's their goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was the distances? Sorry, Elijah, right? I might have missed.
In this case, they're given 110 nautical miles. So, and what they've done with that is just convert it from feet to nautical miles. They just did a quick conversion. I'll give you
well, the air and the air and the Earth move at the same time, stuck together. So they don't have to count for Coriolis, the Earth moving. They don't have to count for Kerr because of gravity, right? So it's just stuck to it. It's just like going around like a totem tennis ball. You know what I mean? So is it right, Cosmic?
Are you paying attention to the conversation?
Yes.
What are you asking?
So what is what you're talking about have to do with glide slope and landing a plane at the airport?
Yeah, I'm saying for shorter distances it would be negligible. For larger distances, you probably have to account for it. Yeah.
And that's a lie. But more
You probably
the person
show it
have to do with anything.
Dude, they don't.
I mean,
they don't descend for longer distances, dude. Holy crap!
Okay, so
Longer
why do you bring
distances, they're doing cruising altitude. Holy crap!
Okay, so why do you bring up 200 nautical miles then?
There's a diagram right there.
Also, nautical miles. What do nautical miles refer to?
Minutes of degree.
Yeah. Why degree?
That's because it's measured in the sky. Fuck. You know what a protractor is, right? You're standing on the horizontal plane within the protractor, And the degrees, they're in the sky. Shock horror.
Which can be converted to linear miles on the ground.
Why would you even use what?
Exactly
Why would you use?
what they've done right here in this example where I posted. Like, so it's like I would appreciate if you would focus on what we are talking about.
Yeah, because you just dismiss it. As soon as nautical miles is brought up, you're like, it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say that. I brought it up.
Explain to it what it was. Sorry, Elijah, I'm going to get annoyed for you. Elijah literally told you what it was. I explained to you where they were and how we conceptualize them.
Yeah, because it assumes an arc. Because you then have to start accounting for that.
So,
over
hold
large
on,
distance.
sorry. It assumes what?
Nautical assumes an arc. If you didn't need,
where's the arc?
In the sky. In the, not an actual arc, it's the relationship you get when you try to plot the difference in degrees with distance. So if you were going to plot it, it's going to look like an arc, because how else would you describe this relationship? In the sky.
If it was simply, no.
I responded to what you said. Is that a fair enough, or I don't know what I'm talking about? Which one is it? Is it fair enough? Because we can get.
Then you don't know what you're talking about. Because
What about what I said? Don't I know what I'm talking about? What did I say that was incorrect?
because if a plane was making a descent on a
What
flat,
about what I said was incorrect first before you continue? What about what I said was incorrect about what I said? Just that in a vacuum. What was incorrect?
Because you wouldn't need to form an arc on a flat surface.
Did I say you wouldn't need to? I didn't even. What you said didn't even cross my lips.
Okay, so nautical miles wouldn't even come into it, but it does.
You didn't even
literally showing a diagram where it is.
What I said was incorrect.
Yeah, so we can dismiss nautical miles then, can we?
So he's kind of refusing to. So he used this as a diversionary tactic, but he won't let me conclude the point. Like, because he's just like everybody else that's come in today. Like, he's not actually get to a conclusion. The conclusion has already been had. You have a 90-degree function, whatever you call it. What do you call it? I'm trying to sound smart. I don't know. There's 90 degrees though. And if you were standing on the horizontal and that was curved, you wouldn't have that 90 degrees. That's it. That's all I know.
You wouldn't need to use nautical miles on a completely flat surface. It wouldn't make any sense. What is it nautical?
Where do you get nautical miles from?
We didn't get nautical miles from the surface.
In your diagram that you provide.
We didn't get nautical miles from the surface. We got it from looking at the sky with reference to the surface.
Why would you use nautical miles to begin with?
So
you can use any reference system that you like. Miles, kilometers, nautical miles. You can do it in 1 foot rulers.
I literally just told him though. Why would you use nautical mile? Why would I not? Because you can derive it
Then you're assuming
from elevation angles, okay? From the horizontal plane you're standing on to the relationship of the things in the sky. But why would I not use this convention?
Because then you could just do a straight hypotenuse and it wouldn't make a difference, right? You just use miles.
They are doing that. They are that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's no nautical miles from 80 miles out. What are you talking about?
Looking straight at your diagram, we start descent at 110 nautical miles from the destination.
That's an example. I was looking for a maximum example. They happen to put nautical miles in this example, but it's not always nautical miles.
No, statute miles is a further distance than nautical miles, right?
One of those, either shorter or longer. I know that doesn't. It's like
No,
69.
no,
It's
no,
69
no,
for the
no,
miles and
no,
60 for the nautical.
no,
So
no,
yeah,
no. You're an idiot. Right, if 1 nautical mile is 1.15 miles, which one is bigger?
Oh no, I did get that the wrong way around. So you're absolutely
Okay, I apologize. I apologize for the insult. Then.
right. It's cool. You notice what happens when somebody actually is reasonable.
unlike you right now. Because again, the 90 degree for like you just said, why don't they just use trigonometry and blah blah? Well, exactly, they are for 80 miles on a surface that is treated horizontally and not curved.
I don't even know what this surface is. We tried to get into that.
He's doing
Apparently, the pilots know,
every time
but they ain't giving anything away.
the fact that it's a necessary evil to use the flat Earth. He starts about something. Did y'all notice that? Y'all did y'all like? Because the point is the one thing that would really clear all this up is the one thing that he can't talk about. It's like a rule. He has to reject it at all costs. Has to minimize it at all costs. Has to dismiss it at all costs.
You're not prevented from talking about it. That people go on every channel. YouTube is allowing you right now to talk about
Something
it.
I didn't say.
There is no
Say that
cover up.
mention of it. I said he's going to deny it at all costs. How he begins his next conversation with, "Well, no one's stopping you." Who said that? Again, it's just a fucking a retard Coca-Cola machine where, hey, you press the Gatorade and all it gives you is Coca-Cola. All right, let me get a Sprite then. Coca-Cola. Okay, well, what about Starburst, Coca-Cola? That's what we're
All
talking
right.
about. You trying to get everything else?
So have you reached an impasse?
Yeah, for me, I'm good.
All right. Maybe Daz had a breakthrough. He wants to try him. I think he mentioned something earlier. Maybe he's got an angle.
No, it's just like bringing back to their sort of overall claim. Usually, is that is why we don't have to apply Coriolis or anything because the air and the Earth are moving at the same time. Are Velcroed. It's usually their retarded claim, right, Cosmic?